mysteries. Stay a while and share your thoughts. Help us break down this mystery. Grab a seat. We guarantee you're in wonderful company, unraveling these mysteries with Mr. and Mrs. E. Unraveling these mysteries with Mr. and Mrs. E.
Can't hear. You're muted. You're muted.
Are we?
Yes.
Let's start over
from the top. Good morning, everybody. I am welcome to the Mr. E Crime Cast. I am Mr. E. I'm joined this morning by Mrs. E and our guest Aunt E. How's everyone doing today?
Good.
Good. So, how was your day yesterday with your friend?
It was great. I live in one of those areas where lots of people come to visit. So, one of my friends from home came to visit yesterday. We had a really good day and weather was great and just took advantage of it.
Look at that. We are very patriotic looking.
Yeah.
We have the blue in the corner even. Kind of got the flag.
Yeah.
The subtle flag thing going.
There's the flag.
Like the Kendrick Lamar show with our.
Yeah, and there's my We the People.
Yes.
Yeah, got a flag candle. Got all kinds of flag patriotic stuff. I'm in my husband's office. It's the most comfortable place to sit when we go 6 hours or more.
Sure. We actually have ourselves. We bought ourselves a little gift because of this.
Well, after yesterday, our behinds were hurting so much from sitting in our dining room chairs that this morning I ran over and got us some more comfortable chairs. So
how are they feeling?
So far, so good.
Much better than the dining room. There's we were just I don't know how we're going to do this again today. I was so tired of sitting yesterday. I ate dinner just standing.
Oh my gosh.
It's I cannot sit anymore today. It's just too much.
I don't see how people do this day in and day out. I really don't understand it.
They have to invest in chairs like this. You just have to. Otherwise, I don't know how.
This is an 8-hour plus chair. So
yeah, it's already miles better than what we had going on.
Yeah.
My husband's chair feels pretty good too. It's pretty
well,
cushy.
His office is nice. So.
Yeah, he's got a good office.
Well, let's say hello to our friends.
Well, at the top, we have Dreaming of Blue Skies and Sandy Beaches, one of our moderators. Thank you for being in here this morning. Hello, Jessica Smith and Chaz D, Pamela Pix.
I think it's Chased.
Oh, Chased.
Chased. Yeah.
I guess when I see it, I think the name is Chaz.
Well, maybe we can get that cleared up.
I think it's Chased.
You're probably right. It's probably Chased.
Yes. It could be Chased.
And Pamela. Hello, Pamela. Good morning.
Good morning to you, Becky. Parmenter. Rita.
Every day.
I want to say parameter.
I know. Parameter. Yeah. Yaya's World is here. Roller Girl. Yeah, we love this song too. That was done for us by Lady Tit for Tat, one of our moderators.
Yeah, a long time ago.
Yeah, a long time ago she did that and our outro music. And we had she actually made several, and we did it as a vote one night on our live stream. And that was the one everybody picked as the best. And it is. I love it too.
I have to agree. I think it was too.
Hello, Guidance. Thank you very much for the orange hearts there for our son. Walter's mom. Nightbot, always taking care of us.
Nightbot's always here.
It's Chastity. Got it. Perfect.
Well, there you go. Did you say hello to W. Smith?
I did not see W. Smith. I might have skipped that one. Not on purpose. thank you for hitting the like button too. That does help us a lot. Of course, there's a lot of folks that are covering this trial, live like we are. We appreciate you all being here. You could be a lot of places, but we're glad to have you here, and we do appreciate that support very much. This has been as dark a trial and crime as this is. We have really enjoyed doing this with you, hearing everybody's thoughts and feedback throughout, and you guys pick up on tons of stuff that we would miss otherwise. And so if we're going to do something kind of dark and heavy like this trial, it's nice to do it together, I think.
No worries, Dreaming.
Sure.
I can't believe I'm ignoring my work as much as I am. So
No, I know nobody can, everybody's got stuff going on. People will say, I gotta go do laundry, gotta go pick up kids. We do too. We have to leave here occasionally ourselves and go do stuff.
Tomorrow I may be out again. I have another friend that's coming to town.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
and
so I may be
Grandma
out tomorrow.
Chachi, welcome in. Glad to see you. And look, Walter's mom became a new member. Welcome, Walter's mom.
Thank you, Walter's mom. I jinxed us yesterday. Somebody had requested the members only song. I said, we'll get a member at some point through the stream. We didn't get one yesterday at all, and so we never got to play it. So now we can play the song.
We can play the song.
I don't remember who requested it yesterday, but somebody did.
It'll come to me. I hope they're in here so they get to hear it because they like it so much. So this is our little song that we play for new members.
Welcome to the dog town. Your crime dog now. Members only. Welcome to the dog town. Your crime dog now. Members only. Welcome to the pound. Members only. Bow wow 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 wow. Doo 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 doo.
I just think that's so cute.
It is.
It is cute.
W. Smith is right. It is like we are our own jury pool. We are kind of working this thing out a little bit, aren't we?
Good
and
morning, Grammy the Great.
I saw that too.
That is the best.
That's you. I don't know if that's just your YouTube name, but that's what you should have your grandchildren call you. I'm Grammy the Great. Just call me that.
Oh, that's
That's wonderful.
Aw, well, welcome. We're so happy you're here. That makes us happy.
Thank you, Walter's mom.
Thank you.
We appreciate you so much.
So if you haven't been with us yet on this is your first time doing the trial with us, we do let it get ahead a little bit, a couple of hours before we go, so that we can kind of skip through some of the delays and the lunch breaks and stuff like that. And sidebars, plenty of sidebars if you've been here. This course is Megan Boswell. She is accused of taking the life of her daughter, Evelyn, just a little over 1 year old, plus a variety of other charges, all surrounding the cover up and the lies she told to authorities. So there's 20 indictments in total. So she's looking at potentially life in prison, just depending on how this all goes. So I think we're still hearing from prosecution's witnesses. We have not yet heard from the medical examiner or the mother or the mother's boyfriend. We still do not know who the real father is, but we've been told we will discover that at some point through the trial.
Mm-hmm.
Does that kind of set it up? Anything else to add?
Let's see. Summary of yesterday: lies, 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 lies.
Videos of lies,
and some more lies. So
it was just a lot of those testimonies were just all videos from that where they interrogated her multiple times. And phew, I wanted to get through them all last night, and I was like, oh my gosh, just lies.
And you have to kind of watch them because she mumbles so much. You really have to watch the closed captioning.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not like you can like speed it up and go on because you really can't understand what they're saying.
Yeah.
And just a caregiver, welcome in. My client I'm so sorry that your client passed.
Yes, I'm sorry about that.
I'm so sorry. Yeah, we were trying to get some neglected housework done prior to starting today too. So I get that.
Washing dishes while the music was going.
Yep. And Walter's mom, I'm glad you like that. That's awesome. And Grandma did great. My granddaughter called me that when I was younger. Well, that's perfect. That's how Granny got her name.
We might be stealing that one.
Oh, you've got something to tell Granny, right?
Oh, I am wearing a Granny Christmas gift.
I
think
think,
this is from
unless
the-
you bought it for him from me because I was at the hospital.
I think this is from the Granny collection.
It's
right?
Nautica. Did you buy it
I
or
think
did Granny?
I think Granny got that.
I think so too.
I think so.
I think
So
she
it
did.
is. It is being worn, and the tag is off. So I'm not taking.
Yeah, I've got on short sleeves, and you all are layered up.
I am. I'm layered up.
Yeah, it's real rainy here today. It's just
Yeah.
been a downpour.
We've got a flood warning, I guess. Aunt E told me earlier. I did not know.
Well, my husband's traveling for work, and he said where he's at, he had to clean 6 inches off of the car before he could drive to where he was going. So I know just barely north of you guys got tons of snow.
Oh.
Oh,
Oh yeah.
Well,
it's
there
not.
you go.
Yeah, it's not quite
6
that cold
inches.
here.
W. Smith likes the way we do it, and then we're happy you're here, and we're glad you like it. Grandma Chachi says she loves the dog pound. Roller Girl's laughing. Yeah, W. Smith, still no concrete evidence. I think we're getting there. Spooky wife Amy says, good morning, everyone. And Sunny Days is giving you a compliment, Aunt E.
You.
Aunt E, you look so pretty in your red and white shirt. You actually do. You really do.
Thanks. I was almost taking this off because I didn't like the white contrast on the camera, but I just was like, I didn't have a lot of time. I had to shower and wash my hair today and get all that done before we got on. So I was kind of running around trying to do laundry,
Well,
getting everything together.
We would have gone earlier, but I was trying out. I was sitting in multiple chairs at Home Depot, or not Home Depot, Office Max or something. Office Depot. There we go. Well, good morning.
Thank you, blessings. We'll see you when we get back. And I hate it too. I think we all do.
Raining.
Oh, can't stand it. Well, Roller Girl says it's snowing. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, it's just in the 40s here, so I don't think we're going to get snow.
Grandma Chachi says they canceled school here. The rain is now icy. Ew.
It's worse almost.
Yes, it is.
For sure.
Oh, Karen.
Well, thank you, Karen.
That's so sweet. Karen says, I am enjoying reviewing the trial with you all. Thank you for your time.
I love her dog.
Beautiful dog.
Uh-huh.
Rita said, where did you find the chairs? I went to Office Depot. I don't have a lot of patience and I want to try things out. So I went to Office Depot this morning as soon as the kids got off to school and went and got chairs. And we were lucky to get them put together. Middle E is not feeling well today, so he stayed home. And so he helped me get these chairs put together really quickly. So we appreciate Middle E. He's laying down upstairs now. Oh my gosh, Roller Girl's supposed to get an inch. I think these are Serta. I don't know, but they're already feeling better to my behind.
Oh, it's 100 times. 100.
They got the lumbar support.
They've got the lumbar support, and they've got the
Memory foam
in the chair. Yeah,
Oh,
it's
yeah.
already so much better. And you were right; our dining room chairs would wear out if we kept doing that.
I know. That's what I was going to tell you guys today. I didn't know you were going to get them, but I was like, you need to rotate those chairs or you'll have flat bottoms on your,
You're right.
so
Yeah.
always rotate them.
Yeah, you're right.
Because I do that here because I noticed mine was getting flat.
Just a caregiver says it's snowing here. Going to my son's turning blue ceremony next week in Georgia, and I hope it's warm. Wisconsin is freezing. I think that Georgia will be warmer.
Yes.
Probably not. It's probably not much different than here because it's only about 4 hours away.
What's a turning blue ceremony? I don't know that.
Is that
a military?
I thought maybe it was a police, like when they get their badge.
That
I don't
makes sense.
know. I don't know. It may be wrong. It may be military.
Ugh. DJS says it's 13, but feels like 26 here in Minnesota.
Well, I'm
That's
glad.
right.
Or negative 13,
Oh,
but it feels like
Oh,
negative
negative
20.
13.
Oh, my stars.
I thought I missed the negative part there. I thought they were being optimistic, like it's 13, but it feels like 26.
Our high today
Okay.
here where I live is 82. That's a big difference.
It is.
Yeah, I'm surprised you're not sitting by your pool, honestly, and just being like,
Well,
look at the palm trees in the sunshine.
Oh yeah, you could really rub it in all of our faces and get a palm tree in the
Yeah,
background.
I could. Tomorrow's even supposed to be better.
Okay. I already don't like these chairs because Mr. E can't sit still and he keeps bumping mine. So
But
that-
it'll just take a little bit.
We could
we may have
we might
to.
have to separate a little.
We
Okay,
may have to.
I'm rotating the chair.
He's just doing this.
I'm like a child with it. Well, let's get into the trial before we get too far behind here.
Okay. Well,
you think?
I have good news.
Okay.
I looked ahead we may have a sidebar song coming.
Oh,
Oh,
good.
great.
It does look like she's wearing blue.
Who?
So she may have been listening to our coverage.
Yeah.
Mm.
I mean,
Oh, it looks more like a powder blue.
Like, out of all the people,
Would
she
you call
chose
that
us.
baby blue?
Yeah, it's more like a baby blue, I think, right? I'm looking
Oh.
at it on a little screen right now.
Just a caregiver says he's in the Army and gets a blue cord for infantry.
Oh, okay. Well, congratulations.
cool. That's
Well,
nice.
that is wonderful. Please
Very
tell him
good.
we said congratulations.
One proud
Oh, I love being a proud
I'm
mom.
sure.
Oh, and look at
for
her
sure.
picture. Her picture of him. That's it.
Oh, I have to look
Oh,
on the
yeah.
big screen.
Okay.
Hold
Yeah,
on.
I see.
Oh, well, that's
That's
awesome.
very good.
Oh
Congratulations.
my gosh. Spooky Wife Amy says they're getting 4 to 10 inches this afternoon. Oh my stars.
Yeah, Rosebud, we have not been on long. We've just kind of been talking actually before we got into the case, just welcoming everybody and talking about our new chairs.
Talking about how our behinds have been hurting from sitting because we're not used to that.
Yeah.
So
really just kind of chit-chatting before we get into it, I think. But
and then Precious Lavender Buttons is here as well. Good morning. And Brown Eyed Girls, good morning. Auntie's
morning.
back. I guess we can go ahead and get started, right?
yeah, let's do it.
All right, let me pull it up. Okay, so I just did that. I'll fast forward a little bit. I just thought everybody wanted to see. Looks like her hair is brushed a little better today. So
I'm telling you, she's listening to us.
Well, she must have washed it because yesterday looked like it had not been washed in a week.
yeah,
It was.
that's a lot of hair, and that's a lot of hair to wash.
Well, it is much better today.
Nicey Marie, were you here for the dog pound song? That's who wanted to hear it.
Good morning, Nicey Marie.
Good morning. Good morning, PJ. Good morning, Hen House. Good morning, Tennessee Nurse. Welcome in.
Good.
I'm waiting to see if Nicey Marie got to hear the dog pound song. Because if not, I'll play it one more time before we start. You got to hear it? Yay! Good. Okay. Well, we'll go ahead and get started.
Oh, and just a caregiver is saying that they do a turning green ceremony when they finish boot camp.
Oh, that's cool.
Okay. I've never heard that terminology. I didn't know that's what that was.
Blue.
Okay, I didn't know that's what that was called.
That's
So,
awesome.
have you already fast forwarded to the beginning of when it started?
I just thought we might want to check out her outfit before we keep going. But yeah, I've pushed it up a little bit, but I will push it. I'm going to push it up some more. I just thought we might want to see
The blue.
So I'm going to go ahead a little bit more. Looks like they're getting started here. Oh, or is it another side? Is it a sidebar? Oh, wait, hold on. He's calling everybody into session. They're bringing the jury in. And oops, I'm jumped ahead too far.
Correct.
Yes, sir.
Whoops.
Raise your right hand. Nobody's raised their hand. General, call you next witness.
State will call Christopher Will Hoyt.
Christopher.
Will Hoyt. Will Hoyt.
So we are beginning day 6 of the trial.
Raise your hand, sir. State your name.
Chris Will Hoyt.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give you the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes.
Good morning, Tiffany.
Good morning.
Good morning.
You are Christopher Will Hoyt, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And where are you employed?
I'm employed with the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation.
And what is your position there?
I'm the Assistant Special Agent in charge of the Johnson City Criminal Investigation Division
And how long have you been employed with TBI?
since 2001.
What was your assignment back in February of 2020?
Same assignment. I was the Assistant Special Agent in charge of that unit and working on the Evelyn Boswell case.
Okay.
Good morning, Pale
Anticipated
Rider.
my next question. So you did in fact assist the Sullivan County Sheriff's Office in their investigation into the disappearance of Evelyn Boswell?
Yes, sir.
All right. And what was your role as far as within the TBI or in that investigation?
Just participated in the investigation in any way possible. we also had a case agent that was assigned to the case, a number of agents that also worked on the case. And I was here to, I mean, for lack of a better term, lend a hand and help in any way possible.
All right. Specifically, I want to draw your attention to February the 23rd of 2020. Did you encounter the defendant, Megan Boswell, on that day?
Yes, sir.
And did you have an opportunity to speak with her?
Yes, sir.
All right. If you would kind of tell the jury the circumstances around you talking with Miss Boswell.
So I was at the Sullivan County Sheriff's Office that day. Miss Boswell had been interviewed that day, and following her interview, she left and went downstairs. I walked downstairs, or I guess I took the elevator downstairs, and went outside where she was located, and merely asked her if she was waiting on a ride. And at that point, she began talking to me about Evelyn. So I asked her if she wouldn't mind coming back inside and if I could take a statement from her.
All right. Now, where all this occurred, is this over here at the sheriff's office?
Yes, sir.
Sullivan County Sheriff's Office.
Right as you walk out the front door there, it's kind of a ramp that goes down, and she was standing against those bars there.
Okay. That's right around the corner from where we are right now here in Blumpville, Sullivan County, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You mentioned that she began speaking with you. Did she know who you were?
I don't know. I mean, I at some point in time, I'm confident she knew that I was with the TBI or that I was law enforcement.
Okay. Did you identify yourself to her?
Yeah. At some point in time, I told her, that I was Chris Wilhoit and I was with TBI.
All right. And I think you said this earlier, but when you actually went to speak with Miss Boswell, where did you go? Where over in the building did you all talk?
I went back upstairs because I asked her to come back into the lobby, and I went back upstairs to get a pad, a piece of paper to write on, and a writing to her, a pen. And so I came back downstairs and I sat in the lobby and talked to her there.
Okay. So this was downstairs, not upstairs in the interview rooms. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Kind of tell the jury how this interview process went about. I mean, how did you conduct the interview with Miss Boswell?
Well, I don't know that it's I don't know that this is the correct term, but I call it a cognitive interview. And so what I try to do is just ask her kind of what happened. And when I do, I try to get the details to the nth degree, if I can, just, to find out, just so that there's nothing missing, just so we can find out what happened.
Okay. So did you write that down as you were speaking with Miss Boswell?
I did, sir.
All right. And did you record this interview?
I did.
Okay. How did you record it?
I had a digital tape recorder, or digital recorder. It's not a tape recorder, digital recorder that I used.
So you recorded it audio only. Is that correct?
Well, recorded it on paper and recorded it audio.
Okay.
Yes.
I
that's
guess
correct.
I guess to be a little more specific, there was no video recording of this.
No, sir, there wasn't.
Okay. You had a chance to listen to that recording of the interview that you did with Miss Boswell.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
And the recording that you listened to, was it a true and accurate recording of your interview with her on February the 23rd of 2020?
Yes, sir.
All right. Judge, I would move to make that an exhibit at this time.
No, sir.
Be exhibit 228.
Audio recording.
Yes, Judge. I would ask at this time to publish that to the jury.
Okay.
Are we ready?
Yeah.
February 23rd, 11:22 p.m.
So this is 5 days after the investigation begins.
I have
Rosebud said-
across from you the whole time. What's your full name?
Megan Boswell.
Megan?
Yeah. N-I-C-O-L-E.
I-C-O-L-E. What's your date of birth?
3/21/01. That girl that hung out with my mom went missing the same time Evelyn did. What if my mom gave her to her? What if you find her and she doesn't want to get Evelyn back?
I'm just trying to make sure, I'm just being honest with you. Just do you know that's what happened?
I mean, no, but they went missing around the same time.
Who did?
That Steffi girl, I never knew her name, just like I would see her in the car with my mom sometimes. I'm pretty sure they did drugs together, to be honest with you.
Okay.
My mom doesn't really hang out with a lot of people.
You told me right outside here. Then on the 14th and the 16th.
Yeah.
So tell me what happened again.
Okay, I just wanted a break. So I kept Evelyn for.
So did you call your mom? Okay. Do you remember what day it was? Was it?
I don't, to be honest with you.
Tell me what had happened that day. Why it was that you decided on that day you wanted a break?
I was just really tired, going to work every day and coming back. I just wanted a break.
So where was your baby at? Had been staying at before while you were gone? You were working at the chicken shack.
Yeah. Either with the mommy or babysitter.
So, I was working chicken shack. My mom or
Oh, mommy.
old mommy.
No, I mean, oh, mommy for the first one. I'm a babysitter. I'm sorry.
That's all right. Old mommy or babysitter.
I don't know, there's a couple times my mom did watch Evelyn just because like her milk and do to go.
Was old mommy keeping the child all the way up to the 14th and 16th?
I went back and forth between people because sometimes she wouldn't feel good and like sometimes babies were gonna watch her and it was just a mess.
She kept her
A lot.
a lot.
Yeah.
Okay. So,
Can we just start there and get this over real quick?
Yeah.
Okay. I called my mom just because I wanted a break and she told me that I remember what we were going together that night.
call my mom. Sorry. A break. This was sometime between December
Yeah.
That sounds nice.
14 and 16. So did your mom come to where you were, which was where?
That's right. She wasn't supposed to know I was staying here, so I didn't want her around. He told me if she came over and like that I couldn't stay there anymore and he wouldn't like help me out or anything like that.
Okay, to
Good morning, Ash Cash.
trailer. How did you call your mom? All right, what phone number did she have?
It was whatever Jude's number is now.
Jude?
Yeah.
A phone.
Who's Jude?
I don't remember anymore, to be honest with you.
His number.
I don't know. There's a lot of new names.
Since then, I just,
Jude, who Jude?
this guy that they live with.
What'd she say?
You don't remember the number? Okay.
I'm sorry, like, she's had 2 different numbers since then. I remember 3 of them, the rest of them just kind of, I just don't remember.
So you called her, what time was it she came over?
Not Tom. It wasn't too long after I was working for like 7.
So you got off work
Yeah.
and you went over to the trailer?
Mhm.
She sounds tired in this interview.
I happen to find Evelyn. I
Well,
didn't-
lying takes a toll on you.
Mm.
Work on finding her. Okay.
Okay, give me a second.
I will. I'll do my best to find out what we can do. I got off work and went to the trailer. That's where you called your mom from?
I called her on the way to work. My car, well, the cruise had
Way
like
home from work?
Yeah, it had like a touch screen where, you know, you could just hit like phone, contacts, whatever, like you didn't have to like pick up your cell phone. You know what I'm saying?
You had the number that you had back then. What was the number?
My 579 number.
Good morning, Tinks.
Hi, Tinks. Haven't seen you in a while. Welcome in.
I hope they fix this angle with the TV because I need the closed captioning.
Yeah,
I know.
She's a mumbler.
Like I said, my car had like a touch screen where you could plug your phone up and it'd be like contacts, calls, like, you know what I'm talking about? It had like Apple Play or whatever in the car. Okay, I told her I just wanted a break. I was supposed to get her the next day.
You're supposed to get her the next
I was supposed to pick her up the next day.
from your mom.
Mhm.
So mom comes over there. What's she driving? Who's she with?
She's with Will. I don't remember what car they were, to be honest with you. It was dark. It was a little sedan, if that matters for me.
Aw, Kelsey bought us a coffee.
You know that.
Oh, thank you, Kelsey. That's sweet of
Oh,
you.
it was from yesterday, but that was just nice.
I don't think Kelsey's here yet, but when we see her, we'll try to remember to tell her. Thank you.
Sedan. Color, you know anything? What color was it?
It was a dark car, and it was not dark. And unfortunately, it didn't work at the time, so I mean, like, you know. I opened the door for maybe like 10 seconds, handed Evelyn to her, and then went back in.
Your mom did come in and try it.
Mhm.
I'm having a hard time following it. It's so soft.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So what was Evelyn wearing when she went to your mom?
I already told you about
I wasn't in there.
it was a little hot pink tech tracksuit, the matching belt and shoes.
She keeps calling it a tracksuit. Tracksuit is not a onesie.
Has she been wearing this all day?
Oh, yeah.
I'm just asking.
Does that make it bad because she's wearing it?
No.
No,
Uh, so-
she was wearing it all day.
Evelyn was wearing
She didn't get dirty, so I had to change her.
a small,
A Puma
a Puma
tracksuit, it's hot pink.
track suit.
pink and she had a belly match. And the shoes.
Huh?
With shoes and matched too.
Shoes were pink.
Mhm. They were Puma shoes. They matched the tracksuit.
I agree, Rosebud.
But
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so she takes her.
What time had you picked? So had old mommy had her that day?
That's right, Dreamin'.
right.
Oh, Karen, welcome in.
Yes, I think they're two-piece. The tracksuit's two pieces.
Like the mommy kept it for a little bit, like the babysitter kept it for a little
Morning,
bit.
Karen.
I just can't honestly, I don't remember which one I picked her up from. I think it was a mommy.
Could be.
How did she get from old mommy to the babysitter?
I like work.
When?
I don't remember when, to be honest with you. I'm sorry, it's tired, I'm sleepy.
Who was the babysitter?
So,
I think that was the last day she was alive.
You left work like around lunch or when?
What day?
I don't know if I know.
The day that she was with Sue, she'd been at Omami's and then she went to Sue's, and I think that was the last day Sue kept her. I'm not sure which day it was.
Amigos. That's funny. I love MS says I love that. How clever. That's so cute. Yeah, I think you're right.
Okay, so mom picks her up.
Pale Rider.
Sue's trailer, house, what's she live in?
I think it's a double wide. I think you consider it a double wide.
Home. Tell me this. Why did you have to pick her up from old mommy and take her to Sue's? Why for the change?
Mom made me get tired watching it.
So did old mommy call you and tell you she was tired that day?
She's old, she's 70 years old.
So she called and told you, I'm tired, I can't watch her.
Mhm. She never meant it in a bad way.
Mommy called. That day.
Dad used to do that too, like, if I was somewhere and I was gone longer than I was supposed
She
to.
was tired and could not keep her anymore. That is why I took her to see.
Well, we've got the closed captioning on now, but their closed captioning YouTube's is not perfect, but it'll help a little.
Before you took her.
Mhm. Her name, my phone was literally Sue Babysitter.
Huh?
Her name, my phone was literally Sue Babysitter.
It's bad. I mean, some of it's right, but
So you think so then you must have picked her up from Sue that day.
Like I said, I really don't remember who hit her first and who dropped her off.
I know, but at this point, we're confident that old mommy had her, that you picked her up and took her to Sue. You wouldn't have taken her back to old mommy at any time.
Yeah.
Right,
Right.
okay. So you went and picked her up from Sue on that day.
Can you get that from mom?
We can as soon as we get this finished.
Okay.
All right, so what time did you pick her up from Sue?
Whenever I got off work.
I can look around and see if there's better audio if you all want me to. I'm just concerned about I don't know about local news channels sometimes strike and sue over using their content, and Court TV does not. That's why we're using it.
did you see that she said that on Court TV she was able to get closed caption?
So you
I've
pick-
got Court
you
TV
pick
closed
her at
caption on.
6:30.
We do now. We didn't before.
It's cheap. Nobody at 6.
If y'all want me to look around and see if I can find something, I will. It'll just take me a minute.
Sue still has Evelyn's back and play. The city broken some of the clothes.
I'll look and see, just to, you all want to talk to chat for a minute, and I'll look and see if I can find something better. Law and Crime is also doing it, and they may have better audio. The local stations,
They might even have the angle that's not showing the television.
right?
Or because I don't know if y'all were catching in the chat or not, but some people pointed out that I guess you could see some of the jury members in the reflection off the TV, which is not good, of course.
Okay, I'm gonna just for a second display this other channel or Law and Crime and see if it's any better. Let's see.
What was your name?
I already told you what I want.
I wouldn't.
I think it's worse.
Imagine that shoes.
Yeah, that's definitely worse.
Okay.
Lower.
Yeah. Okay, so let's stop that one.
Somebody's saying someone was on Crime and Law channel and the audio is no better there.
Right. It's not that I don't want to share the better audio. It's just that I don't want to get in trouble.
Some people are saying it's just fine like it is.
Okay.
I mean,
now that we have the closed captioning on.
I'm sure it's not going to be the whole day.
No, I looked ahead. There's other people that he's not on the stand that much. I mean, after this, not much longer. So
yeah.
Sorry guys.
Yeah.
I just thought I'd give it a shot. Whoops, I kicked it out entirely. Hold on.
Hi, Castle. Welcome back in. We appreciate you being here. And Nada Drama Nana also back. Good morning.
Welcome. And yeah, PJ's like, it's not worth the risk. I agree.
I don't know if we said hi to Hen House yet, but good morning to you if we didn't.
Yeah, Law and Crime's way worse. I agree. All right, we'll just go ahead and do it. Y'all.
Castle's saying they've looked everywhere and it's the same all over the place. So
okay, it's just unfortunate.
But I think if we had the closed, I mean that their closed captioning is like
it's not as good, but
some of the words are off. They call but so you kind of have to, but it still helps. Some of it's accurate
from that day.
It's so slow. I want to speed it up.
You had taken that from old mommy's to over there that day.
Mommy never had to pack and play there.
Okay, so did Sue have this that day? She already had it.
Yeah, but it was Evelyn's pack and play. It's like pink, got flowers on it.
Yeah,
Well,
MS, she mumbles.
The insert of the bed playpen is pink, and it's got like the edges of it's like white. It's got pink roses on it.
Okay.
Like, have you seen a pack and play?
Mhm.
I'm assuming you have a kid. Okay, you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Like the design or whatever around it.
Yeah.
On the very top part, like that part, it's like a very pack and play. It's
Yeah.
white. Pink roses.
Yeah, but Sue,
Already has a pack and play.
Okay.
So that's been before.
Yeah.
And some clothes.
so she had clothes. So,
Yeah. And she maybe had. a
but
couple
you had
of clothes.
dressed Evelyn that day, right?
Yes.
In this Puma outfit.
Yeah.
So she didn't change clothes or anything like that.
Well, no, Sue still has clothes that I dropped off there for Evelyn.
No
They
problem.
need to change.
So you pick up Evelyn,
Yeah.
right? 6:30. Did you call your mom from when you were going from Evelyn's house or Sue's house to your trailer?
Mhm.
Okay. Tell me this. Were you or were you not living with Hunter at the time?
On and off.
On and off.
Mhm. I wasn't necessarily like living there, but I stayed a couple nights there.
That's funny, Karen. I didn't notice that, but I will look for it now.
Okay, so
Yeah.
mom picks Evelyn up. You know, you're going to go there. I'm like, okay.
So wait a minute. So your mom doesn't come inside. So is this conversation you're having with your mom, is it standing at the door?
She's like, we're going to Mendota. I'm like, here's Evelyn's stuff. Bye. Like, it was really quick.
Okay, how far is Mendota?
I don't know. I've never been. How far is Mendota? Do you know?
the reason I'm asking though is did you ask like, does she need a toothbrush? Or not a toothbrush, but does she need like overnight stuff?
I did send her overnight stuff. Mine was supposed to be overnight, supposed to be the next morning.
Okay, so you had a bag that you gave to your
It wasn't a
mom.
bag, it was a little basket.
It was a basket.
It's blue. It had
Quick,
like
Lisa, she's
diapers.
so descriptive.
I gave like some
Did
milk.
Will get out of the car and come with her to the door?
No.
Okay. So when my mom came to the door,
Mhm.
okay, were you planning on your mom keeping her that night?
Mhm.
Okay.
So I sent overnight stuff.
When mom came to the door, did you tell her that on the phone?
Yeah, she did.
Welcome
Okay.
in Old McMary's journal.
So I spent the next day.
Into the door. I gave her basket
It was a blue basket. Does that matter?
that was blue.
Does that matter at all?
It had
Does that matter if it's blue?
overnight clothes.
Yeah. Well, anytime I ever took Evelyn anywhere, I sent with extra clothes. Because babies get dirty.
Overnight clothes
Diapers, milk.
and extra clothes.
Some milk out of the oven.
And also
Thank you, Teresa. Appreciate you being here
You
too.
were really thorough.
and milk.
Yeah.
What kind of milk?
Almond milk.
Whole milk, not any kind of formula or anything like that. She just drank whole milk.
Yeah, around 9 months old, like, she started spitting formula back up. So I switched her on whole milk. My pediatrician told me not to, but like, she never spit up again and she was fine, so I just kept her on whole milk.
Just whole milk. Would you put some kind of cold thing in there to keep the milk cold?
I gave it to her like out of the, whatchamacallit, the fridge. I'm sorry, I'm half asleep. Please bear with me. I can't remember.
My mom. Out of the fridge.
Should I not have done that?
I don't know. I don't know where she's going or what the deal was. So what did your mom say to you when she left?
That I didn't even know to go.
Okay. My mom said,
I didn't even know to go.
tomorrow, pick her up. So at some point, she's got to tell you where she's going.
Mendoza.
I know that, man, but it's important about how and when she told you. Did she tell you that at the beginning of the conversation while you were on the phone or at the door or at the end?
Well, we were on the phone. She told me her little guy Mendoza from now.
Yeah.
You might be right, Karen. I don't know.
Her and Will, we're going to Mendoza.
That's a space shuttle, by the way. It's not really a spaceship. It's a space shuttle from one of the American shuttles.
hmm
Okay. Now, did she say we're going over there to camp or to see somebody, or what did she say?
I mean, I just assumed camp. I'm not gonna lie to you. They always camped out there. Everyone
Hmm.
has camped with.
At Mendoza? What's it look like?
I've never seen it, to be honest with you. It's just a camper. I think it's at Jude's now. Or was it Jude's? It's just camper.
What kind of camper?
A camper. I've never laid eyes on it to tell you that it was camper. Like what kind of camper it was or anything like that. I'm sorry.
Did your mom say we were going camping?
I don't know anywhere else you could stay in Mendoza. Other than
I
that camper.
understand that, but what else did she say?
That was it. I was literally like, here's Evelyn, here's your stuff, see you, Bob. It was a quick exchange.
He's good. He makes her slow down. She tries to gloss over the details, and he's like, no, let's go back.
It's like along like Holston River, I guess. That's what my dad told me.
How's your dad know?
Because my mom got like a trespassing charge because she like walked over property one day, like in Scott County. But he was like, that river flows through Mendota. You know what I'm talking about?
Mm-hmm.
Well, he knows what he's talking about. I guess. What time is it?
I'm not really sure. So, your mom leaves.
The next day she comes. And she's mad. Like,
What time?
In the morning.
I mean, were you still in bed?
You know, I was out there. I was getting ready.
You're getting ready for,
Where?
so what day was that? Huh?
The 15th and the 17th.
This is East Tennessee, so all the orange could be Tennessee Falls also, though. I didn't know Star Trek orange folders is a thing. Do they always have orange folders in Star Trek?
I have no idea.
I didn't know that.
You guys are cracking me up with that.
You don't deserve Evelyn and your bad mom. Like, she's money better, it's gonna treat her better, take care of her better.
You're right, Rosebud. Rosebud is so wise.
Mm-hmm.
How's your bottom feeling?
Good.
Comfortable?
Good.
Okay, good.
I might be able to sit at dinner tonight.
I
Me
hope
too.
so too. That will be amazing.
She kept telling me stuff like, oh, like, you don't deserve her.
I'm going to guess he attended you too. I can look him up.
Take better care of him. She'll be happy with you. Do you think I was a bad mom?
I didn't say that. I don't know that anybody said that. You know why? Because we don't know what happened. And Megan, I'm not sitting here saying this isn't feasible, but I'm confident that you know more than what you're saying to. That's all. I'm not sitting here saying this isn't. I'm confident that you know
I don't know more than you know.
at the minimum, your mom has told you where this child is. At the minimum,
I think it's somewhere in Mendota.
take better care. Somebody who would take better care.
Do you know the day that you all did that press release or whatever? She kept trying to take me back up there, and I told her, I was like, look, you just give her to me. I was like, so help me God, I will not put your name into it. I will walk my ass up there with Evelyn on my head and be like, it's mad at my dad and don't want him to see the baby, like, you know, think of some bullshit. And I was like, I will let them just see the baby. I was like, if you're taking me to her, just tell me.
I
that's
want
where
you to
you're taking me.
listen to what you just said. Your mom kept trying to take you back up there.
But she wouldn't tell me why.
Megan, that is not feasible whatsoever.
Why do you think that's not?
Why would your mom say, I want to take you up there, but wouldn't say this is where
Well,
that
she wouldn't
kid
tell me
is?
that's where we were going. That's just where the road signs were pointing to. She was taking me somewhere way up in Virginia. And the road signs were like pointing towards Mendota.
Okay. And you didn't go?
No, because she wouldn't tell me. She just kept telling me that I don't need to talk to you all, that I need to like go with her and just like leave the whole situation and stuff like that.
And you and she told you that you needed to know where the child was.
No, she never mentioned.
Why else would she be taking you?
She wouldn't tell me. I kept asking, she wouldn't answer me.
That makes no
And then I
sense.
told her that if she didn't take me, drop me off back up there and talk to you all, and she read the press release, that I was gonna call and be myself. And you can get me.
She told me that somebody who would take better care, Evelyn was with somebody who would take better care of the child. She told you that next morning there.
No,
What?
that I didn't deserve Evelyn. That I was a bad mom, not meant to support her.
Good morning, Deanna, and all I need is Jesus Coffee and True Crime. Welcome in. Haven't missed a whole lot yet so far. This is probably the most interesting thing, this one recording. This was done on the 23rd of February, so 5 days after the father made the report. So they already know. They've already caught on to her deception at this point by a lot.
She was with Doctor.
She told you what?
Then her she was with Doctor.
The person or the people?
The person she was with Doctor.
It's interesting.
You say for one for anything. Then if I left my child, I'd let her have a better life.
I love my child, what?
I would let her have the better life. But she had with me. That's all.
Megan, did your mom bring you any money? Just ask.
I agree, Mary.
The only time she's ever given me money is when me and her started hanging out again. She gave me like $20 one time because I had gotten the car was going to go gas and never didn't have
No, I'm talking about this time right here. Okay.
Yes.
She never gave me money.
What else did your mom tell you?
That's it. She just kept repeating the same like crazy over and over again. Just kept on saying if I wanted Evelyn to have a good life, it wasn't what to be. Sorry.
I just want to know why you didn't tell us this in the first place.
Because whenever she's happier, she doesn't want to be with me.
Megan,
Everybody keeps telling me I'm a bad mom and she'd be better off with anybody but me.
I want to know something.
What?
Do you think Evelyn is alive? You do. Are you confident of that? You're shaking your head yes. Does that mean yes?
Yeah,
Megan,
just don't know what they're
Megan, I want you to know something.
doing.
If Evelyn is alive and she's okay, it's okay. Okay? And I even go back to the fact that if she's not, and something just accidentally happened, it happens. It's sad, but it happens. I can't go out here though and find this child, no matter how it is, and turn around and make it okay. If when I talk to the people, they say, Megan knew this. Do you understand that? And I'm telling you, that's more feasible than you don't know at this point because Marty told a couple of different stories. If you know where the child is, I need to put my hands on it so that I can help you with this. You need to tell me, honey.
I don't have an exact idea. I just think someone had been down in the mom was out with us.
That your mom hangs out with. Tell me who your mom hangs out with.
Good morning, Tony. Hope you're doing well and staying warm up there. Everybody's getting snow north of us.
Just Tristan, Billy, Krista.
Because you're all people in the know.
No. I don't know anybody that she knows me in David. My mom has little like sketchy friends and they move around a lot. And Will has a lot of sketchy friends that move around a lot.
Castle, Mrs. E is checking it now.
Trying to help her.
Did you find her there might have ever been attacked?
I'm just telling you. This is the problem. The only problem is this is, I know that you want to sit here and say, hey, this first part or whatever, but if that story was true, there's no reason why you wouldn't have told me the whole thing or told those guys the whole thing the first time. Before I get up from this chair, I need to know every bit of this.
I'm telling you, I didn't know. Even when we started hanging out again, that's just all she would tell me.
You do realize, Megan, that I know that you sat in that seat up there and you told those guys the last time that was everything you knew. But it wasn't, was it?
I'm going to take a lot of that because I'm sorry. I'm thinking about you. Your schedule will have to come get me out and right up to the one thing.
Good morning, Kiki.
What are you going to do that shows that you're not being truthful? What are you going to do?
I don't know.
Gotcha. Thank you, Castle. Good morning,
I
YouTuber.
believe you, hon. I also believe that you feel confident that your child is still alive.
Right? Was that a bad thing?
No. But what the bad thing is if you have an idea of where it's at and you're not telling me.
She says that a lot. Is that a bad thing?
Where,
That's the general area.
you know what I mean.
I don't know exactly like this section of the node, like that one.
I feel pretty confident that your mom probably would have said she's here or she's with so-and-so.
She never gave me a name. The only coincidence I could think of that was really like, oh, that's weird, is like that girl that mom used to hang out with just kind of disappeared, like almost exactly when everything. And the day mom got arrested, like she messaged him on Facebook and was back into like whatever. No, I've never said people, it's always person. Like singular. Not like
Why is that? Would you have said that if you didn't know?
somebody.
Person?
No, she never said people, it was always person. It was always the person as it wasn't like, oh, the people were like, you know what I mean? It's always like one person.
Listen. We'll go to the ends of the earth for this kid. Okay. But I'm telling you right now, lots of problems. If what you're telling me is a made-up story. You've done this twice. You can't do this. All right? I know you're young, but you're now an adult. And I'm willing to tear every word up and tear this paper off and take another statement from you and forget it.
I appreciate that.
I would. I would sit right here because I don't want to see you at the age of 18 ruin your life. If an accident happened to this child, I'm willing to write it down. If you know where your child is, I'm willing to write it
Accidents
down.
that would happen to Evelyn where she bruised her face or something while she was walking.
I'm willing to write down what happened. And if there's more that you know, I've got to know.
There's not, I just have theories and I told you that. Like
And
I
this
said.
is it.
That one girl that went missing around the same time Evelyn did, like my mom hung out
Do
with
you
her.
know the child to be with that girl?
No, but don't you think it's weird they went missing around the same time? And literally, like, I was down to the bone, my mom was arrested, she talked to somebody.
What's the girl's name?
It's Lucy Staffy.
Lucy, is that what she said? That's what we should be tallying all the people she blamed. Have the scapegoat list.
And her life home from Christy.
Welcome in, everybody.
Yeah,
Can't see you, Mrs. E.
Oh,
welcome in Baba Rose and Sherry, just joining us. And I think you might have missed this, Mrs. E, but Tony Mathis is here too.
hello, Tony Mathis.
Did you get her back? 'Cause somebody there told me no.
Welcome in.
They thought that I'm gonna.
Hope you're feeling better.
You couldn't get back.
I don't think your mom has the right to let her be adopted out.
Well, still, like,
Her name is what?
Lucy Staffy.
Spell Steffi.
I think it's Stefy maybe. I'm sorry if I spelled your last name wrong.
Good morning to you, Cinderella also.
And Kiki. I saw some.
The gang's all here now. Got almost everybody, I think. Or,
I was working at the chicken shack.
Do you say hi to
Mommy with the
YouTuber?
babysitter
I
was taking the
did,
child.
but not Sally. Good morning, Sally.
I called my mom
True
because
crime
I needed
junkie.
a break. This
I
was
might have missed that
sometime
one.
between December 14th and 16th. My mom came to my trailer. My mom had a phone, and the number is the number that Jude has
It was
now.
always Jude's phone, she just used it. Does that matter? They shared a phone.
It was.
Sorry, I didn't catch that one.
Yeah, we've got a good group here, right?
We love
I
you.
mean, a
back.
really good group.
My mom shared it with Jude. Right? I got off work and went to the trailer. I had the 579
Yep.
number. I called my mom on the way home from work. My car had
Angel Wings. You are not.
Sorry, Angel Wings. I missed you there. Good morning.
Well, technically, I called from the babysitter's house, but to me, that's still on the way from work. So if you get down here, you're like, oh, well, you called from Sue's house, like, that means the same thing to me.
But you called her from the car, right?
Right.
And on your phone.
Right.
Okay. I told her I just wanted a break. My mom came to the trailer with Will McLeod in a small sedan. It was a dark car and it was dark outside. My mom did not come in the trailer. I handed Evelyn to her while she was outside. Evelyn was wearing a Puma track suit that was hot pink with a bow to match. The shoes were pink Puma and matched the suit. Oh, mommy had kept the child that day. The babysitter, Sue, also kept her that day. I left work sometime in the afternoon and picked up Evelyn. I took her to Sue's home that I think is a double wide, right?
I mean, I don't know what you call it, it just looks like double line. But it's not as long as the line. You want me to do this?
Initial right here, so that I don't add anything to your statement.
Okay. Right here.
You see where I've marked this out? Initial everywhere where I marked that and that out.
Above it?
Here's the initial right here where we added this.
Good morning, Sally.
Initial right here at the bottom. So I don't add anything to your statement. All right. Oh, mommy called. Me that day.
They do.
Said she was tired and could not keep her any longer. That is why I took her to Sue. I left work to do that. I called Sue and asked her to keep Evelyn that day. I went to Sue's and picked up Evelyn after work, which was around 6:30 p.m. I called my mom on my way from Sue's to my trailer. When my mom came to the door, I gave her a basket that was blue. It had overnight clothes and extra clothes. It also had diapers and milk, which was whole milk. I gave my mom
I don't think
the
so.
milk right out of the fridge. My mom and I could meet her tomorrow. My mom said I could meet her tomorrow and pick her up. When I called her to ask her, I want to say Evelyn, and pick Evelyn up. When I called her to ask her to keep Evelyn, she told me that her and Will were going to Mendota. I assumed they were going camping because Will has a camper, and that is why I assumed that. My
Oh,
mom
my
called
stars.
the next morning. I was getting ready for work.
Is he crying?
It was either the
He is.
15th or the 17th.
Oh, my
My mom
stars.
said that I was a bad mom and that I did not deserve Evelyn. My mom said Evelyn was with somebody who would take better care of
I
the
feel
child.
so bad for him.
My mom said I did not deserve Evelyn. She said I was a bad mom and could not support her. All that right? Where I mark things out?
He's not crying. He's just sniffling.
Right here.
Uh-huh.
I don't know.
He's not crying.
Do I need to do a
My
poll?
mom said that the person
He's completely
she,
stoic.
Evelyn, was with loved her. My mom said
I think
she
he
was
broke up
safe
for a
and
second.
would not want for anything. My mom said that if I loved my child, I would let her
Cold-blooded,
have a better life
Aunt
than
E.
she would
Just
have.
telling you the truth.
A friend of my mom's went missing around the same time Evelyn went missing. Her name is Lucy Steffi. Is that right? Initial right there at that. Initial at the very end. Now sign and date, please.
That's Stacy.
All right, so
We've got some mixed feelings here.
He is not. He's just listening intently. That he is not crying.
Sherry, he's a TBI agent. Christopher Woolholt.
Will Hoyt.
Woolhoyt, sorry.
Mhm.
20. Okay.
Did you want to?
Okay, everybody's saying he was yawning.
Yes, he was
Well.
not crying. Well, I'll make more out of it than it is.
All right, everybody's saying he's not crying.
He's not crying. I promise you, he's
No,
not.
Grandma Chachi's with us. He was crying.
Nah.
Thank you,
Final-
Grandma
final
Chachi.
word.
No,
She-
he yawned.
Oh, Sherry Harper just straddling the fence here with his yawn caused his tears. So
I've done that. I you can yawn and get kind of teary. He's not upset. He's listening.
I'm pretty sure I'm just thinking.
I don't know.
Megan. Oh, mommy quit touching the baby before that.
No. She must have her dates wrong, but she didn't know it. I know for a fact that she didn't know it. Because I had nobody else to watch her except for 2 people. Mom is also 78 years old
I agree.
and calls me the wrong name almost every time I see her.
Absolutely, Sally.
I mean, I call my kids. I don't know if there's anything wrong.
She's hardcore.
she does not.
And now they're not asking, oh, I didn't see her after they-
I'm the emotion-filled one, for sure.
Or she used to. whatever that was.
Oh, we just kicked Andy off.
I don't want to
That'll
speak
teach her.
on this chat and miss any opportunity. I've got an 18-year-old daughter.
Y'all made her mad. She left us.
It worries me that if I say let's get up from this chair and that there's more knowledge in your head,
There's not.
that I can
If I
help
think
fix
of
that I can
anything-
help fix this problem
I'm not.
that I can't get.
If I think of anything, I'm like, oh, like, you know,
You
I
need to
just
think
thought
of
it
it
was-
right now.
I can't think of what it was right now. It's just looked all the way at my.
Your child's missing.
It's a tight ship around here.
You,
Yeah, you don't agree with this, you get kicked out.
okay?
I don't know, Granny, if you're listening, what happened to Aunt E?
Sure.
Mom's probably having a talk with her about not arguing with her sister online.
And,
SR Canine Mom, thank you for coming in and appreciate you joining us.
Aw, that's so sweet.
Very nice.
I'll either take you home or get somebody. Give me just a minute.
Yeah, he's good, this guy.
Jessica, I'm so sorry to hear that. I hope that your husband is okay.
We'll make it a
We'll be sending some prayers out to you.
good, safe ride.
It's
your
scary.
husband.
Hope he's all right.
Yes. Granny has spoken. I'm guessing her internet went out.
Well, thank you.
YouTuber.
Yeah, you got it.
That'll never happen.
No, probably not.
Aw, Senior Canine Mom, thank you so much. When we have a break, I'll play you I'll play you the song.
That's sweet
I
of
have
you.
a-
Thank you.
you.
I have a question. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. What do I do to like make my screen? I
Agent
added
Wilhor, we
I added
could
a little
kinda tell
icon.
that you were speaking with
Hold
Ms.
on.
Boswell.
All right, what?
I added the little icon so that I could, when I had to step out for a second, I could put it up. Well, I pushed the wrong thing.
You hit stop cam.
That's what I did. And when I hit stop mic cam, it's what it says. I clicked it. It took me completely off.
Stop mic cam.
We don't have that.
We don't have that button. We have stop cam at the bottom.
Okay. Is it on your 3 buttons?
No, we have
6 buttons.
we have 6 buttons.
Oh, okay. Let me try it real quick before we go back on.
Yes, that works.
I have McGruff, the crime dog.
That
Of
works.
course you do.
Yes.
Yes.
It's a good one. Good choice.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
All right. I'm good now.
Okay.
We also have somebody joining. So, who was it? Texas. I missed it now.
What?
I saw somebody. Just maybe I'm crazy.
You are?
Texas lady. 1025. Thank you for joining us. Appreciate you being here.
Oh, what?
I think YouTuber's right.
Okay. Guidance says, question for Annie. Did she see how gray the good hair went after this case to now?
Oh,
She means that TBI agent that everybody thinks is good looking.
Oh, yeah.
Like when he was doing the interrogation from behind, like he's like no gray at all. And then
Yeah.
5 years later, he's like,
well, since we're
Phil
taking a
Donahue.
break, I'm playing our song.
Gotcha. Yeah, I did see that.
Okay. Song
Yeah.
break.
and all these kind of cases probably take quite a toll.
Gotcha.
And Kitty Catty, welcome in. Appreciate you being here. And Reality Wins also joining us.
Yes. Okay. Well, we're going to do our song
And
break real quick for our super chat.
MTB or MTV, welcome to you too.
All right. Here we go.
Thank you for the super chat. 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 Thank you for the super chat.
I love that. And it also woke us all up because that was
Yes.
a little sleepy. Thank you so much, Senior Canine Mom. We appreciate you.
So prosecution is done. It looks like the defense is about to take their turn, right?
All right. Let's do it.
You writing that statement down
Yes, sir.
on a pad.
Oh, no.
Okay. Did you go over that statement with her?
Yes, sir.
Did you allow her to correct or make any changes to what you were writing down?
Yes, sir.
And is that indicated on the statement as well?
Yes, sir.
All right. And at the end of the statement, did you have her sign and date it?
Yes, sir.
And did you sign and date it as well?
Yes, sir, I did.
And when you took this statement, you started talking with her, I guess, shortly before midnight on the 23rd.
Yes, sir.
Is that right? And then you finished, I believe you turned off the recording at 12:11 a.m. on the 24th.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Hi, Kitty Catty. And This is so sweet. MTB or MTV says, thank you for doing this. I just love you guys. And we love you back. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. We appreciate that.
And thank you for being a member for 1 month. That's awesome.
Yes, much appreciated.
Yes, the memberships do really help out to cut our costs. We appreciate that so much. Hi, Kitty Catty. I don't know if I said hello. And Reality, beautiful Reality is here.
We do have a sidebar.
Oh, are you serious?
It was an
I-
objection, but
We'll take it.
I'm not sure what he's objecting, but
Let's see. All right. We've got a sidebar, guys. If Tony's watching, you're going to want to see this.
Agent Will, I'm going to hand you a document and ask you if you can identify it.
I do love the sidebar. I love that his eyes are in timing with the music.
You recognize it?
Yes, sir.
Is that a copy of the statement that you took from Megan Boswell on the February 23rd into February 24th of 2020?
Yes, sir.
All right. And you recognize her signature at the end of that statement?
I think everybody else likes
Yes,
the
sir.
sidebar
And
too.
you're-
I love
you
it.
sign that as well.
Yes, sir.
Judge,
Yes,
we
it
need
is
to make that
Tony's fault.
exhibit 229.
It is in a way.
He pulls it at 229 over the defense.
I want to see what Seth thinks of it if he ever sees it.
If I can ever talk Seth into copywriting or trademarking it, we may not be able to use it.
Agent Will Hoyt, during the course of your all's investigations, you all ever receive or discover any evidence that Evelyn had been given to another person in Mendota, Virginia?
Not to my knowledge, sir.
If you would answer any questions Mr. Scott has for you.
Thank you, Jessica Smith, for becoming a new member. We appreciate you so much.
Much appreciated.
Morning, Agent Will Hoyt.
And
How are
I will
you?
play you your
Fine,
song
sir.
here in
How
a
are you?
minute.
Good. Thank you for asking. You took this statement on February the 23rd. It appears it started up into the night. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, sir.
How long had Megan been at the sheriff's department that day prior to that statement being taken? Do you know?
I don't.
Did you Mirandize her?
No, sir.
The statement, the subject matter of the statement, obviously you're aware that several other statements had been taken from her.
Yes, sir.
You're in charge of the field office in Johnson City, basically, right?
Yes, sir.
So that means you review and sign off on everything that's done in every case.
In the field division. Yes, sir.
So everything that Agent Gratz is doing, you're reviewing and you're signing off on.
Yes, sir.
So you were aware that she'd been interviewed several times prior to your interview.
Several being, I guess, I don't know, but yes, she had been interviewed prior to that, Mr. Scott. You are correct.
Okay. And your interview is essentially a continuation on the same subject matter of the prior interviews.
Could you repeat the question?
Your interview was a continuation of the subject matter of the prior interviews, being the disappearance of Evelyn Boswell.
Well, it was a different interview, but I guess I was questioning her about Evelyn, which I think was the subject of every interview.
Sure. That's all the questions I have, Judge. Actually, no, can I ask one more thing? Were you aware that the TBI had provided Megan with a cell phone on the 23rd?
I apologize, Mr. Scott. I can't recall that. I believe that was the case. Yes, but I don't know. I don't know the details of that. I'm sorry.
So you don't know that cell phone could have been used to track her to see if she'd have went to the location after the 23rd where the body was found? If you know.
I don't.
That's all the questions I have, Judge.
Thank you, sir. Redirect,
No, Your Honor.
is he free to go?
For the state is.
Judge, he is, I would ask that he be subject to recall, but free to leave the courthouse.
Agent Woodward, your testimony right now is over. However, you are subject to being recalled. You don't have to stay at the courthouse. Just make sure we can get a hold of him and get you
Yes, sir.
here. Right, next.
One of the few that's been
State
subject to
recall.
recall.
Special Agent Paul
Okay.
Durant.
Okay, so before we go into the next person, I want to welcome officially Jessica Smith
Yes.
with our song. Let's see.
Welcome to the dog town. Your crime dog now. Members only. Welcome to the dog town. Your crime dog now. Members only. Welcome to the pound. Members only. Bow wow 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 wow. Doo 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 doo.
Whichever.
All right.
All right. So,
And thank you so much, Jessica. We appreciate you.
someone had a statement back here. Yeah, I'm not quite sure. So Resba's asking, why would he even ask that question? Why don't you just take out the records of the phone? Because you know what they have. I don't know either. I'm not quite sure about that questioning of the continuance and what they're getting at with this phone.
I think he's going. Honestly, look, I'm picking it up. I think that they're going for some kind of technicality to get her off. That's what I think. And
yeah, this is probably right. You know, the defense has discovery. Any tracking information on that phone that law enforcement gave her, they're trying to trip somebody up.
exactly, that's what I think.
And like that question about, is this a continuance of those other interviews? You know, you could tell that Will Hoyt was kind of like, he knew that there was a trap in that question too and wasn't
Right.
quite sure how to navigate it. So he was being careful. I'm just not quite sure what he's trying to accomplish there. I'm sure there's a tactic. I don't see it yet.
Right.
Um,
I'm going to go ahead and play it.
well, maybe we'll find out. So we got somebody new coming to the stand.
Yes.
I thought he was smart how he answered the question.
And the missing girl, when they say a missing girl, is this like someone that had disappeared?
She said
in
her
the
name was
area?
Stephanie.
Is this like a lost missing person that was?
I thought she said April.
Oh, there's so many people. I don't know who she's talking about.
I think it was somebody that became missing around the same time that hung out with her mother. There's some girl that went missing about the same time as Evelyn went missing.
MS says did not Mirandize her either. Precious Lavender says, I'm surprised there's not much text messages shown, or maybe they haven't gotten that far.
Yeah, I agree.
My name is Paul Durant.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I swear.
I agree, YouTuber.
Please tell the jury your name and where you're employed.
My name is Paul Durant. I'm a special agent with the FBI assigned to the Johnson City RA.
Okay. And is your last name spelled Durant?
Yes.
Okay. How long have you been employed in that capacity?
I've been employed with the FBI for about 5.5 years.
Okay. And you stated your title was special agent.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Can you tell the jury a brief description of your current duties with the FBI?
So as a special agent with the FBI, I'm primarily assigned to investigate crimes against children. So anything with sexual exploitation, kidnapping, human trafficking, things of that nature.
Okay. Can you give the jury a brief summation of your education?
Yes. So I have a bachelor's degree in finance that I attained from the University of Central Florida. I have a second bachelor's degree in biomedical science, which I also attained from the University of Central Florida.
And during the time you were employed with the FBI, were you asked to aid in the investigation of missing child Evelyn Boswell?
I was.
What were you tasked with doing at that time?
So the FBI in general was tasked with supporting our local and state partners. We did anything from interviews to phone extractions to assisting interviews outside of the state. Primarily, my responsibility was reviewing all of our documentation and looking for any patterns and things like that.
Okay. When you say documentation, are you referencing digital documentation or other items?
Mostly digital documentation, as well as like interviews and notes and stuff like that from the other investigative agents.
Okay. And from the time you first assisted until now, have you continued to receive training in the area of forensic examination of digital devices?
Yes, I have.
Okay. Can you tell the jury briefly what type of training you've received?
I received training through the FBI as part of the computer analyst response team technician, as well as the digital evidence examination technician.
Okay. When you say response team, what does that mean exactly?
Essentially, like any of the response teams, are teams that can be deployed. We can go to search warrants. For example, like we call it CART for short. The CART team would join investigative agents in the field. We would examine any computers that were on and available during the time, as well as cell phones, and then bring those back to our office for further examination and extraction.
So CART is short for Computer Analysis Response Team?
Yes.
Okay. And how long have you been a part of that team?
I believe about 3 years now.
Okay. And have we sufficiently covered your training regarding digital evidence, or is there anything else you would like the jury to know?
So that's the majority of my training with digital evidence.
Does the FBI utilize forensic digital evidence equipment to aid you in your investigations?
Yes. So we have several different forensic softwares that are FBI approved, as well as specific devices to help us extract and image electronic devices.
Okay. And we'll briefly go into what the FBI utilizes. When it comes to cellular devices like telephones, what would a digital analysis entail regarding cell phones?
So regarding cell phones, we do what we call extractions of cell phones. So we'll use a forensic software to extract different data from the cell phones. There's several different extraction methods that you can use. 3 main ones. The first one is kind of a logical extraction. Essentially what that does is we ask the cell phone, what can you provide us? And the cell phone will provide us X data. The next analysis that we can do or extraction that we can do is called a file system extraction. That's kind of where our software goes into the cell phone and then tries to pull as much data as we can from that cell phone. The last extraction that we can perform is called a physical extraction. Essentially, that is a bit-for-bit copy of whatever that electronic device is.
Okay. And just so we know, when you say extraction, do you mean taking the information off of that device to be able to utilize what you're looking at?
By extraction, yes, we don't take anything physically off of that device, but we make a copy of those items on that device and put it onto another, like electronic storage media.
Okay.
So we're not changing anything on the device. We have different methods that ensure that we have made a what we call a forensic copy of that device.
So it's essentially a copy of what was on that device.
Correct.
Okay. And you've done this a little bit, can you tell the jury how that's done? How does a technician take that copy from a cellular device and put it into another place?
Yeah, so we'll connect that electronic device up to like our computers and our forensic extraction software. We use things like write blockers to ensure that no information from our devices or our computer is transferred over to the cell phone. Once the Once the data is extracted from that device, we'll go ahead and ensure that a copy has been made, a forensic copy. We do that through hash verification. There's two different ones that we use. One is MD5 hash, and the other one is SHA-256 hash. Essentially, what a hash is like a fingerprint of that electronic device. It just shows that we made a exact forensic copy of that content.
Okay.
Once that content is created, we transfer that to another electronic storage medium, whether that's a USB drive, whether that's just any kind of external media drive. And then we run a hash verification to ensure that that copy was not altered during that transfer process.
Okay.
That is typically what is done best practice.
Okay. Can you tell the jury what types of
Sidebar.
Oh,
Welcome and keep up the chatter. And I'm sorry you're not feeling well. The flu is definitely going around. Tennessee nurse was talking about that earlier.
all right. We've got a sidebar. We're discussing DoorDash.
This would be a section to record and keep this little blurb because we're going to need this information.
Okay.
About how they extracted from the phones and all of that.
The types of data that can be extracted, what they extract, and how they extract it. That's going to be important to us later.
Yeah. This heck, this guy might have been here working
Yes,
on Savannah.
exactly. And I think this is going to give us a lot of information. But I wonder why there was an objection.
I don't know. I'll start it with him.
He's earning his paycheck.
But yeah, that's something to take note of. I took a few notes, but he was speaking fast.
Yeah. Yeah, they're going to try to fight all this kind of evidence.
If they're smart, they probably had her sign something when she took
Yeah.
the phone. They
Yeah.
had that in there.
You have just a moment, Your Honor.
Do we want to skip ahead?
Oh, that's fine. I was ordering lunch. I don't think it's much further.
I don't think she lost her phone. I think she said it was broken or something. Precious Lavender Button said, but didn't she lose the phone earlier, according to her friend in college?
Agent Durant, have you previously performed digital analysis of cellular telephones?
Yes.
Have you previously performed analysis of social media extractions from search warrants?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, we would ask that he be made an expert in the area of forensic analysis of digital devices.
Sir, how long have you been employed by the FBI?
I've been employed by the FBI for about 5.5 years, since September of 2019.
And in that time, how many times have you been qualified as an expert in court? Or have you?
I don't believe I've been qualified as one as per a digital evidence extraction. So I've been qualified in the areas of child investigation, like child crime investigations.
But as far as digital forensics, you have not been qualified previously?
No, I don't believe so.
And if we could go back to your training, if you would go over that again with me, specifically as it relates to digital forensics, what training do you have?
In terms of digital forensics, so I have two trainings that I pretty much attended to. One was the computer analyst response team technician. Essentially, that is the one that I explained that you kind of go out there and you're able to collect the electronic devices and then kind of take them back, prepare to do like the digital extraction portion.
Okay. And how long was that course?
So that course was 2 weeks.
Okay. What other training do you have?
So I also am authorized as a digital evidence examination technician. Essentially what that one is that's the actual like extraction process of being able to extract the data and search through the data for information, evidence of crime.
Did you go to a course for that?
Yes,
How long was that course?
it was about 2 weeks.
About 2 weeks.
Yeah, so both courses were 2 weeks long.
You have specialized training in the software you're using?
In the software,
Yes.
yeah, we were shown how to use the software, and we use that software in our cases.
When you say you were shown how to use the software, what type of training do you actually have with the software?
That was part of that training program where we actually get the software, we review what the software can do, and then we use that in order to extract digital evidence.
And your formal education background is a degree in finance and a degree in biomedical science.
Yes.
Anything, do you have any formal education as far as college or anything like that as it relates to digital forensics, downloading phones, so forth?
No college experience with that, no.
Thank you.
Trying to discredit him.
Yeah.
Was that a sidebar again?
It looks like it. You would think the FBI training would be sufficient,
You know,
right?
Stop!
If you don't know either, the stop was Auntie didn't realize her computer was on and a cat or dog or something was jumping. Oh man, it's funny stuff.
Yeah, funny.
Reality's been looking ahead too.
Yeah, I think a few people have. I guess this is going to be something else today.
This is good. Wait for it.
Oh, right here.
What she just said.
I was teasing Real Me Too about it. She was saying that earlier. I was like, spoiler alert. She said she's not saying anything. She's not going to tell us.
Reality Win said, yes, of course, trying to discredit.
Mm-hmm.
It's not hard to extract if you have the software to do it. It doesn't require a very big level of expertise. You literally hook the device up to your extracting device, and it basically makes a carbon copy of all the data that's on there.
Mm-hmm.
Old McMary's journal agrees. This is going to be good.
Thank you. Keep up the chatter. He is actually home sick today. He's going to the doctor for 2 appointments this afternoon. So he's just resting right now. But he is.
This guy, he looks like a total forensic nerd, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah. I think all I need is Jesus, Coffee, and True Crime said a new member of the Big Bang Theory. New cast member.
Digital.
The sidebar is going to get on everybody's nerves.
I've extracted and analyzed, I would say, approximately 30 cell phones or mobile devices, kind of cell phones, iPads, stuff like that. And in terms of computers, probably about another 20 for computers in terms of like laptops, external hard drives, and things like that.
General, what field were you asking if we had him qualified?
I think it would be a good guess to think that he might have worked on Sebastian's case or is working currently.
In forensic analysis of digital devices.
Ooh.
Can learn a lot.
Objection. He'll be declared to be an expert in forensic analysis of digital devices
Thank you, Your Honor.
based on his training and
Okay, you got me interested here.
Reality.
This must be good.
I hope we can hear. It's like that. It's so low.
Okay. So we're going to back up just a few questions back to the cellular. I believe you were testifying as to the cellular phone analysis and software that the FBI used.
Pay attention.
I believe we talked about the types of data that can be, and I think that was actually my next question. When we're talking about cellular phones or cellular devices, can you tell the jury what types of data can be obtained from an extraction of a cellular device?
Yes. So extractions of cellular devices can provide a lot of different data, such as images, videos, text messages. You could do web searches, GPS, pretty much anything that could be stored on a cell phone can be found through an extraction of the cell phone.
Okay. And is every cell phone the same, or are you able to obtain duplicate copies of, like, say, two individuals have Facebook on their phones? Do you always get full records on each device, or can that be different depending on the device itself?
It really depends upon the device, depends upon what the software update is. If some have older software versus newer software updates, there's a lot of different factors that can play into what can be extracted from an electronic device. In terms of social media, when you're extracting social media information from the device, it's only the information that is found on it. So a lot of social media companies will store stuff in like the cloud or off of your cell phone. So when you do an extraction, you may only get a couple of days of social media conversations. You may get more, you may get less. You may not get any at all. It really just depends upon the extraction method used and the data that was stored on the actual electronic device.
Okay. Do you also, as part of your training and experience, also analyze social media extractions based on search warrants?
Yes.
Okay. Do those tend to offer more information than pulling social media directly from a cellular device?
Yes. So information that you obtain through a search warrant for a social media company is going to have a more complete record of the conversations and the activity on that account, as opposed to one that is pulled from an electronic device.
Okay. And can you tell the jury why that is?
So kind of like I stated before, the information that you're going to get from an extraction of an electronic device is only going to be the information that's found on that device when you do the extraction. So, so one of the things that we do when we do an extraction is we put, like, for example, the cell phone in airplane mode. And in airplane mode, the cell phone is not able to communicate with any of the servers, the social media servers. So it's just whatever's on that device at that time is what you can get. However, when you do legal process through social media, they have access to all the information that they would store. All that information that would be on a cloud account can then be provided to law enforcement through legal process.
Okay. You may have already asked this when the judge asked you these questions. Have you previously performed a digital analysis of cellular telephones?
Yes.
Have you also performed analysis of computers?
Yes.
And what about social media extractions from search warrants?
Yes.
And were you provided with digital extractions in the case we're here on today?
I was.
Okay. Do you know what types of digital extractions you were provided with?
Yes. So the two main ones were a few cell phone extractions as well as social media search warrant returns.
Okay. Were any of those directly linked to the defendant, Megan Boswell?
Yes.
Okay. What were you specifically asked to do with the information that you were given?
I was asked to review the social media search warrant proceeds from Ms. Boswell's Facebook account and Instagram account.
Okay. And tell us what proceeds are.
Proceeds. So when you submit a search warrant to social media companies, essentially what they send you back is the proceeds of that warrant. So when I say search warrant proceeds, I mean all the information that's Facebook or Instagram or any social media has provided the law enforcement officer.
Okay. And were you actually able to perform an analysis on the defendant's social media that was provided to you?
Yes, I reviewed both the Facebook and Instagram accounts.
Okay.
Remember, she had multiple Facebook accounts. She mentions that in one of the interviews. Anyone know what breed of dog McGruff the crime dog is?
I think he looks like a hound dog or a bloodhound.
I bet he's a bloodhound.
I'm not sure. I don't remember.
I think he's a bloodhound.
You're so sweet, reality. A hound dog.
That would be a bloodhound dog.
Well, either way, he's cute.
McGruff the crime dog is a cartoon.
Is this a sidebar? Did I miss it?
I think it is.
Are you joking?
We're having some kind of discussion over there.
I don't want to miss anything. Let me see if it's a legitimate sidebar.
Google says that McGruff is a male.
No, that's not.
He is a male bloodhound, according to Google.
He is.
No, bloodhound. Okay.
He's taking a bite out of crime.
He was developed in 1980.
I don't know. Do you guys think this is a sidebar?
Let's say it is.
I don't know. I don't think we're gonna
Oh, they're back.
Everyone stand, please.
Oh,
break.
Well, we could do our crime dog thing.
yes. What's going
Debbie
on?
Smith says, "I'll accept hound dog."
Yeah,
Oh,
no
yeah.
kidding, Rosebud.
Yeah.
Read it out loud for our podcast.
Yeah. So
listeners.
Rosebud says, and with this type of digital forensic technology, warrants have to be issued. They have to track down all Facebook or social media accounts. No wonder this takes so much time.
You may be
No.
seated. Thank you.
Oh, they kicked the jury out. But why? Oh, no break. Watch.
Okay. So
Oh, this is going to be good.
Somebody's about to get a talking to. Is that what's going to happen here?
Perfectly imperfect boy mom. Auntie was babysitting cats and dogs the other day, and a cat was trying to knock the TV off.
No, my computer.
Oh, sorry,
Yeah.
computer off. And she started yelling, no.
And it was real quiet.
It was like this.
Scared everybody to death.
And I was off stage, and she thought I was wanted to be on stage, so she clicked on stage, and I was yelling at the cat.
And she's like, no. And so we all got to see her do that. And so rather than embarrassing her entirely, I just took her audio out and put it on the video.
No.
It fits though. Yeah, I wonder what this is. Yeah, and so the digital stuff, it can take a long time to come back because my understanding is some of these companies are quick about giving up the data and some fight it and drag their feet, and it can take months and months.
OnStar literally took almost a full calendar year.
Let me guess. What
Yeah.
trial?
The Murdaugh trial, but that is there's so much data that can be ascertained. He's really just talking about cell phone data and social media data, but there's way more than that even, and they can go to greater levels to back up the cell phone data, and they can get deleted messages and everything.
If that goes back to trial again with Murdaugh, Nancy Grace should have you on as the expert YouTuber. Right.
I bet you and Nancy Grace would get along really well.
And you know that
know.
case pretty better than just about anybody I know.
And Rosebud says, you
It's
ain't
so
nothing but a
good.
hound dog. Crying all the time. She didn't say that part.
What are we waiting on?
I don't know, but people are saying this is about to get good.
Okay. Guidance is not in chat, but listening. And
I just
Sherry
can't
Harper
figure
says, love listening to the ease. In all the cases, they follow entertaining while I'm out working. Well, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yes,
Sherry.
I've heard Apple. W. Smith said Apple won't open a phone even for the most heinous crimes. I've heard they have very hard to get data from.
Yeah, I think I remember hearing that too.
Well, I will tell you right now, in the UK, the UK has told Apple that they have to give them backdoor access to people's data in the UK. And Apple is really having a hard time with that. And they're wanting they're not allowed to discuss it, and it's causing a big issue in the UK right now.
And Reality Wins agrees that would be a great song. They would it would be perfect for the family of Crime Dawgs. And then Precious Lavender Button says, I can't imagine how long it would take on Sebastian's case, since CP was very active on social media, in my opinion. So yeah, I agree with that.
And if my thinking is right, I think that there's a conspiracy of 3 to more or more people with Sebastian. So that's even more data and phones and everything else. And
There may even be more.
mm-hmm.
I just don't understand what we're waiting on.
I don't know. I can fast forward it, but I didn't want to miss anything.
I mean, it just looks like they're all waiting.
Okay, I'm scooting up.
Yeah,
a
she
bit.
State of Tennessee is,
Here we go.
Yeah, we were almost there anyway.
At least 3, right, Angel Wings?
Yeah, I think it could be 5, 6 people actually.
Could
that
be
have-
even more.
Yeah, I think there could be more, but I think it's got to be at least 3.
I think so too. We've always had that theory of at least 3.
Mm-hmm.
Mary can't wait. Mary can't wait. Yeah,
And
that's another problem. Oh, yeah, that's another problem when you have sock accounts.
You just don't want to be heard from.
they're not as anonymous. as
Okay,
you
here we
think they
go.
are.
Somebody's going to do
Mhm.
something.
if I could speak briefly.
It does seem intense, Sherry.
Well, first, the state of Tennessee has fulfilled the notice requirement by filing a written notice of intent to introduce these documents, and we were not at any time notified by the defense that they were going to be opposing these. But also under Rule 902, it falls under a self-authenticating document because it is records of regularly conducted activity. And the case law is clear that a self-authenticating affidavit is sufficient on being able to bring these records in.
Okay, so defense is fighting the admission of this evidence.
I
Mhm.
gotcha. Ooh.
Judges
They should
have
have already
released
done
a
that.
Pretrial notice. My reading of Rule 12 of the Tennessee Rules of Criminal Procedure basically sets out 5 things that must be raised pretrial: defects in the institution of the prosecution, defect in the indictment, so forth, motion to suppress, request for discovery, and a motion to sever. None of those things include this. I've objected because that affidavit is not an affidavit. It's a statement, and it should be sworn to in front of someone who is qualified to give an oath. And for it to qualify under 902, I think it has to be an actual affidavit sworn to by someone qualified to give an oath.
Okay, so we'll see.
That's almost as if he's talking about the interview in the past witness, not this.
I guess
He's
I'm not.
talking about the statement.
That's what I'm trying to figure.
Like we would be happy to provide you with a case that allows for this document to be sufficient. It's on page 16.
Could I see it?
Sorry, they're mowing outside my house right now. I'm going to mute.
Would you believe that our food's already here? Kind of amazing.
I'm okay if you want to go first.
I want to hear what's happening. I'm gonna go grab it, but because it's cold. I'm gonna mute our microphone so I can yell for our child.
Hi, Ty Baylux. Yes, Marie, it is all sun here today and warm.
Okay. I think he's ready.
Hey, Kelsey. We were talking about you earlier.
Yes, I think he did the coffee this morning, but thank you for that. Just wanted to make sure we told you thank you and we appreciate the support.
In looking at the written notice, the certificate of service signed by General Harper says it was emailed to defense counsel on the 31st day of January 2025. It's filed February 3rd at the clerk's office. There's included a copy of this certificate of authenticity of domestic record.
Anything happen?
Mm-mm.
He doesn't talk in the microphone, so you cannot hear him at all.
Here on this document, the notary from the state of California. I do know that in every other respect, that the certificate of authenticity complies with Code Rules 803, 6, and 902, 11. And the certificate of authenticity declares under penalty of perjury that the certificate is true and correct to the best of this person's ability. And it has the logo of Facebook on the document itself. And looking at the case that was handed up, State versus Benitez, 2022 Westlaw 123-1075. Quoting State versus Ferguson, 741 Southwest 2nd, 125, that the circumstances must only show with reasonable assurance the identity of the evidence. And the court satisfied that this certificate complies with that standard. So I'm going to overrule the objection and the state of the evidence continue. We'll take about 10 more minutes of break. So
So the objection got overruled by the defense. So that's a win for the prosecution. I don't know. I guess they. So that's a good thing. For the prosecution for sure. Someone was asking if they missed anything from this morning. We did hear from the TBI or the FBI agent. It was probably the most interesting part because he's going into all this cell phone data and how they extract it from the phones and everything like that. So when they come back, we should learn a lot about that. Most of our audience is interested in the Sebastian Rogers case also. And very good chance that this agent worked on that CART team that was there that first week.
Actually, when we do another Sebastian, maybe we should go over this.
That's what I was saying.
Oh, okay.
Earlier. That's why I said we need to record that section of this broadcast that tells what the data is that they go and extract from a cell phone and the types of data and how it's done, because that's very pertinent to this situation in getting records.
Gotcha.
Well, I was kind of thinking next time we do a live, we might even just want to do one that's kind of like Sebastian and Megan Boswell kind of together, kind of what we're learning through this trial and how it applies to Sebastian's case, and how this might almost be like a blueprint for how it's going to be prosecuted.
Right.
Somebody
I,
said Smiley called the courthouse and told them to tell the judge to adjust his mic.
that's hysterical.
Well, I
Smiley's
mean,
the
you
best.
can't hear him.
Smiley is so funny.
Yeah, the bailiff could go over there and adjust that for him.
I want to do our dog pound real quick for our new members, Sherry Harper and Reality Wins.
Much appreciated. Thank you.
Welcome to the dog town. Your crime dog now. Members only. Welcome to the dog town. Your crime dog now. Members only. Welcome to the pound. Members only. Bow wow 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 wow. Doo doo doo. Doo doo.
Thank you both so much. We really appreciate you, and we welcome you to our Crime Dog family.
And hello to Lady Tit for Tat, who's popping in to say hello.
Oh, hi, Lady Tit for Tat.
Much appreciated. If you enjoyed that intro music, that's who we were talking about earlier that did that for us.
That's right. I keep trying to click on her welcome her, and
The chat's moving fast
it's
now.
just moving. All right,
Oh.
I'm gonna check ahead and see what we got.
Yeah. So nice thing
And-
about us starting a little late, we can skip all this.
Yeah, she hasn't been feeling well, so we hope you feel better.
Who Lady Tit for Tat has it?
Yes.
Oh, sorry to hear that.
Let's see. I've got so many tabs. I don't.
I just
even-
want to say too, Lady Reality Wins. I've been hearing a lot on Brittany J's, and she's great.
That's his guilty pleasure. Is Brittany J before
It
bed?
is. Yeah, listening to some Brittany J. I've heard her on there a few times, and she's great. She does a really good job on there.
Okay. Where's my audio? Where's our audio?
Is it us or them?
I think it's them. Here we go.
He does have the nerd vibe, but he's kind of got that cool nerd vibe.
Mhm.
You know?
That's what I was thinking. Modern day nerd vibe.
Yeah.
He's serious.
He looks like the kind of guy you want in charge at the FBI.
Oh, Taibe, thank
Yeah.
you for reminding me. Our
Okay.
special needs son has
And can you tell
Valentine's
the
coming
jury
up.
why something like this is important pursuant to an investigation?
Essentially, why this is important is it shows that the records that we received for the specific count we received them from are accurate.
Okay. All right, that can be passed back down. Thank you.
Yeah,
To your knowledge,
that's true.
do you know who owns Instagram?
Yes, Instagram and Facebook are both owned by Meta.
Okay. And were you able to conduct an analysis on Facebook and Instagram records of the defendant, Megan Boswell?
Yes.
And were these records obtained via a valid search warrant for those records?
Yes.
Okay. In reviewing, I guess let me ask you this. Were you able to review all of the information, not just the Facebook and Instagram records, but all of the information that you were provided regarding digital evidence in this case?
Yes, I reviewed a number of different phone extractions as well as search warrant returns.
Okay. Based upon this, were you able to identify conversations pertinent to this investigation?
Yes.
Have you identified and reviewed those in preparation for court today?
Yes.
I'll check that out later. I haven't heard that yet. But I love when those two are together. Josh with Bricata, they're great.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
I didn't know he knew us. So that's great. Good to hear.
No way.
I'm surprised he's listening to us.
You're kidding, because I wanted to argue with him about Disney last night. I should have argued with him. Oh, my stars.
I didn't know he had any idea who we were, but I'm glad he likes
Aw,
us.
Dr.
It's good to hear.
Gary. That makes me feel happy.
Boy, when he gets into that, the
I don't see how he does it.
the evil stuff, when he starts talking about his book.
Ugh.
Oh my gosh. There was one
Gives you cold chills.
maybe 2 or 3 months ago, they did a deep dive on it and they got into some of those stories. You think this story's dark. Some of the stuff that Bricado covers, man, it's
I bet.
I actually had to stop after about a half hour. I couldn't listen.
Wow.
It was too harsh.
Well, he said something last night, and I was like, ooh, I'm out.
Boy, but
I had
man,
to stop.
there are just some sadists out there, and I wonder if this is a sadistic deal too.
I don't
Has
know.
your two
I don't know.
pages here.
Get that vibe.
I'm
Take
always
a look and see if you recognize that.
always surprised.
I do.
Okay. And what is it?
Aw,
So there are conversations that were located on
Thank
Ms.
you.
Boswell's Facebook account.
Okay. And is it a conversation between the defendant and someone else?
This will be
Yes.
good.
And who is the other person?
There's Haley Spiro.
Okay. And is that a fair and accurate representation of the conversation that you reviewed on Megan Boswell's Facebook search warrant extraction?
I've said that to him
Yes.
too. That's funny.
Okay. And can you tell me the date of that conversation?
This was on December 8th, 2019.
Thank
At
you,
this time, we
Ty.
would ask that be
Oh.
admitted as exhibit number 231.
This is Paul Durant, FBI special agent.
Worked on like a CART team, so like one of those child abduction rescue teams for the FBI.
Yes.
Does a lot of digital work,
With kids' cases.
so phone extraction and that kind of thing.
Oh, I'll have to check that out. I was so busy running around getting chairs this morning, and he was getting the kids off to school. We just have not had time to listen to our favorite YouTubers yet.
Sorry,
was-
guys. I'm on mute again because of the mower.
Gotcha.
Well, it won't take long, I'm sure. Oh. Well, I hope everything's okay, Ty Bay.
There's no objection to 231, subject to the court's previous ruling.
Yeah, that child
Representative
abduction.
Published, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Yeah, that child abduction rescue team. They came in for Sebastian's within the first few days, and they have a very high success rate. I researched them a bit, and they've done a lot of good
We
work.
were just discussing.
Yes.
Okay. And can you tell me what the defendant states right after it shows that she called Haley on the phone?
So the defendant states, I'll have to double check with her dad as her, or her dad has her, but I should have an extra.
Okay.
And then it goes to, I don't think I sent them all with him, but then again, I might have because I'm irresponsible.
Okay, thank you.
So these texts are from December 8th, which is pretty close to around the time we think Evelyn was last alive. Maybe before or maybe right after. Even though she's been placing that timeline further. Reality One says we're going to see more lies. I don't doubt it.
I can actually hear her voice saying that.
Yeah.
Because I've listened to her. I can hear her go, lies. I could just hear it.
Good morning, Mom of an Angel. Glad you could join us.
Judge, as we subject to my prior objection.
I'm going to pass you two documents. We're going to go through them one at a time. You could
Yeah,
look first at the one with the earliest date on it, please.
Okay.
And do you recognize that document?
I do.
And can you tell me what it is?
So it's a conversation between the defendant, I believe it was Alexia Roop.
Okay. And what's the date of that
I
conversation?
missed that, but
December
that's very
18th,
sweet, Rachel.
2019.
Thank
Okay.
you.
And then
Thank
for
you.
the second page that I handed you,
Thank you
who
for
was
being
the
here, Rachel.
conversation with on that second page?
So this one was, and also a conversation from that Facebook social media proceeds, also between the defendant and Alexia Rue.
And what is the date of that conversation?
That is December 27th of 2019.
And are those both fair and accurate representations of the conversations that you reviewed on the defendant's Facebook search warrant extraction?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, we'd ask that those be made as separate exhibits for the 12/18 date, exhibit number 232, and for the December 27th date, exhibit number 233.
For the full exhibit subject to the defendant's prior objection.
Thank you.
Our prosecutor lady here is better today
Permission
than
to
she's been.
publish.
She must be listening.
She's listening to us. Like
She's taking our feedback seriously.
her and Dr. Gary
First
Baccato
one
are all
goes to
listening to
December
our show.
18th message. Alexia Roop says, so I'm probably never going to get this money, am I? LOL. And what does the defendant say?
The defendant says, I'm really sorry. I've been busy. I've been so busy. My child's father took her from me, and it's been one thing after another. And I'm sorry I've not been able to meet and stuff. Sundays are my only day off and the only time I really have to meet.
And next, we'll go to the December 27th conversation. Alexia says to the defendant, you never sent it. And what does the defendant say?
Defendant says, I honestly have to get a new one, have to go get a new one. Can I give you my social? And you try that card. I put money on it again.
And then Alexia says, yeah, I can try. And what does the defendant say?
I'm sorry. I'm just so busy and like in a custody fight with Evelyn's dad right now. And I'm exhausted, to be honest with you. And I'm trying to keep up with everything as is. I'm really hoping we can get that prepaid card figured out.
She even does the I honestly and to be honest in her text.
Mm-hmm.
Her tells are too easy. Be a cakewalk for Peter Hyatt, right?
She tells more lies than she does truths. I mean, by far.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you're having a good free membership run there, Castle. Got one from Josh and Smiley.
That's awesome.
Ask you one page and ask if you recognize it.
I do.
Okay. Can you tell us what it is?
It's another conversation from the Facebook warrant between Miss Boswell and Jesse Rosenbaum.
Okay. And is that a fair and accurate? Let me ask you, what is the date of that conversation?
It's January 13th, 2020.
Okay. Is that a fair and accurate representation of the conversation as you saw it on that social media extraction?
Yes.
Okay. We'd ask that be made exhibit number 234.
234.
Do you see Ty?
I don't know. Right.
Permission to publish.
Wow.
Oh, look at you.
All I need is Jesus
You
Coffee
could
and
tell
True
us
Crime
what
is getting
the defendant
around.
says on January 13th of
Good.
2020.
We're gonna have to
So
add
the
you
defendant says,
do
"I
a new
lost
board
custody
for
of
you.
Evelyn to Ethan, and I've been in a mood. I really don't want to deal with their shit right now. I've not told anyone but you that. He told me our court date was a different date than what it was, and I didn't
Wow.
know, so I was late to it."
Okay.
Wow.
And then Jesse Rosenbaum says, damn, that sucks. Effed up shit. You could call a retrial. And then what does Megan say?
I'm trying to. I've not even told anyone that happened yet. I just don't want to deal with them, you know. And then she also says, like they always drag me into their problems, then bitch at me for being in their problems after they put me in the middle. LOL.
Welcome in, Mary Harris. It's good to
Hi,
see
Mary.
you.
Well, these are new lies. I mean,
Yeah.
she's just got all kinds.
Castle, you
You
should
ever-
go buy a lottery ticket. You're on a streak.
It's whoever she talks to. She makes up a different strand of lies.
Oh, thank you, Mama of an Angel. I'm
Who
sure
is-
you'll catch up. Just do it on double time.
Who is Jesse?
They
Rosenbaum.
mentioned Jesse Rosenbaum the other day, which I thought was interesting because the Rosenbaum is also the name of KP's family.
Mm-hmm.
I don't remember. It's escaping me who that is. Just a friend, right?
2
I think so.
pages.
Yeah. Maybe just a common name in
Ask
that
if
part
they
of the
think you can recognize
country. I don't
them.
know.
Oh, Jesse is Megan's dad's girlfriend. Oh, that's
No,
right.
that's Ashley.
do.
That's Ashley.
And can you tell us
Oh,
what
maybe
it
that's her
is?
daughter.
It's a conversation between Christopher Hall and Ms. Boswell.
Okay, and the date of that conversation?
January 26, 2020.
Is that a fair and accurate representation of how that looked when you analyzed Megan Boswell's Facebook extraction?
I'll do that, Castle.
Yes.
We would ask that be made exhibit number 235.
Exhibit 235.
Yeah, lost a custody battle. That's the first time I've heard that lie. I think
I seriously, if I
January
had
26th,
realized,
2020.
that's the counter we should be doing.
I know that's what I'm
Commissioner
saying.
Edwards?
The booty counter's not getting much action.
Yeah. It's a little funnier.
So Christopher Hall asks, how's Evelyn? And what does the defendant say?
Defendant says, good, mean as fuck.
And he says, aw. And what does Megan Boswell say?
She says, she hates me.
Oh my gosh.
Oh.
She's just saying that's just a kid talking, though. They say stuff like that. That's to me, that's not that big a deal.
You're cold as
Why?
ice.
Why?
Cold as ice, Auntie.
I'm just saying that's something a teenager would say. Oh, she hates me. You know, it's more like a joke. Oh, she hates me, or she's mean as F. She's just saying it just to have something to say.
I would never say that about a baby.
You're an adult person that has common sense. She's not. She's a kid who had a child.
Somebody's feisty today
You
after
are.
her day off.
You are.
But no,
Re-energized.
I see through this. I see through her personality.
Yeah, but her baby. This is what her baby's already gone. It's not like
Right.
she's creating a fiction and victim blaming in a way.
Yeah. I mean, but she's just. That's just a kid and a teenager. If you hear them talk, they say stuff like that. You know, like you'll hear teenagers say, "Oh, well, she hates me," you know, and it's just more like she's talking about a friend or not really her kid, but it's like she's also to have a funny conversation or to have a, you know, tongue-in-cheek conversation. That's what they're doing. It's not, oh, she hates me and she's mean as F. That she doesn't really mean it. She's just saying that. It's
Sidebar. I love sidebar.
But it is kind of like a slang. It's just to have something to say. And she is probably lying about that. You know, she's not, it's just not, she doesn't mean it literally.
Well, everybody's kind of agreeing with you. So I guess
Okay, I'm gonna pass
we're
you 2
outvoted
pages.
again. Castle
And
says they
ask
created a
if you can
spreadsheet.
identify that.
Oh, nice.
But couldn't keep up with it.
Yes.
Okay, can you tell us what it is?
So it's this was a conversation on Facebook between the defendant and Miss Shirley Lowry.
Okay. And what was the date of that conversation?
I
This
do
was
that all the
February
time.
18th, 2020.
Okay, is that a fair and accurate representation of the conversation from the defendant's Facebook extraction?
Yes.
And
We'd
who
ask
is
that be
Shirley?
made exhibit
Who
number
is Shirley Lowry?
236.
Shirley Lowry. I don't remember.
I mean, this cast of people
Permission
is
to
a lot.
publish.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Ty, you might be right. And Precious Lavender Buttons, I'm glad that helps you with your anxiety. This is a tough case, and we all know that.
But
But
the
we
first
all
page
want
of this,
justice
can
for
you-
baby Evelyn, you know. So it's nice
Just
to have
read
little
the
breaks here and
jury
there.
What the defendant says on February 18th of 2020.
Makes me feel better too.
So the first message that comes through is hello ? The next message is, if you want to know what's going on, I couldn't bring Evelyn over because Ethan wouldn't let me pick her up, and I have court in the morning. I'm sorry, and I hate to be rude about this, but you don't have any rights to my child, and what goes on between me, her, and her dad stays between me, her, and her dad. So the following message is, I have court in the morning to set up a specific plan where he has her 1 week and I have her another.
Hi, Joanne
Is that
Johnson. Welcome in.
conversation- Let me make it-
Oh, look at that baby.
okay. And For the
Wow.
record, there's a photograph there. Is that right?
What's the
Yes.
date?
Okay,
Can you
and
see
what
it?
does the defendant
February 18th,
say
the day she's reported missing.
after that photograph?
She says, this was her when I saw her last weekend, and then follows up with, if dad didn't flip out when I come on the property, I'd bring her by.
Look how
Not that it's
little.
any of your business though, and don't involve anyone else in it.
Okay, I'm gonna leave that up for just a second because I want to ask you some questions about this photograph. So again, we're looking at the date, February 18th,
Right.
2020. Is that right? And
Yes,
that's the date the message was sent to Shirley Lowry.
yes.
Okay. Were you able to determine, based upon your analysis of the defendant's Facebook, is that picture an accurate representation of being taken the weekend before February 18th of 2020?
No.
Can you tell me how you know that that picture is an old picture?
While reviewing the conversations from the search warrant proceeds, I located that same photo, which was sent to Ethan on November 30th. Of 2019.
Oh, busted.
Well, November 30th. So that gives us a date. Possibly. I know. I mean, she's just adorable, right?
She is. She's cute.
I mean, all of this, even
I'm
though
going to ask if you're able to identify that.
I don't know who
Yes.
Shirley Lowry
tell me what
was
it
that she was
is?
talking to.
It's a conversation
know.
between Kristen Arnett and the defendant.
Okay, and is there a date on that conversation?
February 22nd, 2020.
Okay, is that a fair and accurate representation of the conversation between the defendant and Christian Arnett on that date from her Facebook proceeds?
Yes.
We'd ask that be made exhibit number 237.
237.
You're right. She's not.
Permission to publish.
Okay.
I'll try to make this one a little bit bigger.
How would you spell that last name? Lowry.
Lowry. I have a friend with
Christian
a
Arnett
last name.
says,
Probably.
honey, I pray that you come
That's
out of
probably right.
this. I pray you and that baby are both safe. All you got to do is be honest, honey. I'm praying so hard for you. And what does the defendant say in response?
I am being 100% honest and trying to help find my baby. I was scared of the person who took her. Thank you.
Why did they not read it all?
I don't know.
Maybe it wasn't important.
Then why would you put it up there at all? Because she didn't really say anything.
I can't find who this lady is. But
This
I
is-
did, in the meantime, I did
Kristen
find
Lowry.
the judge did go to University of Tennessee, Knoxville, and graduated in 1991.
19, which year?
1991.
Rosebud, somebody named Christian Lowry.
And he's also a Little League umpire. That's his community involvement. Is there anybody else you want me to check on? He enjoys UT football,
That's
UT
your
basketball.
document. Do you recognize that document?
I do.
Okay, what is it?
This was a conversation between the defendant and Hunter.
Hunter
Oh.
Wood.
Hunter Wood, yes.
Okay,
Here we
and
go.
is there a date for that conversation?
There is. It's December 27th of 2019.
Okay, and is that a fair and accurate representation of the conversation as you viewed it during your analysis.
Yes.
We'd ask that be made exhibit number 238.
What was it, 238, something, what's the fire number?
And permission to publish. Okay. If you can, just tell us what the defendant says to Hunter Wood on December 27th and December 28th.
On December 27th, the defendant says, text me again so I have your number. I ended up just swapping phones with her. And then follows on with, hey, I'm going to leave here soon. Ethan and I talked and he's going to stay home. And then is followed by, he thinks that what would be best, also because I'm obviously not a very stable parent right now, and Evelyn doesn't want to come home with me.
Okay, that tells you a lot.
Okay, sorry, I was
What do
zoning
you
out.
think of that?
Pause it.
Okay, I zoned out. What
What were you doing?
I was looking up the Lowry person.
Do we know who that was?
I haven't gotten there.
Okay. So what we found out is on September or December 28th, she's still having the facade that Evelyn is alive to Hunter. So therefore we know Hunter was not involved. This tells you Hunter was not involved. So go back and read it. Because that's big.
Okay,
Right.
fine. I'll go back.
That's big. Well, that's big for everybody to go back and realize this was on December 28th. Not that far.
Right there.
Right there.
Yeah. Because this
These
is
are
Hunter
three
with
messages. Yes, 3 messages she sends to Hunter on the 28th.
Oh, that's going to blow up the defense.
Uh-huh.
Ooh.
So everybody read it again.
And just tell us what the defendant says to Hunter Wood on December 27th and December 28th.
On December 27th, the defendant says, text me again so I have your number. I ended up just swapping phones with her. And then follows on with, hey, I'm going to leave here soon. Ethan and I talked and he's going to stay home. And then is followed by, he thinks that what would be best, also because I'm obviously not a very stable parent right now, and Evelyn doesn't want to come home with me.
So that completely blows that up.
Well,
Yeah.
no, but she's not talking to Hunter. She's talking to someone else. It could be
No.
another lie.
No,
it's supposed to be
that
the
is
Hunter.
to Hunter on Facebook.
Yeah, the FBI
Or
agent
on
said
the- on
this
the
to
phone.
Hunter.
Then
They
why is
said
she talking about Hunter in the third person?
She didn't.
Yes, she did.
She's not.
She's talking to Ethan about.
Oh, she's talking to Ethan about Hunter. Okay, now.
No, she's talking about Ethan to Hunter.
Okay, I'm going back.
She's saying all of this to Hunter.
He's going to stay home. And then is followed by, he thinks that what would be best, also because I'm obviously not a very stable parent right now, and Evelyn doesn't want to come home with me.
She's telling Hunter that Ethan's going to go ahead and stay home and not go back to the army. And that the reason being, she's not a very stable parent right now. And he was just going to stay with Evelyn at home.
I understand. Sorry.
So now
I was
that blows the case out of the water.
okay.
Yeah.
And I'm with Mary.
no.
I'm with old McMary.
I missed
Hunter-
it.
I still say Hunter never met that baby. I think you're right.
So if that message is actually from Megan to Hunter.
Yes.
So there's no reason for her to keep that facade with Hunter if Hunter and her were involved in Evelyn's disappearance.
Right.
So we know for a fact at this point that it's either Megan alone or Hunter alone. And it's not
No.
Hunter. It's not Hunter.
No.
Because there's no reason for her to lie about it.
Because he never had the baby by himself. He never saw the baby.
So they could not have done that together. Because I wondered, if maybe he had some knowledge, but if he did, why is she putting this facade?
Okay,
like
so
that?
here I think we're getting ready to hear Hunter answering her.
Hey, Auntie, look at your
Yeah.
name.
My name? The argumentative.
Ah, that was fun.
Yes.
It's like your royalty. Like William the
So-
Conqueror.
And then the items in the trash with the water bottles, it'll show Hunter's DNA not on any of the items and no DNA showing he's involved.
Yep. Oh. Reality. Do we have more wait for it? I think reality said wait for it again.
Okay, so maybe she was saying that this was.
I think they're saying that's coming up next.
Oh, okay. So we're about to see Hunter's response.
Ooh.
Right. So we're going to kind of exonerate Hunter here this afternoon. That's good.
Okay, same question.
Hi, Women's Warrior.
Can you tell me what it is?
Right.
Try to focus.
The dog.
Yeah, I think that's what we're proving.
Okay,
I have to.
and
The dogs are
what was
growling.
the
Hold on.
date of that?
The date of this one is February the 19th of 2020.
Okay, and is that a fair and accurate representation of the conversation that you viewed pursuant to your analysis of the defendant's social media?
Yes.
Okay, we'd ask that be made exhibit number 239.
Full exhibit 239, subject
And permission to publish. If you could read to the jury each of these text bubbles from the defendant to Hunter Wood on February 19th of 2020.
Yes. It says, hey, I have no clue why you're mad at me, but I've been waiting for mom for fucking hours at the BP. Can I please come sleep in your truck if I get a ride there? And she says, like, seriously, I've done nothing. I've not done anything for you to be mad at me. I love you, and I was supposed to leave so long ago, and I tired as fucking hell. I'm also pregnant with your child, so you could let me sleep in your truck. I'm gonna just come anyways and sleep in it when I can find a ride. I'm so tired, and I needed you tonight, but thank you, Hunter. I might just say fuck it and come in. And then she tried to call and Hunter missed a call. And then the final one is I've tried to call.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Sounds like he's trying to cut her off. So, I'm figuring we can't see Hunter's response because he's not on trial. So we may not be able to see what he says. Unless they gave them access so that it would exonerate him. You're muted, Mr. E. You're muted.
So it says, wow, stage 5 clinger. You got there, Hunter.
I missed it. What was it?
Hilarious.
Tell me.
Oh, she's giving, in the last text, she's giving Hunter the, hey, I'm pregnant with your baby. I want to sleep in your truck. I'm coming over. That kind of stuff.
He's giving her the cold shoulder, not talking to her. And so she's like, I've got to sleep somewhere.
I mean, she's just a pathological, ridiculous liar.
Yeah. She's lying that she's pregnant.
Just total shameless.
And Teresa, she is not pregnant. She's just telling Hunter and everyone that she's pregnant with Hunter's baby, but she's really not.
Hot Mess has 8 inches of snow. Oh my goodness.
No, she was not pregnant.
No.
Because she did this at one of the press interviews also where she implies she's pregnant.
I'm going to pass you
And couldn't
7
take the
pages.
polygraph.
And they didn't even ask her to take one, nor did they
No.
have the ability to give her one.
I mean, this girl is ridiculous.
I don't, a spooky wife, after what we just heard, I do not think Hunter had anything to do with it.
No, she's one of the most over the
Take a
top
moment to
liars I've
look
ever
at
seen.
that.
She's ridiculous. Her whole life is a lie.
Based on her conversation, I don't think that Hunter knew anything about it. He thought Evelyn was with Ethan.
Yeah.
Well,
So, but the nice thing is we now know why several days ago in this testimony, these detectives were not looking at Hunter. Once they saw all this, they knew Hunter was not involved.
She saw Hunter as her way out of this horrible life
Yeah.
that she had.
So this defense is blown up.
Hmm.
He's going to have a very hard time getting around this.
He's going to keep working on those technicalities.
Yeah. So the
That's all
whole
he has is technicalities, probably.
mistrial, something like that. That's his only chance because the Hunter thing's not going to work.
Because
Not
I
if
would
the-
say, I mean, she was lying to Hunter too.
Well,
I mean, she's
that
lying to everybody.
explains the contempt his father had now on the stand.
And why the defense was fighting so hard to keep this testimony out on the objection, right? He had to get this out, but he
You ready?
failed.
Yes.
Okay. Have you had an opportunity to view that exhibit?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell me what it is?
So it's a conversation between the defendant and Hunter.
Okay. Hunter Wood.
Hunter Wood. yes.
Okay. And is there a date on that conversation?
Yes. February 22nd of 2020.
Okay. And is that also a fair and accurate representation of the conversation as you viewed it when you did an analysis of the defendant's social media?
Yes.
We'd ask that be made exhibit number 240.
I think you're right, Ty Bay. This is right too. Yeah.
And Pamela, I wish I could use Kokomo as our theme song, but
to publish.
unfortunately, you can't get licensing to like
No, but we're just gonna go through it
big
page by
songs.
page.
You know, spooky wife. Maybe he actually had a mental breakdown.
That's what I was going to say. I think he
That-
probably did. Oh,
you know-
here we actually have Hunter
What
respond.
does Megan Boswell start out saying on February 22nd of 2020?
The defendant states, "Hey, I texted you just so that you know it's really me.
And Hunter Wood says, change your Facebook name. And what does the defendant say?
I will in a few. Will you please bring me a change of clothes? TBI is in North Carolina with my mom. Literally, I don't care what clothes are. I just don't have anything at the moment."
And Hunter said, they said there was no baby with her though. I'm at my mom's. And what does the defendant say?
She's still under arrest and being questioned. Can you please do that for me though?
And then Hunter says, yeah, but where's the baby? I just want the baby to be found safely. And what does the defendant say?
Dad won't let me go anywhere because of the situation. Hunter, I can't disclose stuff to you on here about what TBI is doing.
Then Hunter says, but please assure to me that the baby will be found and brought home safely.
Wow.
Let's see if I can make this a little bit bigger. Then what does, I'll scroll down in a second.
And-
What
and
does the
guys, real
defendant
quick.
say in response to that?
Real
Hunter,
quick.
I have
Do you remember she had her Facebook name that said Megan Wood? I don't know if you guys remember
Yeah.
that. She had made a Megan Wood Facebook
Well,
profile.
that's probably why he told her to take it down.
That's why he told her to change her name,
Yeah.
right?
Oh, right.
So
Good. Good catch.
well, I'm good for little things here and there.
full faith in the TBI and everyone I've spoken to that they will get the truth out of my mom and bring my baby back to me. Can you come talk? ? Or your mom ? I just can't disclose anything much more over the internet at this point in time or over the phone. And I hope you can understand that.
Okay, I'll move that up a little bit and if you could continue.
If you don't want to, I'll speak to your mom and she can tell you. Also tell her thank you for reporting the car missing. If mom has told you anything that is off-putting, please let me know. If she told you anything at all, please tell me, please, anything at all. Did she ever mention Mendota to you? She kept trying to take me there, and I'm trying to find a ride up there to go looking.
Okay. Oh, make this one smaller. Okay. And what does the defendant, I guess it's a continuation from the last page. What does she say?
We think so, but we
So
haven't had
please let
anything
me know
confirmed yet.
If
Cinderella.
you know anything about Mendota, I know it's late, but can you take me somewhere in Mendota, along a river? Mom used to talk about it.
And Hunter says, get your dad or TBI to take you. And what does the defendant say?
I can't get a hold of David, and there's no way in hell Dad will take me.
Okay. And then what does the defendant say?
David's not replying to me, probably because they're down in North Carolina dealing with my mother.
And
Exactly.
Hunter Wood says, I'll contact Chris Wilhoit and see what he says to
Right.
do. And what does the defendant say?
Who is that? I don't know exactly where it is.
And Hunter says, the
Hi,
leading
Crafty.
TBI.
Welcome in.
What does the defendant say?
I just know a river in Mendota. Someone told Dad they wanted to talk to him.
And what does the defendant say?
Same place Mom got arrested for trespassing in Scott County, Holston River.
And then Hunter says, what does that have to do with the baby? And what does the defendant say?
Only place I know she might be connected with in Mendota. Dad is on the phone with someone right now. Something about who reported the car she saw. She says she would only talk to Dad and that she had important information.
Okay. And what does she say in that last message?
Dad's on the phone with her recording the call.
This is the last page. I might have to make it a little bigger. And Hunter says,
Does Dr. Gary
what
think
did
we're
they
crazy?
say? And what does the defendant say back?
We-
I'd
Hey,
love that.
She said my
Pause it
mom
so we
dropped the
can
baby
hear. I
off
can't
behind
hear when you're
Church
talking.
3 days ago.
Okay. That caught me off guard. Dr. Gary definitely wants to speak with you guys. He knows you all. Ha ha ha.
That's
Well,
funny.
well, here's the thing: is it a good thing or a bad thing that Dr. Gary?
Are we going to be in the next book?
Kelsey said no. He did say that last night, though.
Oh my gosh, Dr. Gary, show yourself. I'm just kidding.
We're gonna have to go back because I'm trying to really listen intently for these clues, and you're talking.
He wants to analyze you.
Yes.
No, I don't think so.
He sees some tendencies in Auntie he wants to talk to us about.
I know
sorry.
reality wins.
This though, these texts, this is just this. He's going to have
Ugh.
to change his whole strategy on his defense at this
Well,
point.
I mean, they had to know these were coming. They had to know. They have to give them, what evidence that they're going to submit, and he had to know it was coming.
But he did try to get it tossed.
Yeah,
He
did.
tried. He thought he might have a technicality there, and that didn't work. So I don't know.
He said maybe they want to talk to me. I don't know.
Well, yeah, of
I
course.
would love to talk to Dr.
Yeah,
Gary.
he's
He's
great.
amazing. Oh, okay.
Okay, get that. get
Sorry,
that
I
in.
couldn't help it. It was just too funny.
Uh,
It caught me off guard.
this is
Oh,
great. I mean, this is
Go
like
back
the biggest.
just a little bit because she's distracted.
Okay.
So, I mean, if this is showing the jury the lengths she was going to just in her personal life to manipulate everybody around her. It does that, and it exonerates Hunter. It blows up that defense. They're going to have to readjust and come up with something else.
Well,
Auntie's going to be on the next episode of Snapped. That's what they're saying. Taibei.
I just
Sorry.
don't take any crap.
You don't. That's good. It's a good thing.
Oh, I bet Dr. Gary could write a book about you.
Hmm.
All right. I'm going back. Here we
Yeah,
go.
Kiki. They say we'll find out. Okay, I'm sorry. Well, I'll stop talking.
Okay.
We'll
And
do
what
this.
does she say in that last message?
Dad's on the phone with her recording the call.
This is the last page. I might have to make this one a little bit bigger. And then Hunter says, what did they say? And what does the defendant say back to Hunter?
She said my mom dropped the baby off behind a church 3 days ago. They're looking into the church thing right now. She said a church off 394. I think she said Feathers Chapel. Dad talked to her. Not sire, but I'm losing my shit right now and have no one. I have to find Evelyn now. It's been 3 days already. What if she's cold and hungry?
Okay. And then what does she say? Let me go up a little bit with where it starts. Hunter, please.
Hunter, please, no one will take me to look for her mom. Had to have dropped her off somewhere. Please help me find my baby. And she continues, says, if you won't take me, I'm literally going to steal a car. I don't care. I'm sitting at Food City with the cops.
The
Hunter,
cops
if
would
she
take you.
dropped her off 3 days ago, time is ticking fast. And she says, Hey, TBI has some sort of update. I'm about to head up there now. I'll let you know. I'll let you and Melissa know. And then she ends with, "Are you up?" question mark.
Okay, thank you.
This is the day before she gets arrested too. It's almost like she was just trying to find one more excuse to be with Hunter, and
That seems. I think you're right.
she had to know that it was over, that it was getting close.
Yeah, she used all the manipulation
The
techniques
walls are
for
closing
sure.
in.
I think she
Yeah.
was feeling it,
Mm-hmm.
and she just.
I'm surprised she didn't run.
I don't think she. I mean, I think she
had
had
no
to
way
know.
to run.
She couldn't even. She didn't even have a car, apparently.
Oh, I think she could have gotten help from anybody. I think she was doing that to try to get Hunter.
Yeah, but I mean, what? She has no money. She couldn't run.
Yeah, she's not going anywhere. She wasn't going to go
There was
anywhere.
no way. And she would know she's being. I mean, I don't know. She was young.
Wait,
Maybe she didn't
Is
realize.
this a sidebar?
I can't go.
Or are they just getting ready for the next round of questions?
I mean,
Oh, I didn't catch that reality. Yeah, you're right.
Yep.
she just, yeah, it's she's trying to get him to come get her so she can be with him. That's the whole ploy behind all of that. And
Yeah.
that's all she does is cry wolf.
Oh, sidebar.
Stop! It sounds like me. My voice, I don't know. It sounds enhanced. Like it doesn't even sound like my voice.
I did hit enhance on it.
Oh, did you? Okay. I was going to say it sounded kind of different. I definitely said stop, but it just sounded, I don't know, better.
Yeah.
Ty Bay says, "I'm sick of her and her crap. I'm not tangled in her life and lies." And then Jessica says, "I wish the walls would close in on CP and KP." I think
Don't we
they
all?
are. I think they are closing in. I could be wrong. That's what I think's happening.
Oh, a hot mess. Yeah, that's what I was getting ready to click on.
Hot Mess says, "This is starting to destroy the reasonable doubt they were trying to make with Hunter, in my opinion. It's disgusting what she said about Evelyn when she knew what happened. Heartbreaking for that baby girl."
Okay. I don't think they're asking him anything else at the moment. Hold on.
Yeah, even if y'all are right about that's just, kind of teenage talk, whatever. Oh, my baby's a mess, or I hate her, or she hates me, whatever. She's even that's just kind of banter. Still, the jury is seeing that.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll start back at 1:15.
Okay. So they're doing their lunch break. I'm skipping ahead.
This is the nice thing about us starting late. Ooh, we're still not caught up. Okay.
There we go.
So we get to
Yeah,
skip the whole
that's
lunch.
great.
They skipped the
Any
whole
other
lunch.
thoughts before we get back into this? I mean, this is great for the prosecution.
This is really sealing the deal as far as the Hunter thing. And people were saying, well, why did Hunter go to the mental institution? Well, he has probably dealt with this and this pressure for all these years, and maybe he is snapped.
Well, he also lost his brother in April of 2023. So that is, and I was wrong. I told you I was wrong about how he passed away.
Pause a second.
Oh, okay.
If you don't mind.
Sure.
Yeah, so he lost a brother last year, and we've talked to people here in our chat when this whole schizophrenic issue came up, and several of them have had relatives or whatever with these conditions, and apparently it can be triggered by trauma or emotional distress to trigger the schizophrenia, and often happens to people in their 20s, especially men. So in a way, if that's what happened, it kind of fits as a possibility. The timing seems suspect, but maybe it wasn't. Maybe it was genuine.
Well, I think this too just shows you that he wanted the baby found. He didn't hate the baby. He said, "I want the baby found safely." And we know we don't know that he's lied to anybody. Why would there's shows that there was no motive for him, that he wants the baby found, and he felt like that all the way up until when the truth came out.
Yeah.
Right.
I think at this point, they're just going to have to, this defense is going to have to go with the handling of evidence or Miranda rights and stuff like that, and just hope for the best.
You know, while I'm thinking about it, we are trying to grow our Rumble channel. So if you are, if you use Rumble in addition to YouTube, if you could subscribe to us, you don't have to watch us on there. They changed their rules. You used to be able to be monetized with just as long as you put content up, and now you have to have 100 people to be monetized. And I'm not sure why we're not grandfathered, but we want to get that channel going over there so that we can do more controversial topics over there.
Yeah.
So if you don't mind, please go over to Rumble and subscribe.
And do you have a link that they can go to subscribe?
I do.
I can share it. I can share it in the chat.
Okay, if you don't mind.
Thank you,
Yeah.
Hot Mess. Tell your son we do appreciate that, and
Oh,
much appreciated.
that is so sweet. Yeah, Middley is upstairs.
He's okay. We're just needed a day.
Yeah, and he's got to go to the doctor. I've got to leave, or one of us has to leave around 2:20 our time.
Actually, one of us should take a lunch.
I'll go ahead and do it.
You want to go first?
Yeah, I'll go first.
Okay,
I'll go
but
ahead.
that
and
was
hit
too
play.
good to not have all of us see.
Yep.
And I just put our Rumble chat on there. If you can just click on it and join, that would be awesome.
Thank you.
Yeah, we appreciate that. Yeah, several of you have family with this issue. I knew one girl like years ago, but I didn't, just not a best friend or anything. I didn't know a whole lot about it other than
I'm gonna pass you two documents. One has previously been marked as Exhibit 79. So for the one that's not marked, I'm gonna ask if you recognize that.
I do.
Okay, can you tell us what it is?
It was a image found on the social media returns of Megan and Hunter at Blowing Rock.
Okay. And based upon your analysis, were you able to determine a date of that photograph being taken?
Yeah, according to the search warrant proceeds, it was taken on or about January 20th of 2020.
Okay, Your Honor, we'd ask that photograph be made exhibit number 241.
Subject to your prior ruling, yes, sir.
We exhibit 241, subject to court filing.
I'm not exactly sure Tybee Lux how he passed away. I just know that he passed away.
And did you also recognize the exhibit that I handed up along with that?
Of the message?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
I think he took his own life.
No, I think Mrs. E said that was
Permission
not
to
correct.
publish, Your Honor.
Oh, okay, that's not right.
Okay.
She said she found out she thought that initially, but that wasn't true.
Is
Bad
this
information.
the photograph you were referencing
Yes.
a few moments ago, dated January 20th of 2020?
Yes.
Is that right? And based upon your work on this investigation, are you able to identify who the individuals are in this photograph?
It appears to be the defendant and Hunter.
Hunter Wood?
Hunter Wood. It's kind of difficult to see it, but
Okay.
it's believed to be Hunter Wood.
Yeah, I think it's always a little bit more difficult on these screens.
Mhm.
Okay, and then previously marked exhibit number 79. Did you also locate that in your analysis of the defendant's social media extraction?
Yes, this appears to have been a message sent on Instagram from the defendant to Bailey.
Okay, and was that also on January 20th of 2020?
Yes.
Okay. Were these sent together? Are you aware if they were sent together or not?
Yes, I think the photo came through first, and then the message came through right after the photo, but they were sent pretty much at the same time.
Okay.
I wonder how many more days of testimony, because
I'm going to
there's
pass
so
all
many,
three up to you, but go through one at a time.
there's
Okay.
so many we have not heard from yet. Forensics, you know, the coroner, none of that stuff's been discussed.
Thank you, Pamela and Wendy, for following on Rumble. We appreciate it. And I don't think I've seen you in, Wendy, but
Do you
welcome in.
recognize each of those photographs?
I do.
Okay. And we'll go through them one at a time. The first photograph, what is that photograph of?
The first one I have is of essentially an image of a house
Okay.
with the text, "So excited for our new home." It appears that Hunter is in that photo.
Okay. And were you able to determine the date that that photo was taken?
Yeah, so this one was taken on or about February the 16th.
Okay. Your Honor, we would ask that be made exhibit number 242.
Thank you, spooky wife. Yeah, this I
Again,
don't,
that came from the defendant's social media extraction.
Yes.
Okay.
So on Instagram.
Okay. On Instagram. Okay. Permission to publish, Your Honor.
Hot Mess is right. I think they said 3 weeks, but this has
And
gone
is this the
so
photo that you
slow.
were referencing from February?
Oh, so they were
16th?
building a house?
Yes.
Okay.
I don't know.
Okay. You
What
can
it
tell
looks
me the
like?
next photograph that you have in your hand.
The next one I have appears to be Hunter laying on a bed with the caption, "Picking out furniture for our new house," heart emoji.
Okay.
Wow.
And were you able to determine a date of that photograph?
Yes. So this appeared to be posted on Instagram on or about February the 17th.
Okay.
Hmm.
So
Wow.
for both the one before and this one, they were actually posted on the dates that you gave.
They appear to be posted
Okay.
according to the proceeds.
So
And
they're
posted by whom?
The defendant.
Okay. Your Honor, we'd ask that be made exhibit number 243.
they're almost getting into motive here a little bit with this, right?
Mm-hmm. I think so.
Because this is what they said, that she wanted a new life.
Permission to publish.
So they're showing the new life.
Well, I mean, can you imagine living where she's lived her whole life, moving to a big house like that and picking out
Right.
new furniture?
Okay. So the photo you're referencing is
Yeah.
being posted on February 17th of 2020
And the filth
on
that she
the
lived in,
defendant's Instagram.
Yes.
and being able to
And then
move.
you've got one more
Grand home.
photograph, I believe.
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell me what that one depicts?
This is a picture. It appears to be Hunter in the picture with a car behind him. The caption at the bottom says, "So proud of my baby!" Exclamation point. New 2020 high country.
Okay. And are you able to determine the date that that was posted?
Yeah, this appeared to have been posted on or about February the 18th.
Okay. And did you also obtain that from the defendant's social media search warrant?
Yes.
Okay. We ask that be exhibit number 244.
Their relationship escalated very quickly. I mean, you're talking about December, or the first week of
Permission
December,
to
she
publish.
starts working there. A week later, she's dating him, and now we're talking about February. They're building
So
a
is
house.
this the photo you're referencing that the defendant posted on February 18th of 2020?
Yes.
Yes, welcome in, Rosebud Boo. We do see you there. Thanks for joining us. Right.
Were you also asked to review the defendant's social media records regarding Ethan Perry?
Yes,
And were you aware, pursuant to this investigation, of who Ethan Perry was?
I was.
Okay. And did you actually review communications between the defendant and Ethan Perry?
I did.
Can you tell the jury a summation of what you noticed regarding their communications?
These pictures, this is crazy. I mean, this is right before the reporting.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, she's clearly moving on with life. I just wonder. I wonder if they'll ever at a point. I mean, we're not going to get testimony from Hunter if he was like, no, I never want to have kids or something. If he was that kind of guy or something, or that was something she imagined. was a problem.
Just saying that.
I don't guess it matters really, but man, it does. That's totally what this looks like.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
Okay, let me ask it a different way. Can you please give us, based upon your review of their communications,
Just
a
different
pattern
account,
of
right?
behavior by the defendant to Ethan Perry?
Yes. So in the communication between the defendant and Ethan Perry, the defendant sent Perry a lot of messages, and probably at least a dozen messages every day from November 1st and onwards. So there were regular updates about Evelyn throughout those communications, and there were photos posted of Evelyn during those communications as well. And the communications went until about December 3rd. As soon as December 3rd hit, the amount of communications between Ethan and Megan went down quite a bit, and no unique images of Evelyn were seen afterwards. So she did send more pictures of Evelyn, but they were old pictures of like Evelyn and Ethan together. So I didn't observe any new photos after approximately December the 3rd.
Okay,
Mhm.
all right, thank you.
That solidifies the timeline too.
Please answer any
Right.
questions the defense has for you.
Yes.
Just a minute, Judge.
You may.
So we're saying we don't have a picture of Evelyn since December 3rd.
No, with Ethan, there's
Oh.
there's no pictures. Yes, of Evelyn since December 3rd.
That's the
But-
most recent.
Yes.
Okay, so we're getting closer. So somewhere around the 3rd through the 7th or 8th, somewhere in that range.
I think it was the 6th or 7th.
Yeah.
Agent Durant, you're finished right now with your testimony. You are being subject to recall. You don't have to sit here at the courthouse, but make sure they can get a hold of you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So
Wow,
he
that was
can-
great.
He can be recalled too.
Yeah.
Call Marlon Gray.
This was Marlon Gray.
The defense just say, "Can we get a recess so I could readjust my strategy?"
Yeah. I mean, he
we
knows.
call it a day.
I mean, he knows this is going to come up.
Yeah. Yeah, because he would have seen all these pictures and stuff before. Yeah, Sherry is saying that after she subbed on Rumble, her screen blacked out. So I don't know. If that. I haven't heard that happening to anyone yet, so I'm not sure if that's cause and effect or not. And Rose, but I realize now. So you're watching us through Rumble that you went and subbed on.
It's on the swear.
No,
So you're
I'll
under a
go.
different
I'll
name,
go on ours and see, I'll check.
But thank you for doing that. We appreciate it. So this name I did not recognize. So we'll see who this lady is.
Yes, Rosebud. I see your chat.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
You are Marlon Gray, is that correct?
That's correct.
Marla Gray.
Where are you employed?
I am employed at the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation, the Knoxville Crime Lab.
Oh, great.
And what is your position there with the TBI?
I am a special agent forensic scientist supervisor, and I'm assigned to the forensic biology unit.
And Agent Gray, if you would kind of give the jury an overview of what your duties are there within that division.
So we analyze evidence for the presence of bodily fluids and skin cells, and then we determine who those fluids or skin cells belong to, doing DNA analysis.
And what sort of educational background do you have that allows you to perform these duties?
I have a Bachelor's of Science degree in biology from the University of Tennessee in Knoxville. I have also completed the in-house training program that is set forth by the TBI.
And have you had specific training relating to serology and DNA analysis?
Yes, during that 18-month training program, we cover serology, all the testings that we do, DNA analysis, and interpretation.
Approximately how many examinations would you say you performed over your years in the TBI?
Yeah, I've been there for 14 years, and in that time, I've worked almost 1,600 cases.
Do you hold any certifications?
I do not.
Okay. Does the TBI provide technical equipment that you're able to use in the performance of your duties there?
Yes, they do.
All right. And is this equipment standard across the state and within the scientific community?
Yes, it is well known, not just across the state, but in forensic labs all over the world.
Okay. Catch me up.
She's forensics with TBI in Knoxville.
Okay.
So in biological forensics. So she's going to do like DNA and that kind of thing.
Well, whoever just bought us 3 coffees, thank you so much.
Thank you for that. We appreciate that.
That was so sweet of you.
And I know several of you went over and did the Rumble thing for us. We appreciate that too. And people are excited about this. I think everybody's kind of ready for the forensics.
Do you want to hear this or do you want to go eat?
Oh, yeah, I'll go. I think I have to go.
You're going to miss out.
That's all right. I can turn on my phone and listen.
Okay.
Have you been qualified to testify as an expert witness in the criminal courts here in Tennessee?
I have.
And in fact, have you been qualified as an expert here in Sullivan County?
I have.
And after having been qualified as an expert witness, have you then gone on to give testimony as an expert witness?
Yes, I have.
And was your qualification as an expert in the field of serology and DNA analysis?
Yes, or in forensic biology, which encompasses both of those.
All right. Judge, we would tender Agent Gray as an expert in the field of serology and DNA analysis.
Judge, I agree. She's an expert.
All right. Should be deemed to be an expert in the field of serology.
Agent Gray, you touched on this a little bit, but if you would kind of tell us a little bit about the differences between serology and DNA and what they are.
So serology is the screening process. When evidence comes in, we're determining if we're looking for blood, semen, or saliva, and then we'll take a portion of that through the DNA analysis. If it's an item that's been handled, we're not looking for a fluid, but we're looking for skin cells that were left behind.
All right. And what sorts of things are you looking for when you perform those types of analysis?
For, say, blood cases, we're looking for tests that change color, that indicate blood, and then we'll take that through the DNA process to generate DNA profiles for comparison.
All right. And obviously you work in a laboratory down there in Knoxville, correct?
I do.
Do you all have a process for how you handle evidence that comes into the lab?
Yes, we have policies and procedures that we follow. So in instances, every piece of evidence is worked one at a time. We don't have multiple items out at the same time. We wear lab coats, masks, gloves. Gloves are changed between every piece of evidence. Items are cleaned between touching evidence. Butcher paper is put out.
Okay. And each case, is that assigned a specific case number within the lab?
Yes. So when evidence comes in, the evidence receiving unit will give it a unique laboratory case number. All the evidence that is associated with this case will have that number, and all the requests for exams that come in. That way we make sure they match.
All right. And I assume that you make sure that evidence, before you perform any testing, is secured and has not been tampered with in any way.
Yes, before it is accepted into the lab, the evidence receiving unit will make sure that it is in a sealed condition. And then when we get it to analyze it, we also double check that it is in a sealed condition before we begin our testing.
All right. Agent Gray, you were asked to perform numerous tests on evidence in connection with the Evelyn Boswell case. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
All right. And you received items in the lab on several different occasions. That be correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So I'm going to start with the first batch of items that you received on March the 4th of 2020, which resulted in your first report that was issued on March the 10th of 2020. When you received those first items, what were you attempting to do or to find within the evidence that it was sent to you?
For this first batch of items. The Evelyn had not been found yet, so these were items that said that they belonged to her. So I was trying to generate a DNA profile that could be put in the missing persons database.
So at this point in time, you had no profile with which to compare because the body had not been found, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And if you would kind of describe for the jury the process that you went in trying to develop a profile from those items.
So this was a box of clothing that said belonged to Evelyn, bracelets, a baby book, stuffed animals. There was also items that were submitted from different areas that had been collected from previous investigations. So with looking for something I could generate a profile from, I was looking at the neck area because babies drool. So I thought that would be a good source of DNA. For the first batch, I didn't get anything. The items could have been washed. So her profile wasn't generated until the next report with the next batch of items.
Okay. And specifically, which item you mentioned that you were looking for drool? Which item were you testing in that first?
For the first report, it was the first birthday shirt from the baby box.
Okay. And I noticed in the report it says that staining was observed with alternate light source screening in the
Yes.
neck area. Okay. And was there any sort of profile you developed at all?
It was a mixture of at least 2 individuals, but since it was a mixture, I could not use that as her DNA standard since it wasn't single source.
Okay. So essentially, and also in looking at your report, it looks like there was a silver clip that you also, I guess, attempted to.
Yes,
develop a
hair
profile
clips and a diaper. I believe these were found in Mendota, Virginia.
Okay. And again, were you able to develop a profile from those?
No, there was no DNA on any of those items.
All right. Agent Gray, I'm going to pass you a document and ask you if you recognize it.
Yes, this is a copy of my forensic biology report dated March 10th, 2020.
Okay. And does that reflect your findings or lack thereof
Yes.
on the first batch of testing that you did?
Yes.
Judge, we move to make that exhibit number 245.
No objection. Exhibit 245.
Now, Agent Gray, I want to ask you about another report. You were aware of an item of evidence, which was a trash can that was collected from the scene. Is that correct?
Yes.
And if there are, I guess, different disciplines or different testing that's going to be done, for instance, if an item is going to be tested by forensic biology division as well as Slayton fingerprints, is it possible that a piece of evidence would be sent between the labs?
Yes, the Knoxville Crime Lab does not have a latent print unit, so all evidence that requests latents are sent to the Nashville lab.
Okay. And so specifically in this case, was the trash can being sent to latent prints to have prints done?
Yes.
All right. And as a result of that, did the Nashville lab collect some swabs from the trash can in order for you to perform DNA testing at a later date?
Yes, Dr. Christina Proctor collected swabs for me to test later.
And Agent Gray, I'm going to hand you another document, ask if you recognize that.
This is a copy of the report that was written by Christina Proctor stating the areas of the trash can that she swabbed.
Okay. So that just reflects the fact that they did, in fact, collect swabs from the trash can. Is
Yes.
that correct? Judge, we move to make that report number 246.
Objection? No, sir. 5246.
All right. Agent Gray, the next batch of items that you tested, those were items that had been taken from the trash can and from trash bags that were found in the area where the victim was located. At the point in time which you began your testing on these items, had you received additional information as far as the profile of the victim was concerned?
Yes, I received a call from Special Agent Brian Fraley the night that Evelyn was found regarding her condition. And they were just making sure that a body could generate a DNA profile after it had decomposed that badly.
Okay. And did you subsequently receive items from the forensic pathology department at ETSU after the autopsy had been performed?
Yes, I received a blanket that she was found wrapped in, her diaper, clothing, and an FTA card, which is a DNA standard from blood of the victim.
And so after you received the FTA card, were you able to generate a profile of the victim?
Yes, I went back and worked the pants belonging to Evelyn Boswell and a shirt that belonged to Evelyn Boswell. I compared that to the FTA card that was submitted and it matched.
Okay. So you were able to perform testing on those items that you've previously been unable to?
Yes.
Is that correct? All right. And if you would kind of walk us through the items, the first item, was that the pants?
Are you looking at the report March 11th?
Yes,
Okay.
I am. Sorry.
Yes. Yes.
Item 1D, sorry.
Yeah, that was the pants.
Okay. What were your findings in regards to the pants that have been submitted?
So I tested the inside waistband, looking for skin cells that had rubbed off her waist area, and it matched. The DNA profile was consistent with a mixture of at least 3 individuals, but the major contributor matched Exhibit 14A, the FTA card from the unidentified female, and then Exhibit 13A, Megan Boswell, was excluded.
Okay. Is that unusual to see mixtures of 3 individuals on a piece of clothing?
No, it is not.
And why is that?
Just because of commingling in the laundry. When they get washed, of course, DNA is getting mixed together. Even with articles of clothing, if they hadn't have been washed prior to her wearing them, you're looking at people that might have picked up the clothing at the store or people that manufactured the clothing. We could still get their DNA on clothing items.
And again, you identified the major contributor as being the victim in this case, correct?
Yes, there was enough major DNA profile to do a comparison.
And on item 1F, which was the shirt, what were your findings in regards to that item?
So the neck area was swabbed for that item, and the DNA profile was consistent with a mixture of at least 2 individuals, including at least 1 male. The major contributor profile matched Exhibit 14A, the FTA card from an unidentified female, and Exhibit 13A, Megan Boswell, was excluded.
Okay. Now, talk for a minute just about the fact you said that it included at least 1 male. How do you know that?
From the DNA profile that we generate, it has a sex indicator marker, which is, of course, the XY chromosome. And in this instant, the Y chromosome showed up.
But you cannot tell anything else about the profile other than the fact that it was male. Is that
Correct.
correct?
It was too low to do any comparisons with.
Were there any other items that were tested as part of your report that was done on March the 11th, 2020?
No, this one was just the pants and the buckle standard from Megan Boswell and the FTA card from the unidentified female. And then this report was given to the ME for identification purposes.
Okay. So that was the purpose of your testing
Yes.
in this report. Okay. And you prepared a report that you then sent to the medical examiner's office?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to hand you a document, Agent Gray, and ask you if you can recognize that.
Yes, this is a copy of the report dated March 11th, 2020.
And is that a true and accurate copy of the report that you prepared of your findings?
Yes.
Renee? Judge,
I'm
is it-
I'm confused. Who's the guy?
I don't know.
Okay, and another question is, Aunt E, did you see my text?
Yes, I texted you back.
Okay.
I'm confused
The,
as to where they found that
next
DNA
results
evidence.
that you reported.
Okay, hold on.
Those would be on your report from March the 25th of 2020.
Okay, so sorry, the dogs are barking. So
What were they talking about? An FTA card?
well, I don't know what an FTA card is.
I don't either.
Does anybody know in chat?
Does anybody know what they're referring to as having
I'll-
male DNA on it?
An FTA card?
That's
I'm gonna
what
look
she
that up.
said. Yeah.
I don't know what that means. Did you take the dogs
Oh,
out?
an FTA card is a filter paper card with chemicals that preserve biological samples for DNA and RNA.
Oh. But we don't know who the guy is.
Right.
And where did they collect?
I don't know. I missed it.
Okay.
Yes, that's right. Old McMary's journal said I can only imagine how much DNA touch DNA I have on my last Amazon order.
No kidding. Okay. So where did they collect this? She's very technical, so I zoned out. I mean, I'll be honest. Evelyn's waistband of her clothing. Thank you, reality. She's amazing.
Okay.
Okay.
Now
They
let's go.
They
from where-
found a man's DNA on the waistband of Evelyn's clothing.
And Sandy said from the trash can and the items of clothing.
Oh, okay. Oh, I guess there must be something shocking coming.
Oh, I thought she meant just sitting on your hand so you don't get fingerprints on things.
No, I think she means so that she doesn't tell us what we're getting ready to find out.
The
Welcome in, Joe.
items there were ones that were taken from
Thank
the
you,
trash
Sandy.
can and the trash bags. Is that correct?
Yes.
And we'll start with the first item, which was a piece of chewed gum from the trash can, identified
go.
in the report as Exhibit 7A.
The chewing
Did you
gum.
perform testing on that
I did.
item?
Yes, I
Okay.
did.
If we could we pass Agent Gray Exhibit number 197?
I've been saying the chewing gum is gonna
Should be a bag, small bag.
make this case. Hi, Cheryl Jones. She says, I've heard that anybody who your clothes were washed with that can previously that can happen. That's interesting. Right. That's what I'm trying to
Gray, will you
understand,
take a
Dreaming.
look at that and see if you recognize it.
Yes, this is my Exhibit 7A, which is the chewed gum. This is the seal, has my initials on it. This barcode, this is what is generated by the evidence receiving unit that has that unique laboratory case number. And this is how the internal chain of custody is maintained throughout the lab. And these are, of course, my initials.
Trigger warning here,
Recognize your
reality.
initials there on that item.
Yes,
All right. Did you perform analysis on that particular item?
I did.
And if you would, tell us what the results were that you obtained.
The DNA profile matched Exhibit 13A, Megan Boswell. The probability of randomly selecting an unrelated individual who would be included as a contributor of the DNA profile is 1 in a number greater than the current world population.
Any other profiles besides that?
No, that was a single source profile.
Okay.
Well,
We know whose gum it is.
You can hand her Exhibit number 217
Oh boy.
against your bag.
yeah.
Oh.
So that's pretty strong day.
I love all that.
Yeah. Right. Well, we
That-
knew
that's-
this Gum was
That
going to be a big
doesn't
deal.
mean if we didn't have the evidence of Hunter wanting the baby found, he still could have helped, and the gun's still been hers. So
That's a good question.
It says blue gloves.
Yes.
Oh, it was too low to
here's,
identify.
here's the glove.
It does not have a barcode or my ID on it, so I don't know if I work this.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Hand that back for a second.
So you're saying there's a chance.
Pants and buckle.
Actually, they're saying there is no chance, basically.
I'm gonna come back to that.
Greater than the human population.
Right.
I like the way she said that.
That would not be
If
reasonable.
we could hand her exhibit.
She's not somebody you want to mess with. You can tell. She's all business, and she's irritated. She's not happy.
She didn't look irritated. She just looks professional.
No, she wants her to
You
go down.
recognize that item.
Yes,
I feel it.
What is it?
this is my exhibit 18A, which was a cold and cough medicine bottle. There's the barcode that is generated by the TBI and the
She
seal
drugged
that I
her.
placed on it after I was done with the evidence.
Cold and cough medicine bottle?
And
Wait,
did you perform analysis on that particular item?
I did.
And if you would, tell us what the results were of your analysis.
The outside of the bottle was swabbed. A limited DNA profile was obtained and is consistent with a mixture of at least 2 individuals, including at least 1 male. Due to the limited profile obtained and the unknown number of potential contributors, interpretation is inconclusive.
Hmm.
All right.
thank you, Castle.
So
Castle's
you were
watching
not
ahead.
able to form any kind of profile at all. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So regardless of whose DNA, other profiles you would have had, there would have been no way for you to match that with anyone. Is that?
Correct. It has to meet a certain strength before we do any comparisons to it, and this did not meet that quality.
And can we next hand her exhibit number 200?
So why would that have been significant?
I'm feeling like they drugged her with something. I don't know. Well, I mean, I guess that's possible.
You recognize it?
Yes, this is my exhibit number 19A, which is a Dasani water bottle. Here's the TBI barcode, and this was the seal that I placed on it when I completed it.
And did you perform analysis on that particular item?
I did.
The
And
dog
what were
wants
your
it.
findings?
So the mouth area and inside of the cap was swabbed for testing. The DNA profile is consistent with a mixture of at least 2 individuals. The major contributor profile is consistent with Exhibit 13A, Megan Boswell. It also had World Pop stats, and the minor profile was inconclusive.
And if we could next hand her exhibit 211.
You all can't see me, but it's like doggy city here. Whoops.
I keep hitting it. Stop.
Look, I've got dogs everywhere.
Do you recognize that?
I do.
And what is it?
This is my Exhibit 20A, which is a great value water bottle. There's the TBI barcode, my ID, and the seal that was placed on it with my initials.
And again, I'd ask you, did you perform analysis on that particular item?
I did.
And what were your findings?
The mouth and inside the cap area were swabbed in this item also. The DNA profile is consistent with Exhibit 14A, Evelyn Boswell, with World Pop stats.
No other profiles on that particular item?
There was an additional allele at one of the locations, but nothing was, it was inconclusive.
Okay. Next, if we could hand her
That's interesting.
number 212.
Oh, thank you, reality.
I haven't seen you yet. I don't think want to be sleuthing something, but
I I do.
It's one
This
thing
is
to
my
step in the gun,
exhibit
but to have a piece come back to
22A,
haunt
which
you
is
5
a
years later
whiskey
is just
water
mind
bottle,
blowing.
The TBI barcode with my ID and the seal that was placed on it when I was finished.
And did you perform analysis on that piece of evidence?
I did.
And what were your findings?
So once again, the mouth area and the inside of the cap was swabbed for testing, and the DNA profile matched Exhibit 13A, Megan Boswell, with World Pop Stats.
World Pop Stats.
Mhm.
Next, we could hand you exhibits 213.
What was that item?
Another water bottle. This is the third one.
And this is all the trash bag that Evelyn was in as well. Is that what this is?
I don't know if it's the stuff outside the trash bag, in the trash can, but
Mhm.
not in a bag. I'm not sure.
Yeah, that's where I'm going, Castle.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I picked up what were you just handed 213?
Yes,
Do you recognize that? I'm sorry.
that's okay. Yes, it is my Exhibit 24A. It is a Food Club water bottle. Here's
Well,
the
they drinks a lot of
TBI
water.
barcode label and my seal that I put on it. When
All stuff in the trash can.
And
Mhm.
did you perform analysis on that particular item?
I did.
And what were your findings?
So once again, the mouth area and inside the cap was tested. Quantification results did not indicate a sufficient amount of human DNA for analysis, so no further testing was performed.
All right. And
Hi, Hot Mess.
next,
Welcome
we
in.
enter 223, which should be one of the pillows.
I can't hardly do anything. I got too many dogs on me. 20, 230.
Do you recognize that item?
Yes, this is my Exhibit 33A, which is a white pillow. There is the TBI barcode and my
I was
seal with
curious
my
about
ID.
this.
Yeah.
And did you perform analysis on that?
I did.
Okay. If you would tell us what your findings were.
So the first thing I did was screen the item with the ALS looking for saliva where somebody slept on it. And the center of the area did indicate a positive result. So that area was cut for testing. And the DNA profile is consistent with a mixture of at least 2 individuals, including at least 1 male. The major contributor profile is consistent with Exhibit 14A, Evelyn Boswell, and with World Pop Stats, but the minor contributor profile was inconclusive. The edges were also tested on the pillow, and this DNA profile obtained is consistent with a mixture of at least 3 individuals, including at least 1 male, but due to the complexity of the mixture, it was deemed to be inconclusive.
Hmm.
So the only profile you were able to develop was the victim, Evelyn Boswell. Is that
Could
correct?
be an unknown
Yes, from
booty
the
call.
center of the pillow.
That's what Angel thinks.
Hmm
We can't add them to the counter
You
until
could hand her exhibit number 224
They're named.
next. It also should be a pillow.
And yes, Tina, the medicine was found in the trash can.
And these pillows were not in the trash can, were they?
They were
Who
from the
recognized that
they were
item?
from the trailer,
Yes,
I believe. weren't they?
is,
I don't know.
a white pillow with yellow staining. Here is the TBI barcode with my ID. And down here is the seal that was placed on it after I was finished.
And did you perform testing on that particular item?
I did.
And what were your findings?
There was staining on this item, so I first tested it for the presence of blood, but it was negative. The center of the profile was tested. The quantification results did not indicate a sufficient amount of human DNA for further analysis. And the edges of the pillow were tested and a limited DNA profile was obtained, but due to the limited profile, interpretation was inconclusive.
In the playhouse, there were 3 pillows. Yeah.
15.
Okay.
I feel like they collected a pillow from that trailer too, though. It may not be important.
I think all they got, the only thing they showed as evidence was the stroller that they had in that building from the trailer.
Yeah, but they collected something from inside. They had it covered. It looked like it could be like the shape of a pillow, I think.
You recognize what's been handed to you?
I do. This is my Exhibit 39A, which is a nuke baby bottle with contents. Here is the TBI barcode and the seal that I placed on it.
And did you perform analysis on that baby bottle?
I did.
And what were your findings?
So the nipple area was swabbed and the DNA profile matched Exhibit 14A, Evelyn Boswell. And the sides of the bottle were also swabbed. The DNA profile was consistent with a mixture of at least 2 individuals. The major contributor profile was consistent with Exhibit 14A, Evelyn Boswell, and the minor contributor profile was inconclusive.
Thank you, Walter's mom. I missed that about the pillows somehow.
Agent Gray, I'm going to hand you an item, ask you if you can recognize that.
Yes, this is
Yeah,
my
it's
Exhibit
confusing.
9A, which is blue latex gloves with hair. This is the TBI barcode
hair.
and my seal on
Uh-oh.
top.
And did you perform analysis on that item?
I did.
Okay. And what were your findings in regards to that?
Inside this bag are 3 blue latex gloves. The inside of glove 1 was a limited DNA profile of at least 2 individuals, including at least 1 male. Due to the limited profile obtained, it was inconclusive. The outside of glove 1 was a mixture of at least 2 individuals. Due to the limited profile obtained, it was also inconclusive. The inside of glove 2, a limited profile was obtained, including at least 1 male. Due to the limited profile obtained, interpretation was inconclusive. The outside of glove 2, a limited DNA profile was obtained. It was also inconclusive. Possible hairs were collected from this item, but returned with the evidence because the TBI does not work hair. The inside of glove 3, a
Find
limited
somebody that
DNA
does.
profile was obtained. It was inconclusive. And the outside of glove 3, a limited DNA profile obtained, which was also inconclusive.
So no conclusive profiles on any of the
No.
gloves. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And no, Evelyn didn't find any DNA profiles consistent with the victim on any part of the gloves. Is
No.
that correct? Okay.
Yeah.
Judge, at this time, I would move to make the gloves as Exhibit 248.
Any objection?
Well, I don't understand the
She probably needs
significance.
to- I don't think did you open those up?
I didn't.
Okay. Do you care to open those
Oh,
up?
yeah.
Why would you, just because you don't do hair, wouldn't you send it to a lab that does do hair?
Maybe they're going to have somebody come in that talks about hair.
They might have sent it to a different lab.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Who is this male?
I know. That's what I'm wondering.
Pretty consistent.
Mhm.
I've got a guess, but I'm not going to say.
I know who you're thinking.
You don't know who I'm thinking.
Yeah.
This is the first glove, glove 1. It has a 1 on it.
I've got an idea.
And this is glove number 2. Or, sorry, that was glove number 3. This is glove number 2. As you can see, they're shredded.
Probably our hot mess.
Okay. I guess I'm not picking up what you're laying down. I don't know what you're thinking.
It's
Knows
you.
where the gloves are taken.
Yes.
Testified to. Judge, I think we 248.
I have a guess, but I'm probably wrong. Yeah, Rita's right. The male could have been any of them that she was around.
But why would they be touching these gloves?
Exactly.
I'm going to
Agent Gray,
guess.
Did you prepare a report of your findings in regards to those items?
But
I do.
water bottles I get.
I'm gonna
The gloves I
hand you
don't
the
get.
document.
Yeah. Dreaming says, and the male was involved before, after, or both.
Let's see if you recognize that.
Yeah.
Yes, this is a copy of my forensic biology report dated March 25th, 2020.
Is that a true and accurate copy of your report that you
Yes.
issued on that date? Judge, we move to make that exhibit number
Do you
249.
want me to tell you who I think it is?
Any objection?
That's sure.
I might be wrong, though.
You think it's dad?
Now, Agent Gray, obviously you've tested a number of items in regards to this case. Is it common when you're working a case, especially a situation like this where you've got a missing child that's later recovered, do you speak with investigators who are working the case in order to determine which items are best for you to test and which might have more or less evidentiary value?
Yes, we do.
And was that done in this particular case?
Yes, I spoke with Agent Brian Fraley and Agent David Gratz on multiple occasions regarding this case.
And as a result of that, were certain items, I guess, initially you thought may not have had evidentiary value, but then later on you decided to test anyway to see perhaps they had more value?
Yeah, there were some items that weren't tested on the front.
Did you all hear that phrase? He said, so you didn't think that at the beginning this had any evidentiary value? You know, some things we've heard that may or may not have evidentiary value. I just thought that was interesting. Just caught my ear.
In because like the baby food containers, just because we expected if there was DNA, if it was Evelyn's, we didn't know how probative that was to the case. But later on, we did decide to go ahead and test those items.
Okay. And specifically, I want to ask you about a blanket, which I believe was your item number 36C.
Oh, that's a good thought, Becky.
Yes.
Was that in fact a blanket?
Yes.
Maybe.
And was that item initially not worked due to the amount of, or why was that? Now, let me ask you this way. Why was that item not initially worked by you?
I don't remember the sycamore
Due to
trees.
the amount of decomposition fluid on the blanket, decomposition fluid contains waste and bacteria and water. And what that does is it finds the DNA and it doesn't destroy it, but it defragments it enough that we can't generate a DNA profile. So if I were to put it on my instrument, it's so fragmented that it can't resequence it. So in this instance, it wasn't originally worked due to the amount of decomposition fluid on the blanket.
Did you all ultimately make a decision later on to take a shot at it, I guess?
Yes, after speaking with Special Agent Gratz, we decided to only see if there were areas that were not stained and possibly get DNA off of that. So I tested the areas that didn't appear to have decomposition fluid on it and did not test the stained areas.
And were you able to develop any sort of profiles as a result of your testing?
It was a limited DNA profile that was a mixture of at least 2 individuals, but due to the limited profile obtained, it was inconclusive.
All right. And did you prepare a report of your findings in that regard?
I did.
I'm going to hand you a document, Agent Gray, and ask you if you can identify it.
Oh, I didn't realize that hot mess.
Yes, this
Oh my
is
goodness.
an accurate copy of my
Pause.
biology report
Pause a
dated
second.
April 22nd.
What?
Hot Mess says Mrs. E, near where she was found is a ton of sycamore trees. And when mom's boyfriend was released from jail, he was singing a song about sycamore trees to the news to interview him leaving jail.
I did not catch that.
Wow. Did not know that.
Well, we weren't really involved with the case as it was happening and all that.
That's true.
So that's probably why we didn't know that.
And, you know, I didn't bother to look at interviews from him or her.
We might need to go back and do that. But, I mean, they were on a compound. I didn't think there was tons of sycamore trees. I really didn't see a lot of trees by the playhouse or the shed.
My mind automatically went to her father.
Well, just
like
because,
I because I speculated to you earlier. I feel like maybe he
knew there was some kind of accident or something.
He went over there and investigated before.
Mm-hmm. That's why he directed them there.
That's why he directed them there when they weren't getting there themselves. That's what I was thinking. Not that he had anything to do with it, just that he discovered it and did not, he's got legal problems already and he did not want them, to be implicated. So he's like, I think you need to go check over there. So I don't know. That's kind of what I was thinking. But this is crazy.
Oh, I didn't think about the cleaning guy. The cleaning guy did remove stuff into that shed from the trailer. So if there was male DNA on things like that, it could have been over to that little shed out of the trailer when he was cleaning it.
Yeah, Reality One says, wait for it, listen to her report. So I guess we're about to find out. I wonder if this is fun for you watching us learn it in what you already
Is that
know.
a true and accurate copy of your report in regards to your findings on the blanket?
Yes.
Judge, I'd move to make that full exhibit number 250.
Any objection? Yes, sir. Full exhibit 250.
Share Tybay, share Tybay.
Agent Gray, the next item I want to talk about is the foil sheeting.
We love
Talk a
you
little
too,
bit
Hot
about
Mess.
the condition of the foil as you received it there in the lab.
It received it. It was heavily stained with orangish brown fluids or staining. There wasn't a lot of staining or areas that were not stained. And there were pieces that were wadded up together. But I think there were 5 pieces in total.
There you go. That's the
We did,
$500
again,
guy,
Agent
right?
Gray, exhibits 201 and 203. One is that white box sitting right there.
Trigger warning.
You recognize those items?
Yes, this is my exhibit 15A. This was my seal down here at the bottom. And this is my exhibit, also 15A, but it was just piece 3. And then my seal is at the bottom.
Okay.
Oh, is
that
this the
foil
foil?
sheeting that you tested?
Yes.
Here we go with the foil again,
If you
y'all.
would, tell us what the results of your testing on those items were.
So for all of the foil sheeting, presumptive testing, chemical testing indicated the presence of blood, but presumptive immunological testing did not indicate the presence of human hemoglobin, which is a component of human blood. And for all of the stained and non-stained areas, which were 10 areas total that were tested, the quantification results did not indicate the presence of human DNA. So these items were sent to the latent print laboratory.
All right. And did you prepare a report of your findings in regards to the foil sheeting?
I did.
I'm going to hand you a document and ask you if you can identify it.
This is a copy of my report dated March 12th, 2021.
All right. And is that a true and accurate copy of your findings in regards to the foil sheeting you just testified to?
It is.
Judge, I'd move to make that exhibit number 251.
Full exhibit 51.
Thank you, Shirley.
Thank you, Shirley.
Finally, Agent Gray, I'm going to, again, we mentioned the fact earlier that sometimes through communications you were asked to test additional items. Is that correct?
Yes.
And this last batch of testing that you did, was also some additional material that was found in the trash bag.
Oh, welcome, Jules. We appreciate
Where
you.
the victim's body was recovered. Is that
Thank you,
correct?
Jules.
Yes, there was a black spoon, some Gerber baby food. One was a apple mango strawberry flavor. The other was a banana blueberry flavor. And then there was a tissue.
kind of walk through these one at a time. You mentioned a black spoon. What were your results in regards to that item?
So the mouth area was swabbed for testing, and quantification did not indicate the presence of human DNA, so it was not taken any further.
And what about the Gerber apple, mango, strawberry baby food?
The sides of the pouch was swabbed. There was still food on the mouth area of the swab, so I stayed away from it just due to bacteria and focused on the sides of the swab, the sides of the pouch. And quantification was inconclusive for the presence of human DNA, so no further testing was performed.
And what about the Gerber banana blueberry baby food?
So once again, the sides of the pouch were swabbed, and quantification did not indicate the presence of human DNA.
Could I see exhibit 164?
Man, she was staring some daggers over there.
She's just all business.
Yeah, she gave Megan a look though.
Good for her. I'd be giving her a look too.
She just has a job to do. She's doing it.
I'm glad she's doing it.
I'm sorry, 214. I'm sorry, wrong number.
She has no bias. She just, it's science.
I want to see it first. Yes.
Sadly, I was hoping they'd get more DNA from that stuff.
Well,
Maybe we haven't heard it all.
you can do your science and still be biased after getting the.
Of course.
It would be hard to not, lay it out and not be biased.
Thank you, Graham. I'm going to hand
Well,
you
like Reality
what's
Win says,
previously introduced as
the gloves are
exhibit
probably the
214.
reason there's not more DNA in this stuff.
As you
Right.
recognize that.
Yes, this is my exhibit 37A, which is a tissue. Here's the barcode.
Okay. And did you perform analysis on that particular item?
I did.
Okay. And what were your findings in regards to the tissue?
So this tissue was heavily saturated in a reddish brown stain. So I initially tested for the presence of blood, and presumptive chemical testing indicated the presence of blood, and presumptive immunological testing indicated the presence of human hemoglobin, which is a component of human blood. And the DNA profile matched exhibit 13A, Megan Boswell, with World Pop Stats.
Okay. Using the expression world pop stats, what does that mean?
So right now, the current world population is over 8 billion people, and out of 8 billion people, no one in the world has the same DNA profile as the one that generated.
So you can say with pretty certain confidence that this was Megan Boswell's profile that you found. Is that
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
Agent Gray, I'm going to hand you a document and ask you if you recognize that one.
This is a copy of my forensic biology report dated October 22nd, 2021.
And is that a true and accurate copy of your findings?
It is.
That was issued. Judge, I would move to introduce that as exhibits 252.
Full exhibit 252.
Let's hope so.
Agent Gray, in addition to your responsibilities and duties within the lab there, are you also a member of the TBI's violent crime response team?
Currently, I am not. When I became a supervisor, they took me off the VCRT, so that was 2022. But in 2020, I was a team leader and a forensic biologist for VCRT.
Okay, so back in February of 2020, you were a member of that team.
Yes.
Tell us how you really feel,
And
Reality.
Specifically in regards to this case, were you asked as a member of the violent crime response team to perform a couple of searches?
Yes,
Oh.
I was.
All right, and
Let me see it. What the sticker is.
specifically on February the 19th of 2020, Did you go to Middlesboro?
Thank you, Jules. That's so
Search
cute.
A 2018 red
This is
Chevy
critical.
Cruze.
Thank you, Jules.
We received the request on February 19th. We went to Middlesboro on February 20th.
Okay. And did you in fact perform a search on a 2018 red Chevy Cruze?
I did.
And what were y'all looking for?
In this instance, we were just asked to process for the presence of blood to see if maybe, since the victim had not been located, if there might have been blood in the car.
All right. And did you all find anything of evidentiary value searching through the car?
No, it was negative for the presence of blood, and we did not collect anything from the car.
Okay.
And subsequent to that, you also received a request around February the 28th of 2020 to search a mobile home that was located at 967 Sugar Hollow Road in Blumpville, Tennessee.
Yes, we received the request on February 27th, and we went on February 28th to 967 Sugar Hollow Road.
All right. And again, what were you searching for there at that location?
At that location, we were searching for the presence of blood, and we were also searching for Evelyn.
Find anything of evidentiary value at that location?
No, everything was presumptively negative for blood, and we did not collect any evidence. VCRT did not collect evidence.
1 second, Joe.
So we don't have anything in the car, in that red car she had mentioned earlier.
No.
Megan's car. Of course, if they transported her in the
Thank you,
trash
Mr.
can, there
Gray.
may
If
not
you
be.
would, answer any
Right.
questions Scott has for you.
Can I see exhibit 249, please?
Yeah, Shirley, you're ahead of us. And I think you're telling us that we need to be disappointed by the fingerprint person, which is upsetting because I think we all want all of these people to be amazing.
Good afternoon, Agent Gray. How are you?
I'm good. How are you doing?
I'm good. Thank you for asking. I am currently looking at exhibit 249, which is your report of March 25th, 2020. Do you have that in front of you?
I do.
I want to ask you specifically about the blue gloves.
Okay.
The blue gloves, there are 3 blue gloves. Is that correct?
Yes.
And 2 of those gloves had male DNA. You can confirm that.
Yes. The inside of glove 1 had male DNA. And the inside of glove 2 also had male DNA. And that was it.
And if you would explain to the jury how you determine something is male DNA versus female DNA, just briefly.
So when we see, it's called an electropherogram, which is a visual representation of an individual's DNA profile. You have your sex determining marker, which is called amylogenin. If it's an XX, that means it's a female individual. If it's an XY, then it is a male individual. And on those instances, that Y marker showed up.
Now, you talked about some of these DNA profiles not being able to be tested further. Is that correct?
Yes.
Is that because of the TBI standards for testing, or it's just impossible to do?
No, we could do it, but we've done multiple testing, and there is a quantitation limit that we know we're going to generate a DNA profile versus we're not going to get anything. So in this instance, I do believe that all of these were taken through all the way through the DNA analysis, and just it was too limited to say anything about. But mostly across the nation, we follow the same QAS guidelines, which are set forth by the FBI. So it's not just TBI specific, and they are specific into the quality of DNA before we can interpret it.
Would other labs have greater capabilities?
Not to my knowledge, is if they are accredited by the same accrediting body, they have to follow the same QAS guidelines.
Okay. So it's your testimony that no lab in the world would be able to perform more specific testing than a TBI lab?
There's probably labs out there that might do a different type of DNA that we do, but that we follow like STR DNA.
So to your knowledge, these profiles were not tested by anyone after you got finished with them. Is that correct?
That is correct.
What about the glove, outside of glove twos mentioned, hairs were collected from that exhibit?
Yes.
Did you photograph the hairs?
No, I did not. I just documented the hairs.
Okay. Did you make a note of, are they long hairs? Are they short hairs, color, anything like that?
I do believe. The palm was shredded with white residue and hair on the fingers, and the hair is dark.
Okay, the hair is dark.
Yes.
But you didn't make any issue, nothing about length or anything else?
No, it was just that it was dark in color.
Okay.
Quit moving. Wait.
Let's talk about the pillow. I'm having a difficult time on this finding the pillow.
32A.
Thank you. The pillow had Evelyn Boswell's DNA on it. Is that correct?
Yes, in the center of the pillow.
I doubt it, Becky.
Did you tell us that came from saliva or what that came from?
I did not do any testing for saliva, but the area I did test tested positive for what was indicated luminescence. So it could have been sweat or saliva.
Okay. And it also had male DNA. Is that correct?
Yes, it did.
Were those two mixed in the same spot or?
Yes, it was the same, the center area that I took a cutting from. So it would have been the same area.
Bear with me one second. A bottle, like a medicine bottle
Yes,
found in the trash can. What number was it? Do you have that?
it was Exhibit 18A.
Yes, ma'am, 18A. That's what I'm looking for. And that item, it was tested and were you able to determine if it had male DNA?
I was able to determine that it had male DNA, but it was inconclusive for any comparison purposes.
And as far as other DNA, were you able to determine if you could link anyone else to the bottle with DNA?
No, not, but once it's deemed inconclusive, no comparisons are performed.
Okay, just 1 minute, Judge.
So he said the defense needs a minute there. So what are we thinking on the cleanup guy? Are we thinking that what happened is Evelyn's already in the playhouse, and when he does the cleanup job or whatever, he just throws some other trash in there? Oh, I can't hear you, Auntie.
Ms. Gray, were you ever asked to compare any of these items to Hunter Woods or Preston Hunter Woods DNA?
I never received a standard for Hunter Wood, but I did not need it.
Thank you.
Casey Gray, I guess I'll follow up on your last answer there. When you said you didn't need it, why didn't you need it?
I didn't have any unknown male profiles to compare it to.
Okay, so there was nothing there that you would have been able to compare to anyway, correct?
Correct.
So all these male profiles Mr. Scott's asked you about were also limited. There's no way you could have drawn it. If I had submitted to you every DNA sample from every male in the world, you would not have been able to tell me
Correct.
who it was, correct?
I wouldn't even ran them since I didn't have any unknown male DNA.
Thank you. That's all.
I could just clarify, you did have unknown male DNA on those items we just went over.
There was male, yes, unknown limited male DNA, but since there wasn't strong enough for me to do any comparisons, even if they would have sent in the standard, I wouldn't have ran it.
Thank you.
Blows that up too. So I'm wrong about the cleanup. So
That's all.
why do we think the cleanup guy's stuff was there?
Well, it depends on if a body and trash can was initially put in the building, because the cleanup guy put the stuff from the trailer in the building adjacent to the trailer, not over on Tommy's property. They're two different locations.
I see.
The trailer park is where they got in the building and got the stroller out that they showed on one of the first days.
Okay.
That was from the building, and he had put that in the building along with the other stuff that he got from the trailer. But that has nothing to do with the garbage can and the bags of trash at Tommy's in the playhouse. Those are completely different things, unless the garbage can was in the building and it was moved to Tommy's.
Right.
But if they got stuff from the building, it could have male DNA from where he picked it up and cleaned it. Threw it in there.
It is odd though that guy refused to come to court and then had to pay the $500 contempt. That's odd. Why would you do? That just seems sketchy in my opinion.
But Marie said male DNA on the pillow in the center is something too.
Yeah, they wouldn't have brought that up otherwise.
Pause just a second. I'll explain.
Before you explain, no, go ahead and explain. That's fine.
What I was going to say though, the male DNA on the pillow could be where the guy just picked the pillow up in the middle with his hand and threw it in the building. And what they're saying is there wasn't enough DNA substance. They could only tell it had been touched by a male, but there wasn't DNA evidence to test against anyone else's DNA. It was just almost like a touch. Like if my husband touched this and washed the cup, you could still find male DNA on it. But just like you could if he picked up that pillow in the middle of the pillow and threw it in that building. But it doesn't mean that the middle of the pillow had like saliva or that would have been enough DNA to test against someone else's.
Makes sense. That makes sense.
Okay, Aunt E, one of us has to take middle E to his doctor's appointments today, and one has to pick up the others. Will you be able to stay while we do that?
Yes.
Okay.
I should be able to. When are you going?
Probably leaving close to the same time I'm leaving in about 15 minutes.
Okay.
And
yeah,
then
I
he'll
can
be
stay.
doing something similar.
Okay, but is Mr. E coming right back?
He is. He's just getting the other two and then coming back.
Okay, that'll work.
Thank you. I just wanted to say that real quick.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that's right.
What?
I think that Evelyn was only in the middle.
Yeah, I think so too.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
And if you would state your name for the record, please.
David Hoover, David
I know this name.
Hoover.
Thank you. And
I know this name.
Someone mentioned it earlier.
Tennessee Bureau of Investigation, the Nashville Crime Laboratory in the latent fingerprint or latent print unit.
And what is your title or position there?
I'm a special agent forensic scientist.
And Agent Hoover, if you would kind of give the jury a brief overview of what your duties are there within the latent print division.
My duties typically include processing evidence for fingerprints, any developed fingerprints or any developed prints that I find on the evidence I photograph or in some way capture them, then compare them and make identifications to individuals if that's possible. Also enter stuff into the APHIS database, search through the database for individuals as well. I also write my reports and testify in courts of law.
That's interesting,
You
Hot
mentioned
Mess.
the APHIS database. Could you explain what that is?
The APHIS database is essentially a database of fingerprint cards that we have on file at the TBI. And then we're able to search unknown fingerprints against that database to see if we can find an individual who may have left that print.
And how long have you been doing this there at the TBI?
I started in March of 2000, so about almost 25 years.
If you would tell us a little bit about your educational background that allows you to perform those duties there at the TBI.
My background includes a Bachelor of Science degree in biology from David Lipscomb University with a minor in chemistry. Then at the TBI itself, I underwent a 2-year training period under court qualified fingerprint examiners with over 100 years of experience. Since then, I've also had training from the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, the Mississippi State Crime Laboratory, Arizona State Crime Laboratory, I believe, other agencies that have produced classes, as well as gone to conventions and things that also had classes throughout those 25 years.
How many examinations would you say that you've performed over your almost 25 years there at the lab?
At this point, I would think it was in the tens, if not hundreds of thousands.
Wow.
Do you hold any certifications in the field?
I do. I'm a certified latent print examiner with the International Association for Identification.
And what type of technical equipment do you have there that you use at the lab?
We typically use a lot of the same things you actually see on TV. A lot of times you will see the dust fingerprint on a car or window or something, and they'll dust it and lift it. We actually still do that. We also use fluorescent dyes, which fluoresce at different wavelengths. So we have light sources that do different wavelengths as well. We now also have a system that we've had actually for quite a while. It's called RUVIS, which is Reflective Ultraviolet Light Imaging System. And they've learned that under certain wavelength of light, in this situation, 254 nanometer light, it will, the oils and the sweat of the fingerprints will reflect, and you can actually capture them photographically with that system.
And is this pretty standard equipment that's used across the country in various labs?
Pretty much, yes, I believe so.
Agent Hoover, have you been qualified to testify as an expert witness in the criminal courts here in Tennessee?
Yes, I have.
And after having been qualified as an expert, have you then gone on to give expert testimony?
Yes, I have.
And so then you've been qualified as an expert in the field of latent print identification. Is that correct?
Yes, in both state and federal courthouses.
All right. Judge, at this time, we would offer Agent Hoover as an expert in the field of latent print identification.
He's an expert. All right. You'll be declared to be an expert in the field of latent print fingerprint.
Agent Hoover, if you would, just tell us a little bit about what latent prints are.
A latent fingerprint is essentially a reproduction of the ridges of your fingers or palms, and it can also include your feet. This is called friction ridge skin. It helps you hold on to things. So a latent print is essentially a reproduction of those ridges on a surface after you've touched them. Essentially, you've touched something, you've left sweat or oil in that reproduction of your ridges behind on that surface.
Okay. And as a latent print examiner, when you look at an object or you're looking for prints, what exactly is it that you're looking for?
I am looking for the ridge formations that we have in our fingerprints. Predominantly, we'll look for what is called level 1 detail first, which is the ridge flow and the pattern types within the fingerprint. Sometimes we don't have the pattern types and we can only look for the ridge flow itself. We're also looking for what we call level 2 detail, which is bifurcations, ridge endings, dots. These are the types of things that happen within the ridge flow itself. So a ridge is flowing along and then it suddenly stops and the two ridges on either side continues to go. That's an ending ridge. A bifurcation is essentially like a fork in a road. So you have the same thing, except for that ending ridge touches one or the other side of that, those other two ridges, forming essentially a fork in the ridge flow itself. A dot is essentially what it describes. It's defined. It's just simply a small area that's just a ridge, and it's just a small dot that shows up.
All right. Are latent prints more than just what we talk about as being fingerprints?
Yes.
Okay. What all is?
They can be fingerprints. There can be palm impressions. Your joints of the fingers also have the same type of detail that we can use to identify people. And like I said a little earlier, your feet even has the same thing where you can actually develop feet footprints and then compare them to individuals, their footprints, and see if it's the same individual or not. It's rare, but it can be used for identification purposes.
Okay. if you would, talk for a second about how a latent print is created or left on a surface.
Like I said, when you touch something, you can leave behind that sweat and oil on that surface, and it can remain there. And then I can process it and develop it to be able to actually see it and capture it.
Do certain things affect whether or not you're able to develop a latent print on a surface or an object?
Yes. Some surfaces are not very good at retaining a latent print. Rough surfaces typically are not something that's very good in retaining a usable latent print, because as you touch a rough surface, that rough surface is going to break up that ridge flow. What you're touching, what you're using to actually leave behind, like I said, is sweat and oils, which typically also have a lot of water to them as well. So you're talking about a liquid medium, and if you're touching something that's very bumped and bubbled up, then some of that medium is going to be lost in the valleys and crevices of the rough surface.
Did you guys pause it? You're muted.
Sorry, I was saying, didn't CP mention them having that TBI or whoever was taking the prints had trouble taking prints at the house because of the ridge surfaces? He says that in something. I don't remember what it was.
I don't remember that.
Okay.
Shirley, I just want to ask, where did you get, in my opinion, Megan was trying to alter her prints until this guy went and did her prints himself.
You mean when she was giving her fingerprints, she tried to do them?
I don't know.
Like didn't try to press her fingers down correctly or something?
I just don't remember what interview it was. But I remember him saying that, and he was not doing a good job of explaining it the way this guy's explaining it very well.
Yeah, he was talking about, I don't know if it was the door frame or something had ridges, and he said you couldn't get good prints off of a ridged surface because the print goes down into the ridges, so it's not flat on the surface like a slick top surface would be. So the fingerprint is not as accurate.
Yeah.
Everybody's remembering like you are, Mrs. E. So.
I just don't remember what interview it was. I just remember him saying that. Okay. Sorry. It just kind of.
That's good. I don't remember.
Some of it's going to be left on top. So it's going to be very broken up, and you're not going to be able to see or use it to actually identify somebody, because what we're looking for is enough information and enough clear information to be able to say this latent print was left by this person's finger or palm or footprint.
Okay, hold on one second. Are they taking a pot in the future? Are we taking what timestamp are we at? We're at what it says. What are we at?
We're at 48:12 right now.
Okay, so what's going on up here? Did they recess? Oh, court's on a break. Okay, so we were at 48. What?
12.
I'll go back a little bit. That's probably okay. I have to go ahead and go.
I do too, actually.
So, Auntie, there's going to be a break coming up. So you guys will just have to talk to Aunt E and keep her entertained. And we'll be back as soon as we can.
It'll be about 45 minutes for me.
Shirley says they are back. So but she may not. She can't fast forward.
I can't fast forward from my end unless we want to skip this guy, the rest of him, and go back. That would be the only thing. Otherwise, we're going to have to sit here 15 minutes with nothing.
Yeah.
Do they go on break right after him?
Let me look again.
And see if he finishes up after the break.
No, it says the break is still going on. Oh.
I guess they just came back.
I guess we could come back later.
Yeah, when I come back, we could.
We can back it up.
It's a sidebar.
This is outside the jury's presence now. Okay.
Okay, it's up to you guys. I hate to do that to everybody, but you can't fast forward.
Oh, there's another lady afterwards. Wasn't it? Didn't I see somebody?
No, that was the lady from before.
I don't think there's a ton. We could just finish him later. That way people don't have to sit for 15 minutes with nothing.
Okay.
Yeah, I could scroll back when we get to the end and
They
catch the
say
rest.
don't skip him. Everyone's saying don't skip him.
I
Just
don't think
pause.
they realize though that I can't, guys, I don't have control of the show. So,
Everybody's saying we can wait. So they're saying don't skip them.
Okay.
okay. Well, okay. As long as you can wait the 15 minutes or so that they go on the break, we'll go ahead and go back, go a little bit further back with him. And then so we can get the gist of everything he says and then we'll go from there.
Okay. So
Yeah, sorry about that. Just the
We're
timing.
not broken or anything like that.
And they're saying
No.
15 minutes goes by fast. So,
okay.
well, thank you, everybody. I'll get back as soon as I
Auntie
can.
just doesn't want to entertain for 15 minutes.
No,
on
I
the
don't
line.
mind. I just want to make sure that people don't get bored with us having to
Okay.
sit and wait.
All right. Well, we'll leave it. We'll leave.
All right.
All right, bye, everybody. We'll be back soon. Or I will.
And you mentioned you held up a sticker. Is that like a sticker that would come from the manufacturer?
Yes,
That was on there.
yes, it was on the side of the trash can.
That's
It's a
funny.
Sterilite sticker, manufacturer of the trash can.
Okay. And you removed that as well?
I did.
Okay. All right, Agent Hoover, did you attempt to develop any latent prints off of that particular item, the trash can?
I did.
And if you would kind of walk us through what your approach to analyzing that piece of evidence was.
May I refer to my notes, Your Honor? Is that all right?
Yes.
I don't see how some of these guys do it without their notes, to be honest. After all these years, I would have to see my report in order to make an accurate statement on what I found. This guy's got a lot of experience.
On that trash can, I did pretty much a full process of just about everything that we can do at the laboratory, or that we normally do for fingerprints at the laboratory, including super glue, dust, the Ruva system that I mentioned, the ALS, the fluorescent dyes that I mentioned as well. The rim, especially the body itself. No, it looks like I did everything on even the body itself as well.
Okay. And what were you able to determine, or what were you able to find as far as the prints were concerned?
On the sticker, I found a palm print, and up underneath the rim, which is the reason why I removed the rim, I found the very far tip of a fingerprint. And when I mean a far tip of the fingerprint, I'm talking about the areas up here at the very tip top of your print, right as it goes into the nail.
Okay. Talk about the palm print that you found for a second.
The palm print that I found was very small. In fact, it was probably about my size of my palm. The whole palm would have fit in about that much of the palm print. So I'm confident that it's probably a child's print. Some people do have smaller hands, and so I couldn't totally discount comparing it to some other people. But it was a very small print.
Certainly didn't. Would you say it was not the size of a normal man's hand? Well, okay. Oh. You've already stated what you thought as far as that size was concerned. And so you excluded Megan Boswell as being the contributor.
I did compare it to Megan Boswell, and I was able to exclude it from her.
Okay. And you mentioned the fingerprint. And again, where did you locate that?
Up underneath the rim, I believe was on the right side.
All right. And were you able to make any conclusions as far as that fingerprint was concerned?
I was.
And what did you conclude as far as that was concerned?
Well, eventually I was.
Okay. But well, on the date that your initial examination was done, the report
My
was
initial
issued on April the 2nd of 2020.
That was inconclusive to her because in general, when you do a fingerprint card, if you look at the finger, when you touch it, if you're doing a fingerprint card and you're rolling the person's finger, this part of the finger does not touch. So you don't really get a good recording of that tip area. That happens actually quite often.
All right. Agent Hoover, I'm going to hand you a document and ask you if you recognize that.
Thank you. Yes, I do.
And what is that?
It appears to be a copy of my report from April 2nd of 2020.
And is that a true and accurate copy of your report?
He's thorough. Thank you, Serenity. We appreciate the super chat. And I'm sure they did
Yes.
review their notes.
Judge would move to make that exhibit 253. Agent Hoover, you mentioned that you did not have good roll prints of Megan Boswell. Is that correct?
I would say I did not have complete prints.
Okay.
At
Did
least in
you-
that tip area. Sorry.
Did you then attempt to, or speak with law enforcement in an attempt to get better prints of Miss Boswell done?
I did.
Okay. And did they comply with your request? Did you receive additional prints from them?
I did. They complied.
Okay. And were you able to do any additional comparisons based upon that next set of prints that they sent you?
Unfortunately, I was not able to.
Okay. And why was that?
The prints that I was sent still were not of a good enough quality to actually compare to.
That's interesting.
And did you, Agent Hoover, did you prepare a finding in that regards? in the
I
official
did.
Report? I'm going to hand you a document and ask you if you recognize that.
We talked about that too, Castle. I know the name. I'm not sure which case he was involved in, but
Yes,
he's
sir, I did.
definitely
And what
a
is
state
it?
expert.
That is a copy of my report from July the 31st of 2020.
Reflecting that again, you still were not able to perform any.
My result was inconclusive again.
Okay. And
That's
that's your
interesting.
accurate copy.
It appears to be, yes.
Judge, I'm going to make that exhibit 254. And so, Agent Hoover, did you then again speak with law enforcement?
Yes, it did.
And what was the nature of your conversation at that point?
That I still needed better prints, especially those around the tip area.
All right. And did they try yet again to get you a good copy of prints from Miss Boswell?
Yes, they did.
All right. Did they use a different technique this time?
Slightly different.
Okay. If you would tell the jury what type of technique they used.
They tried to use what is called hinge lifters. These are a product that some forensic warehouses produce. And it essentially is a small plastic, can be a square, can be a rectangle piece with tape over it. So that what happens is when you lift the tape, you're able to then lift it or put the tape over the print and then lift it, and it has its own backing already. And they attempted to do that and use, again, the same type of material to try to lift that print or to try to lift that area of her finger and send it to me.
All right. And any success this time on being able to do a comparison?
Unfortunately, no.
Okay. And did you, again, prepare a report to reflect that you were unsuccessful?
I did.
Darn. Yeah, he did keep trying, Castle. He was pushing and pushing,
And
which
hand you another document
I would
and ask you
too.
if you can identify that.
That's a shame.
Thank
That is a shame. Reality, if you hear anything else about that, let us know.
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
It is a copy of a report from February the 8th of 2021.
And is that the report that reflects your latest attempt to make some sort of identification?
Yes, it does.
Is that a true and accurate copy?
It appears to be.
Judge, I'd move to make that exhibit number 255.
Sorry, guys. I sit so close so I can hear. I should sit back a little.
Agent Hoover, at that point, what did you speak with law enforcement about what needed to be done further?
I did.
Okay. But you would kind of tell us how that conversation went.
I finally volunteered to come to Blunttville and fingerprint Ms. Boswell myself.
And
He was not going to stop.
I did.
All right.
That's great.
Were these prints that you obtained clear enough that you could make some sort of analysis or identification?
Yes, they were.
All right. And
He had to do it himself.
did you, in fact, make findings in that regard?
Yes, I did.
And what were those?
I was able to identify the fingerprint from the underneath the rim of the trash can to Megan Boswell's number 2 or right index finger.
And so that was, again, you found that underneath the rim of the trash can.
That is correct.
Is that correct?
Mhm.
All right. And did you prepare a report of your findings in that regard?
I did.
And I hand you another document and ask you if you can identify it.
Yeah, he's pretty thorough, and he was not going to stop until he got what he needed to compare the fingerprints.
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
It appears to be a copy of my report dated July the 8th of 2021.
Is that a true and accurate copy of your report?
Appears to be.
Judge, that would move to make that exhibit 256.
That's right, Joe.
Agent Hoover, I'm going to ask that you be handed exhibits 201 and 203.
Yes, okay.
Put on the gloves. Sorry, guys, I'm a little more quiet because I like to hear everything that's being said. I don't want to miss anything. Then we can talk during the break.
Thank you.
Do you recognize those items?
I do.
And how is it that you recognize them?
Again, I have our laboratory number, exhibit number, and my initials on the bag, as well as on the box itself.
And these items, were they the foil sheeting that you were requested to develop latent prints from?
Yes.
Okay. And did you in fact perform an examination on those items?
I did.
What was your findings initially.
He's very thorough.
My initial findings
Yes.
from the May the 10th,
Yes,
21
sir.
report,
Yes, sir.
that I did not find any fingerprints of identifiable value on the foil.
Talk about the challenges of trying to develop prints off of that foil.
That foil was very wrinkled, for one thing, which is also very detrimental to fingerprint reproduction. The ridges of the wrinkling will break up the fingerprint. Secondly, there was either trash or decomposition that was all over much of the foil. All of that would also affect the ability for the fingerprints to remain or to develop on the foil itself.
And did you prepare a report of your initial findings
I
in
did.
regards to foil?
That's a shame.
I'm going to hand you a document and ask if you can identify it.
Brown Eyed Girl, we'll try to get some info on that during the break. We're getting ready to go to break on here for about 15 minutes. It's a shame, though, they couldn't get anything off that foil. That would have been very, very telling.
Yes, I recognize it.
And what is it?
It appears to be a copy of my report dated May the 10th, 2021.
Is that a true and accurate copy of your report?
Appears to be, yes.
Judge, I'd move to make that exhibit number 257.
Full exhibit, 50%.
Thank you, Brown Eyed Girl, in reality.
Agent Hoover, in regards to the foil, were you later contacted by scientists within the lab about performing additional testing on the foil?
Yes, it was.
And did you in fact receive that foil back in the lab?
Yes, it originally went back to the Knoxville laboratory, and then it came back to us in the Nashville laboratory.
Okay. And do you remember why that was?
Yes, part of the original packaging was a large box, and then inside that box was these other pieces as well. And this box had markings on it that looked like it was only for forensic biology. And so I ignored that box and focused on the other pieces of aluminum foil because that's what I was understanding was to be working, to be processing. That was the actual piece of evidence. I did not know that the forensic biologist had separated one piece out because she actually saw ridge detail that would be considered fingerprints. And so she actually separated that piece out and sent it separate so that nothing got destroyed or damaged. And it was my mistake that I did not recognize that that box was actually also part of the full exhibit.
Okay. And when you say the box, you're talking, it's actually in a separate, it's exhibit 203, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And so you had not performed testing on that piece initially?
No, I did not.
Okay. After it was received back in the lab by you, did you perform testing on it?
Yes, it did.
And were you able to develop any sort of latent print profiles as a result?
I developed a couple of prints on it. One print was not identifiable, meaning it did not have enough clarity or detail to be able to use to identify to an individual. One print was identifiable, and that print I identified. You're right.
Yes, go ahead. Sorry.
My findings on that one was that it did identify to Megan Boswell's left middle finger.
Oh, wow. That's big.
So you had one print that there was no identification. You can't make any.
It wasn't useful for it. No.
Okay. And the only other one was identified to Megan Boswell. So
That's correct.
And did you prepare a report of your findings in regards to that piece of foil?
I did.
Well, to me, that seals the deal, guys. At least she was in full
Agent Hoover,
knowledge
we're
of
gonna
what
hand you a
happened.
report or document and ask you if you can identify that.
Crafting, we'll talk about it in just a minute when we go to the break.
Yes, I recognize it.
And what is it?
It's another copy of my report from May the 6th, 2022.
I agree, Jules.
And is that a true and accurate copy of your report?
Yes, it appears to be.
Judge, we would move to make that exhibit number 258.
Full exhibit 258.
Me too, Tina.
And Agent Hoover, you also received several other items that you were asked to work. And those included a candy wrapper and a bed sheet. Is that correct?
Yes, that's
Candy
correct.
wrapper and a bed sheet.
Were you able to make any identifications or get any results from those items?
The candy wrapper, I was not. It didn't have any fingerprint detail whatsoever. Didn't have any ridges whatsoever. The bed sheet I did not examine as a latent fingerprint expert or individual because the bed sheet would not be something we would typically look for fingerprints on. It's a cloth folded up item that we wouldn't actually think of a fingerprint developing on.
And finally, if we could hand you Exhibit 198. You recognize that item?
I do.
And how is it that you recognize it?
Again, this one happens to be a sticker, but we have our laboratory number as well as the exhibit number and my initials.
And that item is a black, if you could remove it, is that a black plastic bag?
Yes, it is.
That was the bag that was inside the garbage can covering the other bag that held Evelyn.
And did you perform print analysis on the bag?
Yes, it did.
All right. And if you would tell us what you were able to find in regards to the bag.
Thank you. Back on track.
On 17A, I originally developed 2 identifiable latent fingerprints and 1 identifiable impression. And what I mean by an impression is I can't determine if it's a finger, a palm, a joint. I don't know its specific orientation or its specific where it specifically came from, whether it was one of those types of anatomical positions.
Okay. And did you make any determinations as far as comparison was concerned on the 2 identifiable latent fingerprints?
Yes, it did.
Okay. And what were you able to, what were your findings in that regard?
I identified 1 to the right middle finger of Megan Boswell and 1 to the right ring finger of Megan Boswell.
And what about the latent impression?
At that time, I reported that it was inconclusive with Megan Boswell.
And did you prepare a report of your findings?
I did.
On that day?
So we're continuing to get piece by piece.
I'm going to hand you another document, Agent Hoover, and ask if you can identify that.
Piece by piece.
Yes, I do.
And what is that?
It's a copy of my report from February 27th of 22.
And is that a true and accurate copy
Yes,
of your report?
it appears to be.
Judge, we move to make that exhibit number 259, I believe.
You pulled exhibit 250.
Agent Hoover, did you develop any other prints or any other, make any other findings in regards to evidence that was sent to you on this particular case?
The only other thing was that latent impression I eventually determined was insufficient quality for identification purposes due to its distortion, and some of the other detail and stuff was not as clear as I originally thought.
We'll talk about that at the break, Precious.
That was from the black
Plastic trash bag.
Is that correct?
That's correct.
And did you make a report of that particular finding as well?
I did.
Okay. And was that on your report issued on May the 6th of 2022?
That's correct.
Agent Hoover, I'm going to hand you a document in that regard.
Okay.
Did you already have that one? Did I?
Look at 250. I wrote down it was May 6th, 2022.
I could. I mean, that may be.
I think she was unalived someone between the 5th and 13th of December, so she was just barely a year old.
Does he have the one I just handed him?
I do.
Yes.
Yes, thank you, reality. That's exactly right.
Agent Hoover, of all the exhibits that you tested in this particular case, were there any prints that you could have possibly identified? Any other prints that you were able to develop?
The only one remaining is the small palm print from the trash can sticker.
That you believe is from a child, is that right? What's what he said?
They don't like the fact that he keeps saying it's a child-sized print. Looks like they're sidebarring over that. I wonder how long they hold on to this evidence even after they rule in a case. They can always appeal.
So, again, Agent Hoover, the only print that you developed that you were not able to identify was the small print from the side of the trash can. Is that correct?
On the sticker, correct.
And based on your training and experience, did you have an opinion as to whether that was from an adult or a child?
My opinion would be that it would be from a child. However, I can't discount a small individual. But I do not believe it's from a normal sized adult.
All right. Thank you, Agent Hoover. If you would answer any questions.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll take about 15-minute break.
Everyone
Hey.
stand, please.
So it looks like we're going to the break. So I'm going to mute I guess they'll mute it automatically. So I don't need to mute it. So we'll go back and look at some of the comments, but a big thank you again for our super chat. I can't run the super chat videos. They run everything from their side. So I can't run that, but just wanted to thank Serenity for the super chat for $10. Thank you so much. We appreciate every super chat, every new member, every super sticker. So thank you so much. And I am anxious to hear some details about they said Nick Barris reported on a body being found in the Tennessee area. Let me see if I can find the notes where somebody was talking about it, and I will share that. It looks like it was in I think they said animal preserve. Hang on just a second. Let's see what I could find. I'm sure we'll get more information on that. Let's see. It was skeletal remains found in Tennessee. And Nick Barris has reported on it. Fayetteville, Tennessee is Cumberland County, which is east of Hendersonville. And Reality Win says that county has so many missing, we'll just have to wait. So we'll see. I've always had this gut feeling with the Sebastian case. And I mean, I don't know if Mr. and Mrs. Z feel that way, but in my gut feeling is we will never find him. I just think that that's just my gut opinion, that I don't think we'll ever find him. I don't think we'll ever find him. I pray every night that he is found safe, and he is great, but my gut just tells me something else. And hopefully that I'm completely wrong. That would be awesome if I am. Tina said, I hope this guy is involved in the Sebastian case. Yes, I appreciate his determination. And what happened, I don't know if those of you that might have missed it or were confused by what he was talking about, but he tried 3 times to get prints that were good from Megan in order to compare it to the prints on the items that he was testing. And he could not get good enough prints. And he asked him to go back and do it again. They did it again. And he still wasn't satisfied. He went down himself and did them and was able to get exactly what he needed. And he did make positive confirmation with the foil on her left middle finger. He got a positive imprint from Megan. And then on the black trash bag, 2 different fingers matched on the black trash bag. So now you've got the garbage can rim, the black trash bag, the foil, and the gum. So, it's easy to tell that Megan for sure was involved with Evelyn's disposal, whether she was involved with the death, but she was definitely involved with the disposal. For those that were just questioning her birthday was November 21st. So she was just over a year old. Based on what we've gotten from the court information, it appears that she probably was last seen around December 6th. Mom started working at the Chicken Shack on December 2nd. And it was very shortly thereafter, she was dating Hunter. And then Hunter supposedly never saw Evelyn. And so we are thinking sometime around the 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, that general area. So she was about 11 months old when she disappeared. She had done, I don't know if she'd done pictures for her birthday, but again, her birthday was in November. So she had just had her birthday, and then it was shortly after that she disappeared. Yes, Truth for Us. What would you like to mention while they're not in the room? Yes, and True Crime Junkie, that's kind of where my feelings, I think, come from with that. We have our suspicions as to who we think were involved, but just those eerie statements like he will never be found. I mean, how does he know that? How would you make that statement and be able to say that if you did not know something about what happened? That doesn't mean he's involved with what happened, but if he can say that, then that tells you something. That's a big clue as to how things will transpire, I guess. Yeah, Grandma Chachi, I'm hoping that they have enough evidence now to convict her, but it's so difficult to make sure you have 100% of the jurors that are 100% on board, and when you're dealing with someone's livelihood and they, life in prison, it's difficult to say, wow, we are with beyond a shadow of a doubt. No one was involved. It was only her. She did it. Let's just hope that we've got more evidence coming out in the coming days. Rosebud said, unless somebody comes along and tells the truth, I kind of feel that way too, especially with all the time that's gone by. Yes. Yes. The time really bothers me that it continues to tick on by. And, yeah, I mean, the time just keeps ticking. See, Precious said, agree. That's why I said the other day, glad Evelyn was found soon because of forensics. Yes, forensics. I mean, the more the body decomposes and the longer time goes by, the less the forensics are viable. And it's, the great thing is with the phone forensics, and somebody mentioned that earlier, and I've done a little studying into what that data that they can get from phones. And, we saw some today, which from Facebook, but there's a lot of data that can be gained from cell phones, cars, pinging of towers, your carrier company. There's a whole host of things. I think they could get much deeper into this case and the Sebastian case with those forensics, because as I mentioned and always refer back to that Alex Murdaugh trial, the forensics is what nailed it. They didn't have a weapon. They could put him at the scene of the crime within so many minutes of it happening, but they had no guns, no pew-pews. They had nothing to show for sure that he did it. No cameras, nothing, but they were able to take all of that forensic data and track his whereabouts every minute, where his phone was pinging, his route to and from the home and the site where they were unalived. All of that was taken care of through the phone forensics, and the text messages, even messages that were deleted were recalled. And I keep thinking in this case, especially, there has to be some more data that they haven't let us know yet. But, the guy that did talk about the forensics did tell us about the types of forensics. He mentioned there were 3 types of extractions that they can get from the phones. And that stuff's really, really important because it can tell you, the frame of mind the person was in. Unfortunately, with Megan, she's not been truthful with anybody. She's not been truthful even with Hunter, with Ethan, with her parents, with the police. So we can't trust anything that she says as truth, even if she's typing it or putting it on Facebook or texting in Messenger, however she's communicating. Let's see. Let's see. Truth for us. Feel terrible bringing this up during this case. That's the first time you or anyone has mentioned my name over months of being in the room. Truth for us. I'm so sorry if we've missed you. We never try to miss anybody intentionally. So we will try to be a little more diligent in seeing your comments. But thank you so much for being with us, and we will try very hard to see your comments. But that one that you just said, can you mention something while they weren't in the room? That's the first time I have seen you today. So it's just easy to miss when we have, especially our bigger chats. Now these smaller ones, it's a lot easier, and so that's why we've got so many that we can give you guys feedback and have some talking time, and then these little breaks help with the talking time and being able to read things. And Deborah just posted news in the remains in Tennessee near the entrance of Mount Roosevelt Wildlife Management. So if anyone wants to look that up to see how close it is to Hendersonville, it was near an entrance. So that's interesting. We'll see what we find out about that. Someone said that area has a lot of missing people. Tennessee is kind of a crazy state. There's always somebody missing. Lots of missing children there. And if you notice on our outro, our We Remember You song, most of those kids are, I'm pretty sure they're all of them from Tennessee. And we have a lot of missing kids. And Mary, this is a very big thing. And I don't know if we're going to hear, we think we might, but it says, I can't wait to hear who the biological dad is, or have I missed it? We have not heard that yet. We've all got our speculation as to who it might be, but I don't know. It's interesting for sure. Very interesting. I don't know. What are your guesses? Who do you think it might be? We know for sure it's not Ethan. She wasn't dating Hunter at the time. Did not strike up a relationship with him until the first part of December. Sometime that second week, right after she started working there, is the best timeline that we can get, I think, from the trial evidence that we've received so far. So, anybody have any guesses? I know, let's see. Nobody's guessed anything yet. So let me know if you have any guesses who you think the father might be. Little Miss Sunshine, good afternoon. Anybody else new with us today? Let's see. True Crime Junkie. You've been in here a minute, but I didn't see you till just now. So hello. Let's see. But Truth for Us, I'm so sorry again. We will probably address it later, but just I will let Mr. and Mrs. E know as well. But that first comment's the first one I've seen today from you. So I don't know if, I don't think you're blocked, but I'm looking back through all the text messages and chat from today. Not text messages, but chat. That's the first one I see from you. So hopefully, whatever the problem was that we couldn't see you, we can see you now, because I do see the last two that you've put up. So thanks for being with us, and thanks for hanging in there. Let's see. You think Caleb may be the father? You know, that was something that I thought was very odd, that the mom was so fond of Evelyn and wanted to help Megan, help Evelyn. I thought that was really kind of odd that she was so upset. She made her things. So maybe, but you know, I think Caleb was the one that she dated much after Ethan, and she already had Evie when they started dating. So I don't know. I mean, maybe it could be, and they were on again, off again, but her and Ethan dated for 3 or 4 years. I mean, since she was like 13 years old. I think he might have been 1 or 2 years older than her, and they were dating for quite some time. Let's see. This is Debbie, and she's from Kingsport. Every little bit someone goes missing in the surrounding area. I never really heard of many people missing until this past few years. I don't know what it is. Maybe it's our focus on Tennessee, because Mr. and Mrs. E live in Tennessee. But there just seems to be a lot of people that come up missing in Tennessee. And Kingsport, I think, isn't it her name is leaving me right now, but I know it's one of Bullhorn Betty's cases that she's followed. Santinello. She was from Kingsport as well. Is it Layla Santinello? I think that's it. Let's see. I wish we knew the timelines of dating on the booty call list. I don't know if Caleb was in the picture yet. Precious Lavender Buttons, I think she dated him much after she had Edie, because that's what his mom had an attachment to Megan and Evie. So I assumed it was much later, after she had Evie and she was a baby, that they dated. And it sounded like it was just for a few months. My speculation is she's had lots of booty calls, but with lots of different people. Yes, we've noticed that old McMary's journal, how she was pushing up her glasses with her middle finger, but they've kind of laid off showing her on the videos. And they may have been told to, but you don't really see a lot of her. I did see she had a lot of papers in her hand, and I'd say they have transcripts that they're going over, or things that she wanted said, or points she wants made up with her. And I noticed that. They just don't seem to be showing her as much as they did the first week. Yes, Deanna, I think so. I think she got around. Let's see, what else? Anything else? Layla and Holly Ann Snap, was she also from Kingsport? I did not realize that. Good grief. That's crazy. But there are a lot around Tennessee, that Tennessee area. Guidance says, I don't know why, but after hearing the mom's boyfriend singing that song coming out of jail in regards to the trees, he crossed my mind. Well, I wondered if maybe she had something to do with him, because he looked much younger than her mother. He may not have been. They all look pretty rough. And then, I go back to, no one, no matter what someone's been through, it doesn't make it right to harm a child. However, this kid had a rough upbringing. She had a rough family life. It was tumultuous. Mom and dad fought constantly, divorced, fighting, jail, drugs. I mean, the kid was, she really didn't have a chance. And I think it makes for the case to say, Hunter was her way out. They were building a house. That's the first I had heard until I saw the pictures today of the house, because I thought they were applying to get an apartment, and then it shows the picture of the house. So I don't know if that was just a gloat to a friend and it wasn't even true, or what that was about. But I also don't know anything about his brother. I know he passed away in the past couple years. People were talking about, him going to a mental hospital and everything. And that could have also led to him being put in a mental hospital if he lost his brother. And we talked about schizophrenia. That's one of those things that for people can manifest for men, especially in their late teens, early 20s. And that's about the age of Hunter. So we don't really know a whole lot about that. So far, we've only seen Hunter's dad testify. Okay, we've got sound, so we're going back to the trial. It looks like.
There are two resources that I use in addition to the Burns test. There's a lesser completed offense list.
She might have been shocked to find out who the dad actually was. And she may not even know who it is, but now we know it's not Ethan.
Tipton's outline and it does go back a ways, but I don't think it's been overturned at least. And as it relates to child abuse and child neglect, they're not necessarily lessers under the Burns test. They are lessers by statute. And I cited the subsection of the statute that makes them lessers. We need to approach, Judge, if we could.
Okay, they're approaching the bench. They do a lot of approaching. And we're still with the same witness, it looks like. I can try a side eye. So there we see Megan. Her hair does look cleaner today. She looked really bad yesterday, I thought. I agree, guidance.
All right, is the state ready to proceed?
State's ready.
State's ready to proceed.
Yes, sir. Everyone stand, please. You may be seated. Thank you.
I heard the judge didn't.
Good afternoon, Mr. Hoover. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Good. My name's Gene Scott.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. I want to talk to you about that palm print
Okay.
that was discussed earlier. You did not include in your report exhibit number 253 that was a small palm print. Is that correct?
That's correct.
But what you're describing to me sounds as though that could have been a child's palm print, could have even been Evelyn's palm print.
It's very possible.
Were you able to check against her palm print or not?
Against Evelyn's?
Yes.
No, I actually did request to see if her body was still at the medical examiner's office, and if so, if they could send me the fingerprint cards, but I never received them, so I'm assuming the child was already gone.
Okay. And as it relates to, in your report, it appears to me that you also wanted to check it against Ethan Perry and Eric Smith.
No, I did not.
Who is Eric Smith?
You did not. Would you like to see your, but you said it will be compared with.
I said it would be compared with once I would receive known finger impressions or known palm impressions of those two individuals. Yes.
So was it compared?
No, it was not.
Okay. So I guess you're saying it's probably Evelyn, but you're still going to compare it against these men.
If they sent it in, I would. Yes.
Just to rule it out.
Correct.
Okay. And why do you say it could be Evelyn? Is it because when somebody, obviously your fingerprints are probably all over everything in your house. Is that a fair statement?
It can be, yes. I mean, some surfaces again are better than others.
Sure. Bed sheets don't take fingerprints as well as something shiny generally.
Not unless it's a situation in which like those fingerprints were in some form of material, paint, blood, something like that.
Right. So it wouldn't be uncommon in your opinion for someone's fingerprints to be on items in their home.
No, that's common.
As it relates to the aluminum foil and the one fingerprint you find of Megan's, you can't say when that print was put there, can you?
No, I cannot.
It's possible it was on the aluminum foil before the foil was placed on the child.
I have no knowledge of that one way or the other.
It would be possible.
That's a possibility.
And again, you have no knowledge one way or the other if the print was, when the print was made there.
No, that's correct.
How long would the print stay there?
That's something you really can't determine, depending upon the situation. If the print was protected and like in a closed off space inside of a box, like a keepsake box or something like that, it may last for quite a while. In fact, I had one that they know of. It was a ex-wife's fingerprint in a case, and it was on a box that hadn't been touched for 5 years, but it was in a closet inside a box. It was perfectly protected. Once you get into places where you have water, rain, heat, cold, different things affecting the actual piece of evidence, you're not going to have typically a longer lifespan of that fingerprint.
What would you describe as a longer lifespan?
If I left a fingerprint here and then immediately did that, I could wipe it away right there and it would be gone. If I had something like on a beer can on the side of the road in the summertime, it may bake it off fairly quickly. If it's not raining or anything, but it's cooler, it may last a little longer. That's what I'm saying. There's no real evidence that shows us how long one will stay on a surface of something in a specific amount of time.
It sounds to me like you're saying cool and dry preserves it better than hot and wet.
Yes. Typically.
That's interesting.
Give me just a second.
Yeah, he's trying to just make a case that she could have touched that aluminum foil and somebody grabbed aluminum foil and used it, but wouldn't they have found
Let's see
other
about
prints?
latex gloves. Latex gloves, will they prevent the leaving of fingerprints?
They can, yes.
So is that something that someone would do to not contaminate evidence or not leave their prints on something?
That's correct, yes.
That's all the questions I have.
So he's basically trying to put it, doubt in the mind that someone put on the latex gloves to do all this and not be implicated.
Oh, yes, sir.
Thank you, sir, for your testimony. You're released from your subpoena.
Thank you.
So he is released from the subpoena. He won't be recalled. I hate when they do that with forensics because I always feel like they can be recalled, but they're going through these people pretty quickly and eliminating them. There's only been a couple that they have held that they will possibly call to the stand. And Flamingo Lisa, she may not have known, but that's the first time I had heard the Eric Smith name. So must be another good one coming up. This is the first time I've heard Eric Smith's name, so we'll have to check in to see if we have anybody that's talked any more about him.
Say your name.
Dr. Matrina Schmidt.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but.
Yes.
Have seats.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Are you ready for us to start your honor? Okay. Can you spell your first and last name for the jury, please?
My first name is Matrina, Matrina. Last name is Schmidt, Schmidt.
Okay. And where are you currently employed?
Brevard County in Florida.
Okay. And what is your official title there?
I'm an associate medical examiner.
Okay. And how long have you been there?
March of 2023.
Okay. And until present, I'm assuming?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. And can you give us a background of your education, please?
I have a bachelor's in biology. Got it at Aquinas College in Grand Rapids, Michigan, 4 years. Then I went to medical school in Medical College of Ohio in Toledo, Ohio for 4 years. Then I did a residency in anatomic and clinical pathology at West Virginia University Department of Pathology. I did that for 4 years. I did a 1-year fellowship in forensic pathology at Bexar County Medical Examiner's Office in San Antonio, Texas. I returned to West Virginia and did another year of residency, and then I started practicing as a medical examiner.
Okay. And where did you first start practicing as a medical examiner?
West Virginia.
Okay. And where are you licensed? Which states are you licensed to practice medicine in currently?
West Virginia, California, Tennessee, Hawaii, and Florida.
Okay. And so that would go to say that in 2020, were you also licensed to practice medicine in the state of Tennessee?
Yes.
Okay. And are you board certified in the field of forensic pathology?
Yes.
Do you maintain memberships in any medically related societies?
Yes.
Okay. Can you, or I'm sorry, have you published any scholarly materials in the field of forensic pathology?
No.
Okay. And you stated that you're currently employed as a forensic pathologist, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell the jury what you do as a forensic pathologist?
I perform medical legal autopsies to determine the cause and the manner of death.
Okay. Have you previously been qualified as an expert in the field of pathology and in your role as a forensic pathologist?
Yes.
Have you been so qualified here in the state of Tennessee?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, we would ask to qualify Dr. Schmidt as an expert in the field of forensic pathology.
No objection. Should be declared to be an expert in the field of forensic pathology.
Dr. Schmidt, where were you employed in March of 2020?
At the William L. Jenkins Forensic Center in Johnson City.
This is the forensic
Is that
pathologist.
East Tennessee State University.
Yes.
Okay. And what was your title there in March of 2020?
I was an assistant professor in pathology / forensic pathologist.
Okay. And during that time, were you called to assist with the processing and removal of the remains of Evelyn Boswell in March of 2020?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall who notified you that Evelyn Boswell's body had been discovered?
No, it was a law enforcement official called me.
Okay. And did you go to the scene there on Muddy Creek Road that night?
Yes.
Okay. Did you bring anyone with you to help assist you?
No, I arrived on my own, but two of our medical death investigators arrived on the scene.
Okay. And who were those two people?
Laura Parsons, Kristen Osgood.
Okay. And what was their role to be that evening?
They're the medical death investigators. They investigate the scene, the death.
And was law enforcement present when you arrived that evening?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall what time of day you arrived?
I do not. It was evening. It was
Okay.
dark.
Dark outside. Okay. Where was Evelyn's body located at the time of your arrival?
It was in a playhouse shed and inside a trash can.
Okay. So her body was still within the trash can when you arrived?
Yes.
Okay. And did you observe or assist in the removal of Evelyn's body from the trash can?
Yes.
Okay. Can you please describe to the jury what that process looked like?
We removed the trash can from the shed. Photographs were taken, and then we did a step-by-step process of removing the decedent from the trash can and the contents of the trash can.
Okay. And did you observe law enforcement with each of these steps of removal?
Yes, and our medical death investigators were also a part of the process.
Okay. And was this at your direction or at someone else's, the process that they used?
We had discussed the direction we were going to take prior to removing the trash can from the shed. So I was directing it, but I think we had all had a discussion on the best way to handle the process.
I don't think she's going to cry because you're a forensic pathologist. You're used to this.
Yeah, of all people.
She's just very serious. It's a very somber presence.
Yeah.
Can you tell the jury what steps you took to ensure that the scene and Evelyn's body was maintained as secure as possible?
TBI was present. There are medical death investigators, and everything that we removed from the trash can, in addition to the decedent, was photographed and it was written down as evidence.
Okay. And how did you protect the body from contamination?
I don't remember, but we always have a sheet and the body bag ready and prepared.
Okay. Can I please see? Exhibits number 20 through 38, please.
They could resubpoena them, I think, but
In the past, you what's been previously marked as exhibit number 21. Does that help refresh your memory on how the body was placed at the time that at the time Evelyn was removed from the trash can?
Yes.
Okay. Can you describe to the jury what you recall about how her body was protected from contamination?
The body bag was placed on top of, looks like paper, and then she was removed from the trash can directly into the clean body bag.
Okay. We can pass that back. I'm just going to show it to the jury quickly so the jury can see what we are referencing. It's been previously marked as exhibit number 21. Is this what you were referring to with the butcher paper and the body bag?
Yes.
Okay. So at some point, Evelyn's body was going to be transported to a different location, I'm assuming. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And where was her body transported?
The Forensic Center in Johnson City.
Okay. And are you the individual that performed the autopsy on Evelyn Boswell?
Yes.
Okay. And was that also performed at the same location in Johnson City?
Yes.
Okay.
yeah, we talked about that.
Yeah, I was listening. I heard most of the show.
Of this particular autopsy for the jury.
We re-photographed the body. We collected evidence from the body, and we removed the clothing, and I performed the autopsy, starting with an external examination, then an internal examination.
Okay. Was it more difficult due to the state of Evelyn's remains?
I don't understand.
Okay,
the
let me
question.
ask it in a different way. Does decomposition of a body impact your ability to perform certain things during an autopsy?
It can.
Okay.
Yes.
Can you, for example, does the level of decomposition keep you from being able to identify mechanisms of death or possible mechanisms of death?
It can. Yes.
Can you describe how?
Sometimes with decomposition, the skin will change colors, and it can obscure bruises or contusions. Sometimes we might not be able to draw the sufficient toxicology specimens that we want to.
Okay. And did any of that happen in this case? Were you able to see any soft tissue, potential soft tissue injuries to Evelyn's body?
I did not identify any soft tissue injuries.
Okay. Did decomposition play a role in that at all?
It's probable, yes.
Okay.
I don't know, Dr. John.
Stated in your report that there were leaves in Evelyn's hair. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
There
And
were
you
leaves
also
in her hair.
Did you observe leaves at the scene that night?
Yes, there were numerous leaves inside the shed playhouse.
Okay. Okay.
No, Ginger, this is the
So
first
I'm
time.
assuming when you conduct an autopsy, it's not just the body itself that's helping you make your determination. Is that a fair statement?
That's correct.
Okay. What other materials do you as a doctor use in order to make a determination when you're conducting an autopsy and trying to determine a cause and manner of death?
Our investigators' investigation or summary, law enforcement's investigation. I can use medical records, sometimes histology. That's where I take the tissue and I look at it under a microscope.
Okay. Okay. And after you conducted the autopsy of Evelyn, are those results essentially generated into a report?
Yes.
Okay. Is that report kept in the normal course of business?
Yes.
And have you reviewed your autopsy report for accuracy and completeness?
Yes.
I'm going to pass you documents.
She's very matter of fact.
Mm-hmm.
Dr. John is with Hidden Truths Crime. He and his wife Lauren run a
Give me a
channel.
second to look and see if you
Cool.
recognize that.
I don't know that one.
That's funny, angel wings.
Yeah.
Mr. E, you're not responsible for any of these missing people, are you?
The missing people? No.
In Tennessee.
I know. That place, the one that's missing out at the wildlife, it's right off I-40 between here and Knoxville. That's what it looks like.
Yeah, it looks like it's about 2 hours and about 2 hours and 19 minutes, something like that,
Mhm.
from Hendersonville.
Yeah.
Okay. Are you able to identify that document?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell us what it is?
It's the autopsy report I prepared on Evelyn.
Okay. And is that a complete and accurate copy?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, this time we would ask that be made exhibit number 260.
No objection. Full exhibit 260.
Now, have you heard they have somebody to dispute this? Another?
Yeah, I think so.
I think so too. I heard that.
Dr. Schmidt, did you form an opinion as to the cause and manner of death of Evelyn Boswell?
Yes.
Okay. What is your opinion?
The cause of death, homicidal violence.
Okay. And can
Wow.
you explain that for the jury? What did you base that finding on?
I based it on the autopsy findings, the investigative summary, investigators that went to the scene, and law enforcement investigation.
Okay. Hypothetically, if Evelyn was alive when she was placed in the trash can, is positional asphyxiation likely?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell the jury what positional asphyxiation is?
It's your body's in a position that compromises your breathing.
She's very succinct.
Were you aware how Evelyn's body was placed into the trash can? Do you recall?
Yes.
Okay. And When you say positional, are you referencing the fact that she was upside down?
Yes, the body was in.
There is a lot of staining in the.
What happened?
decomposition
I don't know.
kind of, staining the blanket and the foil because all the fluids and everything that accumulated.
I don't know. I will.
after death
I will get
are
that
now
back.
creating the environment for so-called wet decomposition. But then the rest of her body, which we'll see later, that were kind of up, the feet and legs,
I'm not
they
sure how to
underwent
do that.
so-called dry
Can you shoot
decomposition
it back?
or actually more kind of mummification.
Go to the
The only
dot
thing
and pull it back.
Is this rewinding?
Yes, keep going. Where did that come from?
I don't know why that happened. It happened the other
Okay.
day too.
Keep going. See where we're at here.
Okay, that's still. Well, I think this is our guy, but the guy wasn't asking the questions, was he?
No, we need to go back further because that's the prosecution.
Oh, that's the defense there.
I mean the defense. I'm sorry. So we still need her.
Okay, so
Okay, now go back. Okay.
let's see where this is.
In the past, she was been previously marked as exhibit number 21.
Well, this is her report, I guess.
Okay, so we're close.
Used in order to make a determination when you're conducting an autopsy and trying to
That's close.
determine a cause and manner.
You think
of
leave
death.
it there?
Our investigators' investigation or summary, law enforcement's investigation. I can use medical records, sometimes histology. That's where I take the tissue and I look at it under a microscope.
Okay. Okay. And after you conducted the autopsy of Evelyn, are those
Yes.
results essentially generated into a report?
Yes,
Is that report kept in the normal course of business?
yes,
So
Have
you
you
just-
reviewed your autopsy report for accuracy and completeness?
yes.
I'm going to pass you a document.
I'm gonna step out for just a second.
Sure.
I'll give you a second to look and see if you recognize that. I'm gonna put it in there so you know.
It skipped right at that super interesting part too. She was really about to get into it, you know.
Oh, okay. Are you able to identify that document?
Yes,
Okay. Can you tell us what it is?
it's the autopsy report I prepared on Evelyn.
Okay. And is that a complete and accurate copy?
Yes,
Okay, Your Honor, this time we would ask that be made exhibit number 260.
No objection. Full exhibit 260.
Dr. Schmidt, did you form an opinion as to the cause and manner of death of Evelyn Boswell?
yes.
Okay. What is your opinion?
The cause of death, homicidal violence.
Okay. And can you explain that for the jury? What did you base that finding on?
I based it on the autopsy findings, the investigative summary, the investigators that went to the scene, and law enforcement investigation.
Okay. Hypothetically, if Evelyn was alive when she was placed in the trash can, is positional asphyxiation likely?
Yes,
Okay. Can you tell the jury what positional asphyxiation is?
it's your body's in a position that compromises your breathing.
Were you aware was how Evelyn's body was placed into the trash can? Do you recall?
Yes.
Okay. And when you say positional, are you referencing the fact that she was upside down?
Yes. The body was in the trash can upside down.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been pre-marked as exhibit number 34. Pre-admitted as exhibit number 34. Okay. Okay. So hypothetically, if a blanket is pulled up over the face of a child who's then placed into a trash can upside down, could the blanket itself cause some type of asphyxiation?
Yes.
Okay. What about the trash bag that Evelyn's body was in? Could the trash bag itself cause some type of asphyxiation?
Yes, if it covered the airways, the nose and the mouth.
Okay. How many autopsies have you conducted over the course of your career, just approximately?
3,600 approximately.
Approximately how many of those are were on children?
Close to 100, between 80 and 100.
Okay. Have you conducted autopsies on children that have resulted from, that you determined they result from natural causes?
Yes.
Okay. Have you conducted autopsies on children that have resulted in or been caused by something accidental?
Yes.
Okay. So if I gave you a hypothetical that Evelyn Boswell was sleeping in a bed with an adult or two adults and a rollover sleeping episode occurred, is that something that you would consider as being a possibility for her death in this case? Do you want me to rephrase the question?
Yes, please.
Okay. Is a rollover incident possible, a co-sleeping rollover incident possible, explanation for Evelyn Boswell's death?
My opinion, no.
Okay. And can you explain why that's not a possibility?
Evelyn is an older child, and typically we see the overlay in younger children. It's certainly possible, but with the investigation of the scene and law enforcement investigation and the way she was found in a trash can, I don't have the opinion that it was a co-sleeping, bed sharing, or overlay.
Okay. Is there any scenario that I could give you that would change your opinion about the cause and manner of the death of Evelyn Boswell?
I don't know if I could answer that.
Okay. Do you?
Was she serious?
Hold on one second.
No, they've been talking about it a little bit in chat, and yeah, we're going to follow it.
Ask it a different way.
It's possible.
Anything about the autopsy, as well as the other things that you had said that you used to come to your conclusion, that led you to believe that Evelyn Boswell died from natural causes?
No.
Okay. Same question. Anything based upon the history that you were given from law enforcement, the scene itself, plus your autopsy of Evelyn's body, that led you to believe that Evelyn died from something accidental?
No.
Okay. Please answer any questions that the defense has for you.
I approach the court reporter, Judge.
Well, I like her as a witness. She seems pretty confident.
She's very matter of fact, and she knows what she's doing. When you've done 3,000 plus autopsies.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, Dr. Smith. I'm Gene Scott. How are you?
Good afternoon. I'm good. Thank you.
I think we've met once before. It's good to see you again. I do have some questions about your report and your conclusions. And I guess I'd like to know what you relied on in forming your report. You talked about the investigations of law enforcement. Obviously, you did an autopsy on the body. Did you go through Evelyn's medical records, the OB records from when her mom was pregnant with her, and her pediatrician records?
I routinely go through the medical records. I remember going through the pediatric records, but I don't remember the OB/GYN, but I might have went through them.
Do you think it would have been helpful to have done that?
Yes, I always review the medical records on children.
And Ms. Massonville finished up by asking you if anything could be said to convince you this was by natural causes somehow. And it's your opinion it could not be, I assume.
Based on my autopsy examination, no.
Let's talk about your autopsy examination. Are there any medical findings of a cause of death, or is it simply the way the body was placed?
There are no natural medical disease processes to support her death.
Yet there are no medical bases for her death based on your autopsy, are there? For instance, give me a hypothetical. If the child were found laying on a table as opposed to in a trash can, would anything have changed about the findings you found in your autopsy report about her medical conditions?
No.
So you mentioned in your report that
He didn't expect that.
there is a possibility that the decedent was alive when placed in a trash can cannot be excluded, correct?
Yes,
You cannot conclude that either.
that's correct.
You don't know one way or the other.
That's correct.
Okay. So you talked about natural causes, and there's no sign of disease or anything of natural causes, correct?
There is signs of disease processes. Yes.
In this autopsy?
No.
Yes.
Okay, what are they?
There is a patent foraminal valve, which is just the septum between the atria and the heart, did not close properly.
So there was an issue with the child's heart valve?
I wouldn't call it an issue, but yes, there was a defect in her heart valve.
Oh.
I would think a defect, whether you take issue with the word issue or not, it is a defect. It's not good.
I don't know how to define good. I'm sorry.
Is a defect in one's heart healthy?
No.
Could that defect have led to the child's death? Is that possible?
It's a possibility.
You
Oh,
can't
wow.
rule it out in this case, can you?
Based on the findings of the histological examination, looking at it under the microscope, I didn't see any changes in the heart. The decedent in the medical records had no symptoms. Normally it closes around age 4 or 5. and they're not symptomatic. They can be symptomatic, but it's usually documented.
So you cannot rule out that as a cause of death.
I think I ruled it out as a cause of death. She did not have any symptoms or signs of there being trouble with her heart.
Is that not something that could come on instantly with your heart?
Yes.
So how do you rule out that that didn't happen?
There were no changes to that show the effect of that. It's common to see it.
It would have shown a change.
Sudden infant death syndrome.
Sudden infant death syndrome is a diagnosis of exclusion. If you're found in the manner that the decedent was, upside down in the trash can, it's not sudden infant death syndrome.
You can't say
Right.
that, doctor. If the child died of sudden infant death syndrome and then was placed in the trash can, that is possible, isn't it?
Usually they die around 9 to 10 months is the upper age, but yes, you're right. It could be a sudden death and then placed in the trash can.
It could be possible in this case.
I wouldn't rule it a sudden infant death syndrome.
You said they usually die younger, but sudden infant death syndrome goes up to the age of around 12 months, and there's really not a defined end to it, is there? It becomes less common. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And there are factors that we really don't know what sudden infant death syndrome is, do we?
That's correct.
Okay. But there have been factors determined that can maybe lead to that. That say there are higher incidence of SIDS with kids who have these conditions, certain conditions. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay. Were you aware that there was an intrauterine growth restriction when Megan was pregnant with Evelyn?
Yes.
That can be one of the factors that leads to a SIDS death, can it?
Yes.
Were you also aware that as of her 10-4 visit, Evelyn suffered from acute pharyngitis?
I reviewed the records, but I can't remember everything that was in the records. I reviewed the records.
Would it help you to see the records?
Sure.
I love her.
Yeah.
She's a great witness.
Yeah. She's taking her time with the answers, making sure she's.
Mhm.
You know. But I don't know. Is this a problem? You think this is a problem for the jury?
I don't know. Depends on how.
67, please.
I don't know. It depends on if they say somebody said they thought there was foil found in the lungs. If that were the case, that means she would had to have been put in there alive. If that's true.
I'm so sorry to hear that,
I would
liver not a
direct
fighter.
you to her October the 4th visit.
Yeah, he is. He's going for it.
Page 37 and 38.
He pivoted off Hunter quickly, didn't he?
Well, he's got to. I think he's got to roll with it.
Mm-hmm.
She had every opportunity to tell the truth if that's what happened, and if that's what happened, she would have called 911.
Of course.
Is it towards the back? I'm
Yeah, 37 of 38. If you look at the page numbers on top.
Oh, I see. I'm sorry.
Right. Yeah, you
Right.
wouldn't just throw them in the trash can.
Child suffered from acute pharyngitis. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
I wonder why.
Pharyngitis is an infection.
Yes.
Okay.
She's very succinct.
And it's a virus. Is that right? A viral infection?
It can be.
Okay. And that infection can progress toward the respiratory system, can it not?
Yes.
Viral pharyngitis itself can increase the risk of SIDS. Yes or no?
Yes.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean, I sounded curt with you and I didn't mean to. I should have asked you a direct question. So please don't take offense at the yes or no. Child also suffered from gastroesophageal reflux. Is that correct?
Yes.
That's common.
And what is that?
It's when the food comes back up through the sphincter, because food goes through the esophagus into the stomach, and there's a sphincter that keeps it from coming back up into the esophagus and to go down, continue into the intestines for digestion, and it comes back up into the esophagus.
And can that lead to laryngeospasms?
Yes.
What is a laryngeospasm?
This is where the muscle contracts.
A child can die from a laryngeal spasm, can it?
Yes.
In Canada, it said on the on the
Child also suffered from
subtitles.
Ankyloglossia. I may not be saying that right, but you know what I mean?
It sounded good. Yes.
Okay. What is that?
They call it tongue tie. Your lower frenulum is not long, it's short. And so they really can't poke their tongue out very far.
The research shows that can lead to an increased cause of sudden infant death syndrome, doesn't it?
I don't know.
You don't know one way or the other?
I don't know one way or the other.
So with all that said, this child is in a state of the body's in a state of decomposition.
That's correct.
You can't rule these things I've asked you about out as the cause of death, can you?
I ruled them out as the cause of death.
But how? Based on what?
Based on the autopsy examination and the circumstances surrounding the death.
Please tell me what medical evidence in the autopsy report rules them out. I'm not talking about the child is found in a trash can. What medical evidence in that report rules those things out?
Come on, let him have it.
You can't rule out kids with an autopsy. Can you?
I'm going to ask that he asks only one question at a time.
Yeah, sustain.
Sorry.
No, you cannot.
So you can't rule that out in this case, can you?
I ruled it out.
You did, but you don't have any reason to do that, do you?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
That's how you do
A
it right
forensic
there.
examination is not based only on the autopsy. The autopsy helps you out. It's based on
Right.
all the circumstances surrounding the death.
That's right.
What circumstances allows you to rule that out without medical proof, doctor?
I did not see any bone fractures. I didn't see enough natural disease that I thought it would account for her death.
Bone fractures have nothing to do with SIDS, do they?
No,
Natural disease has nothing to do with identifying SIDS, does it?
yes, it does.
What does it?
It rules out SIDS.
Okay, so does natural disease, you say it rules out SIDS, it doesn't identify SIDS, does it?
No, it does not.
It rules it out. Correct?
That's correct.
How did you rule out co-sleeping and being rolled on in the bed as a cause of death?
I used it based on the circumstances surrounding the death.
She's great.
Again, if the body were found laying on a table not in that trash can, you couldn't rule out co-sleeping as a cause of death either, could you?
Yes.
I would review everything, the circumstances surrounding the death.
Hypothetically, if that happened, could you rule that out?
I would have to know why the baby was on the table.
So it is possible that a child that size and that age could die from co-sleeping.
Yes, it's possible.
Let me ask you about the leaves you talked about in the baby's hair.
Yes,
Okay, was that wrapped up under the blanket in the tinfoil?
yes,
Okay, so you testified that there were leaves in the shed.
yes,
Are you saying inside of the shed?
yes.
Were there any in the trash can?
I don't remember that. I don't recall that. I'm sorry.
Okay. So
Me too, Shirley. I think they need to do rebuttals.
But yes, I'm sorry. They were in her hair inside the trash can.
I think I followed your logic there, but my question was more specific than that, doctor. There were leaves inside of Evelyn's hair wrapped in a blanket, wrapped in tinfoil in the trash can, in a bag, correct?
Yes,
Other than that, were there other leaves in the trash can?
I don't recall.
See, this is the good witness. The next one's going to be the one that's going to rebut what she said.
When you described this death as homicidal violence, you described that it's based on the child being found in the trash can. Is that correct?
And the investigation, yes.
Okay, but not your medical findings.
Yes, my medical findings in
There were-
addition.
There were no findings of violence in your autopsy, were there?
Yes, the decedent was found upside down in the trash can.
Okay. Were there any broken bones?
No,
Okay. At this point, soft tissue, it was hard to determine any kind of damage to soft tissue. Is that fair?
that's correct.
So there were no medical findings of violence in your report, was there?
Yes, the decedent was found upside down in the trash can. I'm sorry.
I'm asking.
What- that's
She's great.
violent.
Yeah, he's just not liking her definition of violence.
Upside down in a trash can is a violent.
Yes, it's a violent act
Yes,
on the body.
right.
And she's great to not take his. She sees what he's trying to do.
Yes, she's not backing down from her what
Mhm.
her assessment of what happened.
Right. And where you find the body matters.
I wonder what the leaves have to do with it.
Yeah, I'm not really sure where they're going with that either, unless you just.
To me, the leaves would dispute a rollover because she
Doctor,
wouldn't
let's
have
make
leaves
sure
in her
we're
hair
on
if
the
she'd
same
been in the bed.
I'm asking about medical causes that you would find in the autopsy. Now, being placed in a trash can, are you describing that as a medical cause?
No,
So medical causes that and medical diagnosis that you have, there is no medical issue showing this is a homicidal violence, is there?
no,
And you can't say that the child was dead or alive when it went in the trash can you?
that's correct.
Can I have just a minute, Judge?
I got you.
Let me ask you this, Doctor. You talked about leaves in the shed. you were there directing when the baby was taken out of the trash can.
Yes, that's correct.
And I assume that you and your team were very careful that the baby, nothing got on the baby once it was taken out of the trash can and the trash bag before being placed on the body bag.
That's correct.
It would not have been a source of bleeds from you all's contamination.
No.
No, I get it. I don't like him either, but he is doing a good job for her. I wish he weren't, kind of, but
Doctor, based on your
he's giving it a good shot. I mean, he's doing his job.
Not based on the baby being found in the trash can, but based on medical findings, is there anything to support abuse as a cause of her death?
Right.
I'm sorry, you have to define abuse.
Physical abuse.
Shoving a baby in a trash can is physical abuse.
I still don't understand what you mean by that.
Any broken bones?
No.
Well, I'm trying to.
She's saying that being put upside down in a trash can is physical abuse.
Sure.
And I don't blame her for asking for an explanation of what he considers abuse, because he's not defining it. A broken bone isn't the only way to show physical abuse.
Any broken bones?
No.
Any signs of prior broken bones?
No.
Judge, that's all the questions I have. Dr. Smith, thank you. Good to see you.
Nice to see you.
Redirect.
Yeah, Precious Lavender Buttons. I was hoping that they would have more evidence that she was alive.
I think he.
Yes, sir.
I don't know. If they can't,
Thank you.
if they can't say if she was alive or not with any real certainty before she went in that trash can, if the jury doubts that,
See, I would have
I
cross-examined and said, what evidence leads you to believe she was put in there alive? I would have questioned her and gotten her to say why she came to the conclusion that she did. But see, someone has just mentioned this next medical examiner is going to blow her case out of the water.
well, let's just say, even if it was foul play, right? She
Right.
drugged her, or suffocated her, whatever. Is that possible that she wrapped her, covered her to prevent scent, and then put her in the trash can?
Darinka Malusnik Polchon.
You know what I mean? Is that possible?
Right.
I'll let her say and spell it for you.
Darinka Musnik.
To me, that seems possible based on that medical examiner. So if that's possible, then you could also say it's possible that someone rolled over on her, or there was an accident, and then her argument is going to be that she panicked, did the same thing, covered and put her. I don't believe that, of course, because of her. I don't believe that, but the jury might believe that.
Susan says, I just finished watching the court TV live. The next witness is a firecracker. The day ends on a high note, in my opinion, anyway. Okay.
It's been a very interesting day with the witnesses already.
Mhm. This is much better than yesterday.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Darenka Milosnik Polchan.
You say
Oh.
swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be
I
true.
wouldn't want to try to spell that one.
I do. Thank you.
Doctor, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
If you would say and spell your full name for us, for the record, please.
My first name is Darenka, spelled Darinka, and my last name is Milusnik Polchan. Milusnik is spelled Mileusnic. Polchan is Polchan.
Thanks for joining us, Susan.
And where are you employed?
I'm the chief medical examiner for Knox and Anderson counties and the chief medical officer for the Regional Forensic Center in Knoxville, Tennessee, and also hold the position of clinical assistant professor of actual associate professor of pathology at University of Tennessee Medical Center in Knoxville.
And how long have you held those positions?
I've been acting chief and chief since 2008. I've been in Knoxville since 2002.
What, if you would give us a little bit about your education that allows you to hold those positions?
So I graduated from medical school, University of Rijeka, RIJEKA in Croatia. It's a 6-year medical program with the last year of internship because it's a different kind of system of schooling in Europe. And then I stayed at the same university teaching medical students and doing research for approximately 4 more years. And then relocated to Chicago area in 1991 to continue research and teach. And I joined the Department of Pharmacology and Neuroscience at Loyola University Medical Center in Chicago. And then during those research years, while I was completing my PhD, I also joined the Department of Pathology to get a training in neuropathology, anatomic pathology. That's where I spent about 3.5 years. And then after completion of those studies, decided actually to go into the field of forensic pathology. So finishing training in pathology at Loyola University at the same time as I was getting my PhD actually enabled me then to switch to Cook County Office of the Medical Examiner and then complete the last year of training in forensic pathology in Chicago area. And I stayed there with the Cook County Office of the Medical Examiner in the city of Chicago for about 4 years prior to relocating to Knoxville to continue the same line of work essentially. And during that time, I became board certified in anatomic pathology and forensic pathology.
Are you licensed to practice medicine here in Tennessee?
Yes.
And are you certified in anatomic pathology and forensic pathology?
Yes, I am.
Do you maintain membership in any sort of medical related societies?
Yes, there are a number of societies such as American Academy of Forensic Sciences, the National Association of Medical Examiners, and then just the regular pathology groups that College of American Pathologists and American Society of Clinical Pathologists. The membership in the name, actually, National Association of Medical Examiners is important because actually that's the accrediting body for the forensic centers in the state of Tennessee. And then, of course, we are accredited by the name, by the National Association of Medical Examiners.
All right. Have you published any scholarly materials in the field of forensic pathology?
Yes, I've published some papers and platform presentations and book chapters with the main interest in intersection of forensic pathology and anthropology, and then those mainly book chapters. And as far as the publications, I have a special interest in toxicology and child abuse.
All right. And have you done any presentations on asphyxia in children and strangulation?
That was actually one of the old presentations at the National Association of Medical Examiner meetings. It was a platform presentation.
Now, you are currently employed as a forensic pathologist, correct?
Yes.
And are you board certified in the area of forensic pathology?
Yes, the anatomic pathology and forensic pathology is kind of dual certification.
All right. And so what is it that you do as a forensic pathologist?
So in the state of Tennessee, actually, the forensic pathologists are medical examiners. And so because we don't have a coroner system, we have a medical examiner system, we are appointed to perform the duties of a medical legal death investigation on a county level. So essentially, that's what I do. I investigate with the help, of course, with the rest of the staff in the office. We investigate all the sudden deaths that happen, as I said, suddenly without medical attendance or due to violence. And our main obligation is to work not for any particular organization or the law enforcement. We work with the law enforcement to come up with an answer to what really happened and what the cause, manner, and mechanism of that in these situations where that happens suddenly, unexpectedly, without medical attendance or due to violence.
Have you previously been qualified as an expert in the field of forensic pathology?
Yes, in many counties in East Tennessee. Actually, I believe here in Sullivan County years ago.
All right, that was going to be my next question. And after having been qualified as an expert, have you gone on to give expert testimony in the field of forensic pathology?
Yes.
Judge, I would move to qualify her as an expert in the field of forensic pathology.
No objection, Judge. Right, to be declared to be an expert in the field of forensic pathology.
Dr. Malusnik, at the request of the district attorney's office here in Sullivan County, did you review an autopsy that had been performed by Dr. Matrina Schmidt, as well as other case materials involving the death of Evelyn Boswell?
Yes.
And if you would, tell us what materials you reviewed.
So I reviewed everything that was available when I was approached to originally look at the case, and I can list all the entries that I compiled in my report if that's
sure
acceptable. So what was available to me at the time of review and writing of my report is a birth certificate for Evelyn Boswell, Indian Path Medical Center birth records, Premier Pediatrics medical records, Mountain States Medical Group Urgent Care medical records, Bristol Regional Medical Center medical records, then autopsy report performed and signed by Dr. Schmidt, autopsy photographs, scene photographs, TBI forensic biology reports, several of them. They were dated from March 11, March 25th, April 22nd, and then TBI toxicology report dated March 19th, that's 2020. And then national NMS, which is the National Medical Toxicology Lab, both technology forensic case report, summary of facts by the Attorney General's office, and the presentment State of Tennessee, Sullivan County Criminal Court case S72869.
And these materials, are they typical of what you would normally review in preparing an autopsy?
Yes.
All right. And based upon your review of those materials, did you form an opinion as to the cause and manner of death of Evelyn Boswell?
Yes.
And what was that opinion?
So my opinion was that Evelyn died of asphyxial death and that the manner of death was homicide.
All right. And again, you reviewed the autopsy that had been done by Dr. Schmidt. How, if anything, did your opinion differ from what she had concluded?
In essence, actually, our opinion did not really differ much, except that in my report, and that's the kind of luxury of writing kind of expert review report versus the just regular autopsy report, is that I specify several different ways of asphyxial death or different mechanisms of it.
Okay. And when you say different mechanisms of asphyxia, what are you talking about? Can you explain that to the jury a little bit?
So asphyxia essentially means that the inability of a person to breathe or for the oxygen to be supplied to the cells in the body. And the different ways how that can occur is either by preventing the circulation to the brain or other organs and tissues in the body, or preventing the breathing, or putting a person in such a position that essentially compromises both circulation and breathing at the same time, with the end result of essentially depriving the tissues and organs of oxygen. And then in that with that respect, actual asphyxial death in general are very complex deaths. And if there is any compromise in the integrity of the person, such as decomposition, then they have to be really described in such a manner, these mechanisms, that are understandable, because in the end, the asphyxial death is the what we call diagnosis of exclusion, meaning when everything else is excluded, what we are left with essentially is that the findings in the body and the finding of the body within the scene that are going to come to essentially explain what really happened to an individual. What I'm essentially saying is that there's the asphyxial mechanism such as positional, mechanical, traumatic, or actually can be also the consequence of the positioning in the scene. And that information comes strictly from the scene investigation.
All right. And let's talk about each type of mechanism in regards to this particular case. What about the scene or the body would relate to positional asphyxiation?
So the forensic autopsy, just like any other autopsy, which is a major procedure, kind of cross-section and dissection procedure in the body, almost like a complex surgery, cannot be done in a vacuum. It has to be done in the context of the scene investigation. So that's why we have medical legal death investigation, and that's why medical examiner and representative goes to the scene in order to create a context in which this individual was found. And that's why I always say that the forensic autopsy cannot be performed in vacuum. It has to be performed in the context of the scene. And then that's how essentially we approach this particular case, whether it's Dr. Schmidt or me reviewing it, is that in the context of the case, we have an individual who is now wrapped in multiple layers, so we can talk about it in a minute, who is positioned upside down in a confined space and in a position that prevents essentially breathing. And that's why I say the components of positional asphyxia, that's being upside down in a contorted kind of letter S position, mechanical asphyxia with the different objects essentially covering the individual's face or the body, and then traumatic asphyxia because of the positioning that is going to prevent the movement of diaphragm and breathing. And then, as I said, finding the individual in a trash can essentially creates a confined space, which is going to lead to confined space asphyxia. And that's why essentially, that's where I listed all these 4 different categories of or mechanisms of asphyxia.
All right. Could I see exhibits 19 through 38, please?
When I've been in the car listening to this and I've heard the attorney's voice, I have thought it was me too, actually. I thought, what are they? I don't remember saying this. Oh, it's the attorney.
He's got a little bit more of a Tennessee accent than you do.
A little bit, but there's some times where
I'm going to show you what's been previously admitted as exhibit number 9.
Like right now.
yeah, there's some moments where he really sounds like me.
And if you would kind of tell the jury what they're looking there and how what they're seeing relates to the mechanisms of asphyxia.
Can I show on the screen? Or,
Is there a pointer up there? It looks like a flashlight.
There's a pointer.
Yes, if you don't care.
So what we are seeing is the trash can with the a child in a trash bag with the several layers on top of her, one of them being the blanket. That's essentially when, and that's how we all approach the scenes, is we go layer by layer, slight kind of uncovering the individual, whether it's adult or a child, in a similar fashion, because we don't want to lose any evidence, number one. And number two, we want to show all the kind of components of that asphyxia by approaching it in this layered fashion. And then we can see the body of the child in an unzipped kind of onesie in an upside down position with some of her body parts showing up. So essentially, when I was telling you originally positional asphyxia, she's upside down, and we humans cannot breathe like that. There is a confined space asphyxia because of the trash can and her head being all the way down. Mechanical asphyxia because several different layers covering her face, which we'll analyze in a minute. And then traumatic asphyxia just from her body being in like a kind of reverse S position, totally crumpled and compressed in such a way that she could not breathe. There is no expansion of the diaphragm or movement of the intercostal muscles between the ribs that allow us to breathe in a position like that.
Several of you joining us late. Just want to welcome in CB, Starflower, Karen. There were a couple of others I hadn't seen before. Maybe Ginger Snap, Pushing Up Daisies, Perfectly
I'm gonna show
Imperfect
you
Boy Mom.
exhibit.
We appreciate all of you
Exhibit
being here. And Melissa
number
Brown, too.
30.
So on this exhibit number 30, that's actually now several stages down the investigation path. So the key is always, as I said, as little manipulation as possible, and then go again layer by layer. We lost several layers here: the garbage can, the trash can. There was also, the trash bag. There was also a black bag on top of all of that. That was all removed, and now the child is in the blanket, and there is a foil, which is actually a very curious piece of evidence because it was so tightly applied to the child's face and upper body that looked like a wrapped, almost like a part of the kind of mechanism that prevents her from breathing, because that would be another kind of example of mechanical asphyxia because an object is covering the face and preventing her from breathing. And the other thing that can be also seen is that the body is actually contorted, and usually that would happen, with kind of force applied because we know now she's upside down, and the force applied for her body actually to kind of fit in the bottom of the garbage can, and that would be part of the traumatic asphyxia component.
Now I'm going to show you exhibit 31.
Is there a way to make her picture go away of Megan on the
So this
over there on the
31
timeline?
actually is kind of process of removal of the foil, because it was very voluminous and it was tightly applied to her face and the hair. One thing that actually happens with the decomposition of the body following a prolonged time interval after that is that a lot of our tissues start to actually break down and detach. So the hair starts detaching, the epidermis, first layer of skin, starts detaching. And so removing foil like this that is tightly applied actually takes a lot of time and a lot of effort to preserve the child and the facial features. And part of the problem was not just the tight application, of course, of the foil, but also all the composition fluid that kind of almost created a glue between the foil and the face of the child. And we can see her head starting to emerge in this particular area.
All right. Doctor, if you could talk a little bit about the decomposition. Is there anything as far as what you see there that would show you how long the child had been in that position, or anything based upon the amount of decomposition?
So the only thing that we can say really that it was advanced decomposition, and there were two types of decomposition that happened in this particular situation because of the position that Evelyn was in. The upper body, which was actually head first in the trash can, actually changed in form of so-called wet decomposition. That's why there is a lot of staining and the decomposition fluid kind of staining the blanket and the foil because all the fluids and everything that accumulated after that are now creating the environment for so-called wet decomposition. But then the rest of her body, which we'll see later, that were kind of up, the feet and legs, they underwent so-called dry decomposition, or actually more kind of mummification. So the only thing that we can say it's advanced, but how long really it took, it really just depends on many factors such as temperatures, that around that body, and of course on the layers applied on the body surface, because that will prevent some of the flies or some other predators from coming to the body and expediting, fastening the decomposition.
Okay. And did you notice that in this particular case, you mentioned the flies and the larvae?
Yeah, there were some pupae, but did not really have like a direct access necessarily to the body, so there was not a lot of the maggot or activity at the time of her discovery.
Now I'm going to show you Exhibit 32.
They're still not saying when she could have,
So the
or how long it was there.
Exhibit 32
Yes.
is actually just another kind of painstakingly removal of all the layers. Again, the foil is being further detached, and now we can see her head and face, and then part of the upper body, her arm, while the legs are still covered.
Does this photo show anything in regards to the positioning of her head as it relates to asphyxia?
So one thing that what was becoming evident as the body was being uncovered is that her face was flattened because it was pressed against the foil and the blanket and side of the trash can. And then, of course, it was also kind of a little bit contorted because the face is pointing in this direction. And then her neck was kind of slightly contorted, and the head actually is almost at the level of her buttocks. Essentially, her feet, buttocks, and head, they're all kind of compressed almost at the same level now.
Gosh.
Oh my gosh. I didn't realize it was that bad.
Now I'm
That's
going to show you
pretty bad.
Exhibit 34.
Oh, that was bad.
So the Exhibit 34 now shows the it's kind of similar phase after the foil is removed. The blanket is covering the face, so the face is in this particular orientation. And again, the difference between all the fluids and wet decomposition staining the blanket versus just dry desiccation of the arm and then feet. So two kind of different processes happening at the same time, wet decomposition and dry decomposition or mummification.
Anything that you could tell in regards to, I know that the foil's been taken off in this particular photograph, but in regards to the positioning of the foil and the blanket as well, is there anything you could tell as far as whether that was haphazard or intentional?
Well, the child appeared to be wrapped, so that would show intentionality, because it's not that she was just put in a garbage and then a blanket on top of her. She was definitely wrapped in a blanket, and it took a while to actually remove all the layers and unwrap her. So the way how she was found shows intentionality. As far as the changes on the blanket, one thing that happens with the wet decomposition and the fluids kind of creating, things do become kind of slippery in a way. So there was definitely some shift in the layers from the wet decomposition. Wasn't a lot of it, but there was some. And then we will see when the blanket is removed, actually, that her face was pressed against the garbage can because the pattern of the blanket actually remains on the face.
Next, I'm going to show you Exhibit 35.
That's horrible.
So the Exhibit 35, now the layers of the blanket that are further removed. So the face is still covered. So we have the face, the shoulder, her buttocks, and her feet, as I said, almost at the same kind of compressed, reverse kind of letter S shape. And that's how she was presented after removal of the blanket. The blanket is still stuck to the face in this area, but that's going to be the next phase.
you mentioned this, she's in a reverse S kind of shape. Is that what you're talking about when you say positional asphyxiation?
Yes, so that would be a reverse S shape.
Next, I'm going to show you Exhibit 36.
So on the exhibit 36, now just removal of the blanket from the rest of the head. And as I said, it had to be done really carefully because of the layers of the skin and hair detaching at this point with the wet decomposition.
All right. Can you tell anything in regards to the onesie that she's wearing in that particular picture?
I'm sorry?
The onesie, the clothing that she's wearing.
Yeah, the onesie actually was unzipped. And there was also a diaper on the body. And that was one of the questions is that would that indicate, what really kind of transpired? I mean, it's hard to tell, except that, of course, onesie was completely unzipped, which was unusual for a child who's just, let's say, hypothetically dying in her sleep.
That is unusual.
Now showing you Exhibit 37.
So Exhibit 37 actually is now next phase. The blankets, the covering, the foil, everything is removed. The onesie is unopened. And then actually this is her kind of side in the front of the face. The facial feature actually can almost completely disappear because they're so flattened against the side of the trash can.
That's just.
And there was a lot of kind of pupae. There was no maggot activity, which would essentially help potentially with some timing of the postmortem interval, because from what I reviewed and from like a Schmidt scribe, we didn't really see direct maggot activity, so they did not injure or damage the body to that extent yet.
That's what I keep wondering. It's almost the only way that I can make sense of it.
And now showing you Exhibit 38.
And essentially what's happening now is that her body is kind of being unfolded. That's what needs to happen in order for the clothing items to be removed and then for the photographs to be taken and an autopsy to be performed. Because with the autopsy, the head has to be open and the body has to be open in a Y-shaped manner with the Y-shaped incision. And that can only happen if the body is kind of unfolded now and for complete examination.
Right.
Dr. Malusnik, did you, as part of your review of the records in this case, review the child's pediatric records?
Yes.
Do you see anything in there that would indicate to you that she would have died from something that was medically related, any medical conditions?
No, she was considered a healthy child, and all the milestones were reached in timely manner.
All right. And what about the possibility of her dying from some sort of rollover death?
So she was not an infant anymore. So she already be in a kind of toddler stage, and I've never seen overlaying on a child older than 8 months. Actually, 6 months is even pushing it because it's just not easy to overlay a child who can already move, flip. And it's just not that easy, even for an adult, to overlay a child of that age. And I've never had a case like that. The only overlay of a 2-year-old that I had was actually a homicide.
All right. Dr. Malusnik, are you aware whether the state of Tennessee Department of Health maintains statistics on rollover deaths as far as the age of children in Tennessee?
Yes.
And have you had an opportunity to review those statistics?
Yes.
How many children last year under the age of, or over the age of 12 months died of rollover deaths in Tennessee?
None.
How many children in the last 10 years over the age of 1 in the state of Tennessee died from rollover deaths?
We all of those we call like unsafe sleeping environment. That's a none of the children who died of overlaying, rolling over, unsafe sleeping environment were older than a year.
So 10 years, and there hasn't been one.
Right.
Thank you very much. If you would answer any questions Mr. Scott has for you.
I mean, when you're over 1 year old, it's not.
Yeah. And she was walking.
Yeah. So my understanding, this is going to get interesting here with the defense
Good
attorney.
afternoon, Dr. Norris. How are you?
CB said, here we go.
Mm-hmm. Some people have peeked ahead. The defense attorney was more aggressive to that medical examiner
My name is
prior
Gene
than
Scott.
anyone.
I represent Ms. Boswell. First thing I want to ask you about is you did not conduct this autopsy.
No, I did not.
You had no physical contact with the body of this child. You didn't go to the scene. You simply reviewed what Dr. Schmidt had done. Is that correct?
I reviewed what she did and all the pertaining documentation.
And accordingly, had Dr. Schmidt have made some mistake, it's very possible that could be incorporated into your work as well.
That's a very complex question. I cannot answer yes or no. May I explain?
Sure.
So the point of having an autopsy report is to objectively describe the findings. And then the only subjective part of the autopsy report, the conclusion as to what happened, that's essentially Dr. Schmidt, in this case, conclusion as to what the child died of, cause and manner of death. So the objective findings, such as photograph, tissue sampling, should be part of the description of the case that should not be influenced by one's opinion. Now, my opinion is going to be based on those facts plus the scene investigation. So the question was, if Dr. Schmidt made a mistake? She made objective observations and put them in her report that are corroborated with photography and tissue sampling. So anyone reviewing the case can come up with his or her own conclusion as to cause and manner of death. So if she made some wrong observations that are mismatched with the photographs, autopsy photographs, scene photographs, then I should be able to notice that and comment on that, but I haven't noticed any mismatches. So essentially, her conclusion as to the cause and manner of that is that's her subjective thing. I followed my own kind of line of reasoning and conclusion reviewing based on not just her report, but the scene photographs and autopsy photographs, which are documented for posterity, and anyone can review them and come up with the objective kind of a conclusion as to cause and manner of death. So the short answer would be, if she made mistake with observations, I should be able to identify that in the photographs, and I didn't.
Were there photographs of the internal organs?
The photographs of the internal organs were not available. We frequently don't take those during autopsies, but we do sample organs to look under the microscope, and that was done.
Okay. Yeah, you described this was a diagnosis of exclusion. Can you explain what that means?
So by saying asphyxial deaths are frequently diagnosed exclusion means that we found an individual in a position that prevents breathing, but there is no mark on the body. And I've done thorough investigation. Unlike in this case, there are plenty of marks on the body. But what we say with the diagnostic exclusion, for example, is that if I have a drowning victim and I have absolutely nothing else on the autopsy, no heart attack, no evidence of seizure, no evidence of trauma, no evidence of drugs. Well, the only now conclusion is that I excluded everything else, and therefore drowning as a part of the asphyxial death is the cause of that. So that's what I meant by diagnosis of exclusion.
Okay. In this case, as it relates to the medical reasons contained in the autopsy, and I'm not talking about where the child is found at the scene, but the medical conclusions, were you able to come up with a cause of death?
So there was no other reason for this child to be dead because there was no evidence of infection or any or tumor or anything like that that was identified at the time of the autopsy. And the review of the medical records, which is always mandatory for forensic pathologists to review medical records, birth records, pediatric records, did not indicate that anything was wrong with the child, such as seizures or anything of that sort. So this child had no objective way or reason to be dead. And as I said, the tissues were sampled, and even with decomposition that sets in the organs, if there is some major infection in the body, it would have been identifiable, and it was not there.
Okay. What is sudden infant death syndrome?
Sudden infant death syndrome is actually an abandoned, antiquated term that was used to describe sudden death in a child that essentially had negative autopsy findings and negative scene investigation, which means that we don't use that term anymore. That was antiquated because it was never a syndrome. It always, syndrome means that there's a constellation of symptoms, findings, and signs that would kind of create this entity that one can actually have the reason for this person to be sick or dead for that matter. So there was never a syndrome. It was never a constellation of findings. What it meant actually is that we didn't find anything at the autopsy. Therefore, it's kind of this SIDS, nebulous diagnosis. Now we actually know with the scene investigation and the advances in our field in forensic pathology that those situations with that is with no findings at the scene or in the autopsy are extremely, extremely rare. We call them sudden unexplained death in infancy, so SUDI. So that's a new term that we use. And I can tell you with the proper investigation, the proper scene investigation, proper autopsy, and proper ancillary studies such as microbiology, histology, toxicology, the rate of those SUDI unexplained deaths is extremely, extremely low, actually almost non-existent.
That's not what he wanted either.
You're telling me that if another pathologist said this child could die of SIDS, they're just wrong?
Yeah, he's wrong, or she is wrong, because SIDS doesn't exist. SIDS never existed. So if that pathologist is using the term SIDS, that pathologist needs to go back to forensic school.
Probably not competent. Probably not competent.
If he or she is using SIDS, that's not a competent pathologist. At this day and age, that's not a competent pathologist.
Wow.
What did you call it? The new syndrome?
But it's actually not really a syndrome. It's a sudden unexplained death in infancy or unexpected death in infancy. It means that we exhausted all the investigative capacity and thoroughly done autopsy with sampling and ancillary studies, and we found absolutely nothing.
He shook him up.
I mean, yeah, he's not getting the answers he wants. Yeah.
How do you rule out that this child couldn't have died from a laryngeal spasm?
Because laryngeal spasm needs to have a reason for that to happen, and I've never had a case of a laryngeal spasm in a otherwise healthy child. And laryngeal spasm is basically something that somebody would give a diagnosis or the reason for a child to be dead when they're really trying to kind of come up with stuff and create some new category. That's pretty much it.
Gastroesophageal reflux, that can lead to a laryngeal spasm, can it not?
But that would not.
Yes or no, can it lead to that? And then explain.
That's actually not something that is described in the forensic pathology field. Laryngeal spasm would not necessarily kill a child.
But could it kill a child?
I've never seen it.
Could it?
I've never seen it.
She's great.
Yes.
In Dr. Schmidt's report, she states that the possibility that the decedent was alive when placed in the trash can cannot be excluded.
That's correct. That's what she stated.
Okay. Is that your opinion as well?
I believe she died in the trash can.
Okay. You have no proof to show she was alive when she went in the trash can.
I have all the proofs of her not being able to breathe once put in a trash can.
Doctor, you don't know if she was breathing when she went in the trash can, do you?
She would not be able to breathe no matter what. And as I said, because of the composition, of course, we were a little bit handicapped as far as being able to completely examine all her tissues and organs. But there was no reason for this child to be dead, other than being in the trash can, not being able to breathe.
You can't say conclusively she was alive in the trash can you?
She doesn't have a reason to be dead. And I never had an autopsy on a child older than 1 year old for no reason to be dead, except that she could not breathe in that particular position where she was placed.
Yes or no? Can you say conclusively that she was alive when she was placed in that trash can?
She could not breathe in the trash can. So that's my main conclusion.
Are you refusing to answer my question, doctor?
No, I'm just saying that the child could not breathe in the trash can.
And I'm asking, if I may, yes or no, can you say conclusively she was alive when she was placed in the trash can?
No, she might have been dead because her foil was on the face before being placed in a trash can. She could have been dead because she was put in a plastic bag before she was placed in a trash can. Obviously, the foil, the bag, 2 bags, the blanket, tightly covering her face would prevent her from breathing. So all of those things had to happen before she was put in a trash can. So all I'm saying is that all those components, could have they actually brought her to brink of being dead before being put in the trash can? Sure. The trash can definitely did not help.
You can't say conclusively she was alive while she was wrapped in that blanket or tinfoil, can you?
She would have definitely died with a tin foil and the bag and the blanket. And there was no reason to put all of those things and tightly apply to her face and her body
If she
was
was
alive.
Yeah. There you go.
Say conclusively that she was alive when she was wrapped, yes or no?
All I can say is that she cannot breathe with a foil,
Judge, I would ask
with
you
a
to
bag,
ask the witness to
and
answer
with
my
the blanket.
question, yes or no.
Doctor, you need to answer his questions. He's asking yes or no questions. You can explain afterwards if you want to, if you feel the need to. But you do have to answer his questions directly.
So I'm sorry, what was the question?
You can't say conclusively that child was alive when it was wrapped in the blanket and when it was wrapped in tinfoil.
Yes, I can. She's gonna say yes, I can.
I have no reason for this child to be dead.
Yes or no, doctor?
And nobody can tell exactly of the state of her body except that she cannot breathe with a foil and a bag.
And the blanket.
Ask the court to instruct the witness to answer the question, yes or no, and then explain.
I'm not really sure.
I'm not being mean to you. If he's asked you the question, the answer is either yes or no. And I'm instructing you to the best of your ability. Answer yes or no. And you'll have an opportunity to explain.
For a forensic pathologist, it's hard to answer that question, yes or no, but nobody can guarantee or say with certainty what really happened to this child prior to the foil being put on her face.
So you can't say whether she was alive or dead, can you?
She has no reason to be dead, other than
Judge, this witness is being evasive. May we approach?
I kind of side with witnesses in these situations. To me, it seems like you say, you know what, if you've got it's really not a yes or no question.
What she's saying is the logic isn't there. In order for them to do all of that to the body, she would have to still be alive, because otherwise there's no reason to do all that to the body.
Right.
You wouldn't need to cover it with a blanket and tinfoil and a garbage bag unless you were trying to keep the child from breathing.
Because there's an art to their craft.
Yes.
And they come back and they give what they believe happened. And sometimes they are wrong.
Yeah.
I mean, sometimes there's different opinions.
I would say yes, and I would still give my reason.
Yeah.
The lowest common denominator. He's going to ask you this question one more time. And I understand this case, this situation. Man, I'm telling you, if the answer is not yes or no, you'll be facing contempt of court. Can I be more clear?
Yes, sir.
Ask you a question.
Ma'am, yes or no, can you say conclusively that this child was alive or dead when it was placed in the blanket and the tinfoil?
The blanket, tinfoil, the trash can, which one? Okay, the answer is no. She could have been murdered a different way.
Thank you, doctor.
No, she could have been murdered differently.
Wow.
They're probably laughing their asses off right now.
Wow. I'm going to guess this jury's not liking the defense attorney either.
She is great.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir. I looked at her and called you ma'am. I apologize.
Doctor, thank you for your testimony. Your release for this opinion.
Thank you.
Oh, that was really good.
That was good.
Man.
That was quick-witted too. No, she could have been murdered in a different way.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
Ladies and gentlemen, I have to give you these academics, even though you've heard them. You're not communicating with other.
Okay, I want to see how the chat has reacted to that. I mean, yeah, love her, applause, right?
You're to report promptly to the
Yeah,
court
that was
any
something
incident
else.
Involving an attempt by any person to improperly influence any jury member, or
That was great.
Okay,
No.
so Castle is saying they don't mystery. They won't even look at him or Megan. What is okay there? So that's it for Court TV for today. Yeah, I don't think even though he's really trying to put that doubt, I don't think he's being that aggressive with those two medical examiners like that.
Well, he knows that's where the case lies.
Yeah.
That's what it is. He has to do that because that's really probably where the case lies.
Yeah. Well, this was a really interesting day. This was much better than yesterday.
Yesterday, I'm glad that was the day I picked not to be able to be on, because when I rewatched it, it was like watching paint dry. I was just like, oh.
Yeah. So Jules says he thought he'd get something different from her. She said, hell no. He you know how there's always a thing, never ask a question if you don't know the answer.
Right.
He walked into several like that today where he was not getting the answers he was expecting, like on the Sid's question and several others. That happened to him 3 or 4 times today where he got answers from these witnesses that were not what he wanted. That wasn't how he wanted to end the day, because that's the last thing that jury's going to remember for the rest of the night.
I mean, that statement, oh no, she could have been murdered in another way. I mean,
wow.
Yeah.
I mean, that was
great.
really good.
That was great.
Yeah, we may have to clip that out.
She was amazing.
Yeah, she was really good. The other lady was great too. Yeah, but
they didn't give her the opportunity that they gave this one to explain. And this one took every measure to explain every answer. And the prosecution let her really elaborate before she went under cross-examination. So I thought that made a difference in her, really, because it made her more credible every time she answered a question and the depth she got into it. Then when she was cross-examined and he really didn't allow for a lot of explanation, she did have some, but she was like, she was not going to say that child did not die from asphyxiation. She wasn't, because it makes complete sense. There would be no reason to do the layers and layers and layers if the child was already gone.
Right.
You would just put them away. You wouldn't
Why are
wrap
you
and wrap
tightly-
and wrap. Yeah.
Yes, I know. Man, that was something else. And then,
She
you
was
know,
smart.
so what else today did we have? We also had those text messages from Megan to Hunter.
That was pretty revealing. Precious wanted to know, was she dismissed or does she come back? I think that they released her from the subpoena, so I don't think she'll be back.
Yeah, I think they released her. But so today this morning we had Hunter, those text messages. There'd been some, it looked like they were going to try to pin this all on Hunter, or have him involved in all this, but those text messages they put up as evidence that they fought to keep out, they got him in, and that pretty much proved that Hunter had no knowledge of Evelyn, because Megan was giving those fake stories all the way from December through February. And then they showed the motive today, those pictures from her Facebook, and even on like February 17th and 16th of them getting ready to start their new life together in a new house and everything. So a lot of progress, a lot learned today.
I really would like to go back and look at those text messages again, because the pictures of the new house, I really want to see if that was just coming from Megan sending it to a friend. Because if it was, that could not even be real. He could be standing in front of a new house, but that doesn't mean that they were getting a new house together. Because why else would they have applied for an apartment together?
I'm not sure. Yeah, that's a good question.
I mean, it's kind of contradictive to that. So I'm going to go back and watch that again. And somebody, Becky Parmenter said, asking for prayers for her cousin who they have had to call ambulance and she's getting CPR. So please send a prayer up for Becky's cousin.
So sorry about that, Becky. We'll be praying for your cousin, and hope she's okay. I'm so sorry. So if everyone would, please give a prayer for Becky's cousin tonight, that would be great. Welcome in, Nana's Dragonfly. Good to see you.
Sorry, my granny's talking on the phone, so I'm going to mute my mic.
Okay. I think this was not, so the baby she was pregnant with, we don't think that was true. Part of her many stories. So this is kind of interesting. The judge really just said if the witness doesn't answer yes or no, she'll be held in contempt. This judge has been quite ridiculous in his threats of throwing people in jail. That might be kind of fair. He has threatened a few times to the media.
I thought that was kind of rude, though. You've got an expert there on the stand, and just because she's not answering it the way you want her to, you're telling her if she can't answer yes or no, she's in contempt. I mean, she wasn't trying to be belligerent. She was just trying to give the rationalization behind not being able to answer yes or no.
Yeah. But they were. It was good. I mean, because it's not a perfect science with the giving the autopsies, because they do sometimes have different opinions. It is a science to it, or an art to it, I guess, to the science. They just use their best judgment, and I mean that's why they're there. Somebody's got to try to interpret all the information and give their best opinion. And she was answering the question. He just didn't like. He wanted the soundbite of no. That's what he wanted. When what she really means is like, it's astronomically small chance that this child passed another way, right?
Right, right. I
Um,
mean, yes, I understand she had to answer yes or no. Castle said that that's the thing she had that it has to be answered. It sometimes you can't answer yes or no.
well, sometimes you can't.
No, I mean you can't.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah.
and Nancy Grace does use a lot of yes or no when she's questioning people on her show. I've seen her do that.
Yeah, and I would that when people do that, that makes me defensive, and I just want to not answer that way.
Hmm.
You know, my tendency is to want to say, if you want to ask a yes or no question, or if you want a yes or no, ask me a yes or no question. Because when people say yes or no, what they're really saying is they don't want any nuance to your answer at all. Um, but I get why an attorney wants it because they don't want any nuance.
Right,
But
right.
but a
They
lot
want
of
to be
questions.
able to say, they want to be able to say, well, the expert said they could not tell you definitely, they want that because that's reasonable doubt. Is that doubt in there? And
Yeah,
I mean, come on.
yeah. But I mean, so I get why he did it, but it backfired on him because I think if I'm on that jury, I'm loving that medical examiner.
Yeah, and that this is a really good point. She said, I really got the visual of what happened to her as she explained it over and over. The defense really opened that up for the jury. And because she would say every time, what do you mean the layers? The layers. She had this on her and this on her and this on her. And why would that be on her if it wasn't to stop her from breathing, basically, and she kept saying it over and over. And the jury got to hear all that.
And if you wouldn't mind, pray for Nana Dragonfly's husband. He's in some. I heard a little bit about this, but I don't know exactly what the issue is. But has some health issues too, I believe. Right. I don't recall
think
what it
so.
what it was he's facing, but prayers for health for him, if you don't mind. We believe in prayer here and group prayer, and that is much appreciated. Um, and we do appreciate everybody being here. Anything else before we go?
I can't think of anything. I'm sure we will get into it tomorrow. I'm not sure I'll be here tomorrow because I may be gone again, but I should be back on Thursday. So I may have maybe another day. I have another friend come in, so I don't want to miss out on seeing my
Sure.
friends that visit. So I may or may not. I will let you know for 100%. But as of right now, I'm not thinking I will be here tomorrow. But
Okay.
I'll try to listen, and be in chat if I can.
Well, we appreciate that, of course. I think we that's kind of the main highlights from today. Probably, I'd say today overall was a win for the prosecution, because the defense is having to change their whole strategy on the Hunter thing because that's not going to work anymore.
Right.
So they're going to have to come up with something else. Just try to contaminated crime scenes, all that kind of stuff, inconclusive, or maybe they're just going to go with, that she want to plant the idea that it was a natural passing. She panicked and tried to hide the body.
Right. Right.
Maybe that's what he's going to try to go with. I think the only way I could buy that as a juror is I would have to see Megan on the stand telling me that story, and I'd have to believe it.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's the only way. If I'm a juror, I'm going with that, because if she doesn't take the stand and tell me that story exactly how that happened, and I believe it, I think I'm coming back with a guilty verdict at this point.
And Yaya's World's asking for prayers. She's having surgery tomorrow.
Well, I hope that goes well. It's always scary, no matter what kind of surgery you're getting, But yes, I hope that goes well for her. So prayers for Yaya as well.
And then we have
Well,
one more prayer request.
Two more. We clicked the same one. Sorry. Hands off.
Sorry.
It's okay. We both saw the same thing. Shirley says, please pray for my special needs adult son. He needs to spend a while in a facility for medicine changes. Pray that he's safe and treated with dignity and
Absolutely.
respect.
Absolutely.
I get it. My oldest son, is severe autism, and that what you just said at the end is what That's what keeps me awake at night, are those worries right there. So yes, I hope you have good people managing and taking care of him. So, and the medicine changes can always be an issue. So I hope that goes smoothly too. Well, we will be back here tomorrow. We still have not heard from the mother. I don't know if we're going to get her or not. The one that supposedly stole the car with the boyfriend. I don't think we've heard from Eric Schmidt yet, unless it was while I was gone. Did we? The Eric Schmidt person?
No, and that a lot of people were saying that it's Eric Smith.
Oh,
and,
Smith.
And a lot of people are saying that the rumor is that's the dad.
Yeah, I've seen that a couple of times in the chat today.
They did not say that, and we may not hear. I mean, I don't know that we are going to hear who the dad is. I don't know. Somebody said, "Oh, we're supposed to hear." I don't know if we are or not.
I think the defense attorney said that at a point. Is what
I think she said we will find out that Ethan is not the dad, but I don't think she said we will find out who the dad is.
Okay.
I think I'd have to go back and listen to the opening statements again, but I would like to know.
Yeah, hopefully we'll find out. Hopefully I don't know. I guess
This is a made-for-TV movie. I'm just telling you.
I wonder if he knows. I wonder if the dad knows. I don't know.
I wonder. I wonder if they're going to have more testify, like her mother and the mother's boyfriend, because they've really not said how they excluded the mom from consideration that she actually had taken Megan. I mean, they never really said how they went to visit her. I mean, I think they arrested him and took the car back and all that, but
right.
Who's to say she wasn't lying? What convinced them that she never had the baby? What evidence did they find to show she never had the baby? We know she didn't, but they've not really talked about that. And that's a question I still had in my mind, is how did they know that?
Right. I don't know. So maybe we'll hear. I mean, the false reporting to police, several of those involve her mother. So they may need her there to talk about, or maybe not. Like I said, we know she's got a troubled life. She's been in lots of different. She's had lots of issues throughout her life, so she may not be the kind of person you want on a witness stand either. That might be the reason why we don't see her. So I don't know, but we got a lot of forensics done today. That was good. Some of it with the cell phones, and a lot to learn about the CART team. I mean, it was really a great day as far as a lot of it's kind of coming together.
The forensic stuff was interesting.
A couple of quick things I want to mention before we go on. Sebastian, I don't know if any of you, somebody mentioned it in the chat a few minutes ago, but Laura Lodge is going to have Seth and Tony on Monday, the 17th of this month at 7 p.m. So if you'd like to catch that, that's Laura Lodge has got great reach, so that's wonderful because his audience is really not a true crime audience. So good to get that message out there to people that don't typically watch true crime. And then also there was some news today. If some of you missed this, we've talked about it a little bit here, but there was a skeletal remains found about 2 hours east of Hendersonville, where Sebastian disappeared. So that would not be in the Memphis direction. It'd be more the Knoxville direction. It's really kind of closer to Knoxville than it is Nashville, but right off the interstate in this wildlife area. I know that area pretty well, but it's fairly rural and remote over there. It's a low population area. So, whoever that is, of course, it's tragic. And, but anyway, that's something to keep an eye on. It is, every time this kind of stuff happens with somebody being found, we all wonder if this might be Sebastian or any of the other many missing people in the area. So anyway, we'll be following that closely, as I'm sure many of you will. I think Nick Barris is reporting on it, so that might be one to check out if you want to kind of keep tabs on it. Yeah, so I think that's it. I guess we'll wrap it up there. I thought Mrs. E might make it in before we closed out, but she's not back yet. So that Nashville traffic.
It is a more rural area. It was like a animal preserve area, isn't it? Somebody said, is it a country farm area?
Oh, the specific land, I don't know. I mean, I just know kind of I've just been through there so many times. It's between Cookeville and
It's actually,
Knoxville.
it's not far from Kingston. If you know where Kingston, Tennessee is, it's not far from Kingston. It's past Crossville, that area.
Yeah.
And it is, let's see, what's it called? It's called something animal preserve. There's like like wildlife animal preserve area over there.
Yeah. So,
Mrs. E is stuck in traffic, she said.
I just saw. So we, so it could be, skeletal remains, it could be somebody that's been there for decades for all we know. We have no idea. In an area like that, it could be anybody. But hopefully somebody, whoever's lost their person, will get some answers. Hopefully they'll be able to determine who it is. Well, we do appreciate everybody being here. If you came in late, we appreciate you joining. We try to mention everybody that's joined us tonight, but Butterfly Kisses, I just saw you there, so we missed you earlier if you've been around. But if you don't mind, hit the like button for us. That's great. Helps other people find us, and join us tomorrow. This has been great to us. We've enjoyed hanging out with everybody and talking about this case as it unravels. It's been really grim and dark at times, but it's kind of nice to have everybody here to talk through it. But anyway, I don't know how to do the outro music. I'm going to have Mrs. E teach me how to do that. So I'm just going to have to stop the stream. But we appreciate you all being here. Thank you very much.
Thanks, everybody.